Hi, we're Audiovisual Design Group, where you can call us AVDG for short. Over the last decade, we've grown to become one of the largest technology integrators in the United States. Our journey began in 1996 when the Macarena was the #1 song in America, and a guy named Robert Sharfer founded AVDG in Silicon Valley. From the beginning, everything we did was rooted in the philosophy that technology integration should be exceptional by design. Exceptional tech, exceptional people, exceptional spaces. To achieve this, we became laser focused on process. Employees were thoroughly trained, projects followed a consistent workflow, and customers received outstanding service and guidance, no matter the size or scope of the project. Before long, AVDG was working with top companies in tech industries, both in the Bay Area and overseas, including Oracle, Wells Fargo, and Google. AVDG wasn't just a commercial integrator. We also worked in high-end residential environments. Across California, we partnered with homeowners, renowned architects and developers, including Troon Pacific, Michael Lee, and Robert Heidley. We built lasting relationships through our support division, providing solutions for technology updates, upgrades, and everything in between, while continuing to grow. Through acquisition, AVDG expanded across the country. We acquired TVTI in Chicago, which had built a reputation for its partnerships with architectural firms, builders, and MDUs. This was a perfect fit for AVDG because TVTI was already known for its innovative solutions, which created value for developers and end clients too. TVTI's award-winning approach led them to produce integrations that have touched most of the Chicago skyline. Their work can be found in the city's most prominent towers, upscale condominiums, and residential buildings, as well as other developments across the United States. Next, AVDG acquired Maverick Integration on the East Coast, which was another perfect fit. Maverick had done incredible AV projects throughout 2 million square feet of some of the finest homes in New England, New York, and the Caribbean. Maverick was one of the first integrators to take an engineering and design approach for residential projects, which allowed them to create innovative solutions based on each client's space and needs. Their specialty was finding smart ways to integrate technology in the construction of these exquisite homes so that usable living space was not compromised, while enhancing architectural features through lighting design and other custom solutions. In the process, Maverick worked with many award-winning firms to refine what they could deliver to a client and what the homeowner's experience would be. These acquisitions have been an important part of AVDG's success story. Today, AVDG is now ranked among the biggest and most successful integrators in the country, with 7 locations across the US. So, what sets AVDG apart? While every technology project is unique, we use a proven process that ensures success every time. We refer to this process as FLOW, or frictionless operating workflow. Flow enables our team to work smarter and faster. Each project is defined by roles and milestones that allow team members to work in the individual swim lanes while also contributing to the big picture. Every aspect of a project has a defined process, from the initial sale to the final client handoff. We keep in close contact with our project stakeholders, including general contractors, designers, and electricians, to ensure we stay on track. All this is done digitally across multiple projects simultaneously, that we can quickly redirect teams, adjust scheduling, and define new milestones as needed. Our process extends beyond the project completion. Clients receive ongoing support and remote system monitoring, ensuring fewer headaches and maximum system uptime. For AVDG, it means an increased customer lifecycle and the opportunity for additional projects in the future. Our process is the secret to our success and is what allows us to grow, expand to new markets, and merge with new teams, and while maintaining the consistent quality service we're known for. As we at AVDG continue to grow and innovate our industry, our process will continue to play a vital role in the story of our success.
Ruth. My alias is Lay Punisher. I'm a senior at the University of Illinois, studying computer science plus astronomy. I would have to say the first time I picked up video games was when I was super young. I would always play with my brother and my dad, just random stuff like Mario, Pokemon, all the oldies. I think I first got into League of Legends, I want to say in middle school, and I've been off and on since then. I've basically only played like 2 games since then. It's basically just been League of Legends and then old school RuneScape, which are very different games, but yeah.
When did you first play League of Legends?
I want to say it was 6th or 7th grade. I saw my brother playing it, and I'm like, oh, that looks cool. And then he wouldn't let me play it, so I ended up trying it on my own. And then I played with my brother for a few years. He stopped playing, but I was really into it and competitive and just kept with it over time.
What got you invested into League of Legends esports?
I would say joining the team about a year and a half ago was the first time I'd even thought about looking into esports. Because as a freshman, I was like going around, like we have this thing called Quad Day at U of I, and it's where all the clubs of the university are out on the quad, and it's like a huge chunk of people who are there like the first week of the year. And I had first saw it then, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you need to be Diamond to apply? That's crazy. And I had just recently hit Diamond for the first time, and I didn't end up looking into it. And it was my junior year. I had just happened to be playing like League 10-mans with Alina Esports, just not with within our competitive team. And one of the people there were like, yo, you're pretty good. You should look into doing competitive. And then, so I ended up trying out, and I made one of the teams. And then I had so much fun that first semester, making great new friends and like building like a team atmosphere with them. So that was really cool. So my collegiate experience, I'm doing like a computer science major, which is already difficult as it is. And I'm also doing 3 minors. So, and I was also on a sports team. I played Ultimate Frisbee here. And I just do sports randomly, intramural, that kind of thing. So joining the team, when I first applied, I was kind of iffy about whether I wanted to join or not. And I only really tried out to see like what the competition was like. And when I made the team and started playing with them, I realized how much different of an atmosphere just playing solo queue or with friends is from competitive. Just there's a whole new side to the game when you look at it that way, and it was crazy to me how much fun I had doing that. So that kind of got added into my kind of collegiate life in a sense.
So tell us about your NEC experience. What has it been like at your first LAN and the general structure of the conference? How do you feel about it?
I know this is my first year on our orange team, which is our top team. And so I'm not really too sure how it was going last year, but I know we were in a different division. And this year we joined Midwest or something. So we're playing against new teams. So there aren't too many rivalries other than Illinois College, just because there's a few of us who know a bunch of people there. So it's been interesting playing against them and all that.
If you could leave any mark on the collegiate League of Legends scene, what would you want it to be?
Probably just on the actual collegiate scene. I think that our team can become really strong, and I think we will. So I think we can become one of those teams that people will be like, oh, we know that team. And so instead of just being oh, who's U of I want them to be, that's U of I, they have these players, we want to scrim against them, we want to play against them, we want those teams to be our rival. So that's what I want to leave my mark on as for a collegiate. I would say to people who are pursuing esports that if you haven't done it already, give it a try. It's a really different way of playing games. The atmosphere is different, the teamwork is different, you have to play in a different way. So it's for me, it's super interesting and fun, just because you get to work your brain more. There's a lot more thought process into it than just clicking buttons. And I've always been a person to really enjoy working with others. I tutor a lot, so I'm good with my communication and all that. So it's been really fun kind of taking on that role.
Are there any final words that you want to share? You don't have to if you don't want to.
Yeah, just happy to be playing with my team. Glad they're all here with me this weekend, and excited for the rest of the season.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Midwest Esports Conference live coverage. It's the last week of the regular season. My name's Mac Dewey. Joining me in the casting booth for today's action is my main man, Shibby Cast. How are you feeling at this final week?
Well, we're blessed. I'm blessed to see that you've got the 5 o'clock shadow going on, Mac. You're looking very, very good, and I'm glad that we get to cast the final week of the regular season for the Midwest Esports Conference. I mean, we got a lot of kind of jam-packed games. Bit of a short day for us, but we've still got 2 more games after this one, and I think it's gonna be, there's gonna be some for fun gamers and definitely some bangers as well.
Yeah, at this point in the season, a lot of the spots in the standings are pretty much solidified here, but later on today, all eyes at the top. Grandview versus Ottawa, the battle for first. Mark it on your calendars. Later on today, I believe, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Shibby, it's going to be on at around 5 for you, my man. But the first set of the day, 2 teams that we hope will sort of compete with those top dogs. Illini sitting at 9-3. They take on Briarcliff to start off the day.
Yeah, and Illini having a bit of a roster swap at the moment. They're using some subs. They're using some of their different team members right now. So as we do pull these rosters up, we're going to see a bit of a different look, right? Newbie, the support, is
Yep.
their top laner. Refugo, the jack of all trades, is now their jungler. Super Fast Monkey is going to be the mid laner. Silver Ritter, if you remember, in the LAN, he was actually playing down in the bottom lane, so he'll be in his native role. And Mythic will be at the support role. I believe he did play support a couple weeks ago, actually, when they needed a sub. He was actually replacing Newbie in that support role. So bit of a different look. We're gonna see if some of that synergy is still there, right? It'll be interesting to see who kind of takes over the shot calling prowess. Usually it's either the support or the jungler. I mean, Silver Ritter is the one that has some of the most experience on this roster, so he might kind of lead this team with his veteran shot calling skills. But they've got a bit of a tough challenge ahead of them.
Yeah, looking on the other side, we've got roster swaps for Briarcliff as well. Autofill Pete, one of those players like Refugo, they're going to really look for some achievements. I think they're looking to really try and play every role here. Pete from mid went to jungle before, now in the bot lane with Belko. Zolani, she's out here in the final week. Butter Lover taking things up in the top lane, and Ankh returning to the jungle. Mace is still in mid. Really exciting to see how maybe this Briarcliff roster, is this going to be the iteration, Shibi? They've been experimenting with so many of these different lineups. I wonder how this one's going to look. Pete in the bot lane, someone to keep our eye on.
Yeah, I think Ankh in the jungle. I think that honestly, that's his best role.
Yeah.
If I look across the weeks, if I look across every single iteration of Ankh, right, from the multiverse that we've seen, right, the top
Which
lane,
variant?
Yeah, which variant am I looking at? I think his champion pool really serves him best in the jungle, right? He can play stuff like the Skarner, can throw people off, has other interesting jungle picks as well, right? The meta right now is pretty wide open for jungle because of the changes that happened. You can kind of counter jungle, you can farm a little bit more as well. It just depends. And I think Pete and Mace's, I like to see them swapped around in the solo lanes. I think Butter Lover has been a very refreshing addition to the roster. I think when we got to see him play earlier, he's been very, very good, and he's been able to hold his own, right, in the MEC. So I think BCU knows something we don't. We just have yet to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking overall, what stood out to me from this Briarcliff roster, Shibi, was Mesa's going toe-to-toe in the mid lane. Again, Jinqual last week was showing up in a really cool way. His Silas's looked good. We'll have to see if his Aurelian Soul gets through the first phase of bans. He's taking a different approach to mid as he did top, and I wonder what Briarcliff have cooked up here for the one of their final matches of the regular season. Heading into playoffs, they're going to hope to solidify something that really gives them a good shot to compete with some of these top teams like we've seen they've been able to do, right? I think their macro has stood out from the rest of the teams at the bottom. They've been really good, I think, around moving the players in a good way around the map. So let's see how they do against this hodgepodge Illini squad, whose substitutes have seen a lot of success across the board. Silver Ritter, as we've mentioned, we've seen before. Refugo, no stranger to swapping around the lane. So Illini hoping to keep on the substitute success rolling.
I think UI, UC, and BCU are just both trying to throw each other off, right? It's like, oh, how many different roster swaps can you do? Well, I've got this many, and I like that you pointed out Illini's roster swapping, right, and how successful it is, because usually what they're doing is they're swapping just one player and keeping the other four, right? When they put in Silver Ritter, it was everybody else was the same. It was only Loveheart that was out. Refugo, when he went into the mid lane, it was literally just Noob Sleep Early was out in that mid lane, right? They sub them in a very smart way to where majority of the team is still gelling. It's just, hey, we've got a guy that plays a couple different champions. Here's how you play around it. We've scrimmed with him, so on and so forth. But now you've got a bevy of subs, and really the only individual that has been playing pretty much every single game is Newbie here. But I think Super Fast Monkey is that X factor as we are getting kind of into the bans here. The Sejuani taken away, the Asol. I think BCU banning away the Zillion and Varus is pretty smart. I think you have to look to kind of ban out Silver Ritter and Mythic and kind of keep them on something that they may have not practiced as a bot lane. I think that's where Pete and Belko can really kind of get the advantage.
Yeah, as we're about to finish off this first phase here, Mace's Aurelion Soul not going to make it through. And Shippy, I've been seeing the almost resurgence of weird Senna compositions in pro play. A lot of experimentation with the fasting Senna build, sending some champions down to the bot lane that we don't normally really see too much, but a lot of regularly seen champions banned away. Zaya hitting the last one, Illini with the first pick priority here. Have the choice here of whatever they want. First pick in the draft, Shippy brings in a lot of pressure, I think, to figure out the right option here, but Illini, one of those teams that keep us on our toes, especially in the early phase of draft, with a lot of flexibility across their players. It makes it really tough to prep against them, and what they bring into the draft, a lot of times it seems they go for some alternative recipes. They like to mix it up.
Yeah, I think the Annie being locked in is really nice as well, right? Monkey and Mythic probably can both play this champion in support and mid, respectively. But Zeri being locked in here,
so
you
much
can
for
change
BCU
the laner.
Switching it up. Yeah.
Yeah, you can change the laner, you can change the role, but I guess Zeri is just going to be top priority here. Zolani or not, they're going to take it. I think Pete can probably pilot this champion relatively well. I mean, it is a very safe, scale heavy kind of champion, right? You just play for that late game. And I think if you want to do that, especially against a roster of like subs and a roster of mixed bag like UIUC is, if you just take it late and just out team fight them with better champions, you generally have the advantage here. Usually where these teams will get these wins is they'll do some crazy stuff early game. They'll get some like wild snowball going, and eventually you just can't deal with it regardless of synergy because they're so far ahead. It's when the game state is even or kind of slightly ahead in your favor at that late game standpoint to where the roster that has stuck together, the roster that has that synergy, that map movement, like you said, that's where they succeed. As the Vigar is being just slammed down right now, and we've seen it both in the bot lane and the mid lane across leagues and across kind of solo queue because of those recent range changes that he got with his Q, with his W. He's pretty effective as as a bot laner, especially into this area who kind of needs to climb over walls. You just throw the cage around him and they can't. They're trapped.
Yeah, and one of the things that worries me about this initial Briarcliff draft is last week against GVU, I was watching the VOD, Chibi, and I don't think we got to cast really a big team fight. It was just a lot of split pushing, a lot of skirmishing in the side lanes, and that did not benefit Briarcliff whatsoever. So let's see if with the Zeri Lulu bot lane they can get the game state towards a more favorable kind of even standpoint around the 15-20 minute mark. Look to group up, which is not something that we see with Mace's Silas a lot. Notably in that GVU series, it was him farming up sort of as much as he could. He maintained the highest level in the game for pretty much the entire point, despite being in a losing position as the team sort of struggled with Mark Gonzalez and Pluto in the bot lane. Let's see if it will be a different story against Illini's substitutes here today as, again, Briarcliff, before the playoff hunt begins, they're looking to sort of stabilize things to get a solid game plan rolling into these big playoff matches that are coming up next week.
Yeah, I think so far BCU has kept it pretty neat and tidy, right? They've just... Here, we're getting our champions. We're going to pick this whether you like it or not. We haven't really seen any variability from these guys, and I kind of like it when teams kind of tighten up around the edges when we get to the playoff time. You practice the comps that you've played, get some really good data on it, right? This is the last week of regular season games, and everybody kind of, I believe they just kind of, start 0-0, and then there's a winner's bracket, there's a loser's bracket, and so if you're in that bottom four, like we mentioned, you're winner, you're out. And if you're in that top 4, obviously you have a little bit more experimentation to go through.
Yeah.
So I like it
Yeah.
when teams are just tightening up their compositions, making sure all their bells and whistles are in order here. As UIUC are going to ban the Ornn away, taking some of Butter Lover's champion pool out. But now we've seen another bevy of bot lane bans here. Yasuo obviously being taken away, but Tristana, I think they're just like hard focusing Silver Ritter right now. I think it's 3 AD carry bans. They've also taken away the Zillion from either Super Fast Monkey or Mythic. They're really making sure that Pete and Belko have a nice time in that bot lane.
And it will be important for, I think, Pete and Belko to find a stable point, because Belko, despite not getting his hands on a lot of engaged champions, has shown a lot of potential. And I wonder what synergy BCU is going to set up here in the second phase of bans. Likely they're going to save the counter pick for Butter Lover up in the top lane to get him an ideal matchup. Viego banned away. Kind of odd ban, I'm thinking, since Pete's in the bot lane. I don't know if he's confident enough to bring the Viego down there, but the horse for Ankh, we talked about him and his champion pool maybe better suited for the jungle, and that'll be a fun pick here, especially with the Lulu to pair up with the Wild Growth. It's a lot of easy engage for BCU to kind of keep the game plan simple here against Illini.
A lot of point and click, fight now buttons, right? I mean, Silas has a kind of a bevy of good ultimates at the moment. You have Annie, you have the Primordial Burst, you obviously have the Cataclysm as well. Gangplank ultimate can be swindled away here if they end up locking in that pick. I believe they are going to take it here. So Gangplank, very, very strong. I think we've been kind of raving about Gangplank and the changes of the crit item changes that have happened a couple patches ago now, and we've been trying to wonder where is he going to go, when is he going to show up in the MEC. Sparingly, he's been here and there, but we haven't really seen those monster Gangplank performances, as now this is suggesting that this is a Vigar Annie bot lane for Ritter and Mythic.
Shibby's crystal ball. I sometimes doubt it, but a lot of times I'm proven wrong against you, my man. Vagar for Silver Ritter, that's what it looks like. Yone for Super Fast Monkey in the mid lane, and Newbie with a little Gangplank sauce up in the top lane. Looks to be really fun here. UIUC, let's see, the Renekton, that mace is so lovely. Early on in the season, we haven't seen BCU go back to it, but here in the final week, they bring back the Croc.
I've got my theory down for BCU now, Mac. I actually think all of the players are the same person, right? They're rotating the Silas, they're rotating the Zeri, the Lulu, the Renekton. I think we've seen Maces have an amazing performance on Renekton. Obviously, Zolani, when she was on the roster, had an amazing performance on the Zeri. We've seen Pete play the Silas, right? Like, I think they're all just kind of a hive mind amalgamation in BCU. And they can just they're like, you know what? I'm going to play Renekton, Maces. Let me download it real quick. Let me download your hard drive.
Just transfer.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. I think BCU, they figured it out, man.
Wow. Well, in standard fashion here, it's looking like the script for both teams has not changed a lot throughout the regular season. Illini, as usual, should be surprising us in the draft with their unique picks and takes on the meta. Newbie on the Gangplank. A lot of AD outside of the bot lane. Not going to be too troublesome, though, with that Vagar stacking up in the bot lane. Really interesting here is BCU. With what seems to hopefully be a team fight focused composition, scales up, I think, pretty well into the mid game. I'll be watching Butter Lover on the Renekton. Will he be able to get ahead early against the Gangplank? Looking just at where these compositions are hopefully going to be playing around in the early game, it's looking like for BCU, Ankh and Butter Lover are going to have to team up, or either Ankh and Butter Lover or Ankh and Maces are going to have to make some magic happen. I'm really looking for Maces to get out from the mid lane and impact the rest of the map, because his solo leads that he's done so well accumulating throughout the early game and stuff, a lot of times just hasn't translated to big leads for the team.
I think you took the words right out of my mouth, Mac. I think BCU solo lanes honestly are going to be the ones that kind of need to. They're expected to win.
Yeah.
If they're not stomping, if they're not like getting leads, I think it is a bit of a misstep for them, right? Because you have UIUC's support playing top. You've got a brand new mid laner, right? Pretty much, right? Who knows how much UIUC has been scrimming with Super Fast Monkey? He was never subbed in, right, in any of these games. It's not like Refugo and Silver Ritter where you have scrimmed with them, you have played live matches with them. So this is the game for like Butterlover and Maces to kind of. They need to pop off. They need to generate their own leads. They have the better, I would say, the advantageous champion matchup here, right? Silas has a bunch of sustain. Obviously, has been playing, Mace has been playing Silas quite a bit. Renekton into Gangplank. I believe that's Renekton favored early, right? And so, like, you guys, you know, you guys have a brand new bot lane, I'm going to say, right? Pete and Belko probably haven't scrimmed a lot. They haven't been played too much. So, like, this is where your solo lane step up. UIUC is playing a ring around the rosy with their roster at the moment. They've got everybody everywhere right now. And if they come out even, this is going to be really rough to kind of play into for BCU because of just how much counterpunch is on the side of UIUC.
I feel like their game plan is just going to be, they've got one step and one word, and that's just go for UIUC. Try and burst out the Chargers as quickly as they can between the Annie Vagar, Refugo trying to dive in and set up these burst mages for success. With the follow-up that they have as well, I think the Gangplank Yone duo supports these burst mages really, really well, either to set them up or to follow up. UIUC have got a cool, interesting game plan here for game number 1 of this best of 3 Shibby. And as usual, they're bringing something unique to the MEC. They have been a very, just amazing addition to this conference.
And I feel really bad for autofill P right on this area. There's quite a bit of point-and-click CC. I mean, Gangplank into Zeri is kind of seen as a pretty traditional counter, right? Or a soft counter just because you lock her down with the ultimate, you can get some barrels. But also, you've got Annie, right? She could just, at the press of a button, say, you're not allowed to move. And then Vigar puts you in the cage, and then you have a Gangplank ult coming down to you. I fully expect Refugo, Newbie, and Silver Ritter and Mythic to kind of dive this bot lane continuously once they pick level 6. Because there's just, like you said, there's a gross amount of burst coming out from this team, and all Silver Ritter has to do is just press Primordial Burst once all the other kind of damage pieces go down, and if he wants, trap you in the cage, throw down the W, throw down the comment. Like, it is actually very disgusting. I'm going to see how kind of Pete navigates this early game, and I think it'll be rough. I think Ankh is going to be the one to kind of cover these dives and kind of shadow Refugo in this jungle.
Yeah. Illini honestly reminded me of Thanos a little bit. Shibby just wanting to snap and blow everyone up and make them disappear here, as it'll be fun to watch on the Rift. Shibby, I'm super excited. Let's hop into it. Game number 1. Welcome, everyone. Butter Lover, you left your items at home, man. You gotta go back, as we're instantly gonna hop into a pause. I got too excited, Shibby. I gotta wait a little bit.
Jump the
gun. Oh, goodness.
I think we have mentioned that I think Ankh was having a bit of a PC trouble for BCU, so I think updating the tournament client and everything like that, he'll probably reconnect very shortly. But I mean, we've talked about the comps, we've talked about the players, but I think it's now we can take it when we kind of talk about MEC as a whole and kind of what this means in the playoff picture, like where we match up these teams. I think we've had a very, very competitive MEC so far, right? I mean, Ottawa, GVU at the top, but I think that middle pack, like you said, Illini, ONU, BCU, even your dark horse pick, I think all of these teams have a very solid chance at making like a run for top 2, if not, top 1, right? I think the favorites clearly are GVU, Ottawa, and I think the sentiment will change based on kind of how that later game goes, right? Ottawa narrowly losing that 2-0. I would say it's probably the closest 2-0 we've seen ever.
Yeah, for sure.
In MVC. I think depending on how this match goes, depending on who's in form, that'll probably kind of sway the individual and say, oh yeah, I think Ottawa's better, or I think GVU's better. But I think, like you said, BCU, ONU, and Illini, that middle chunk, if you doubt them, if you don't, if you don't prep for them properly, you could just drop a set to them very easily.
Yeah, building on that, Shibby, Illini taking a series, more than a few games. They've taken 3 games off of GVU during this regular season, so I know we're on the road to finals, we're on the road to Wichita, but even these semifinal matchups could be really, really close between the top teams. It'll be, I think, interesting. Briarcliff at 5th place will have to match up against ONU at that 4 spot. So even right out of the get-go, Shibby, we've got close matches for a lot of these teams headed into just the start of playoffs.
It's kind of like that trifecta, right? I mean, I don't want to say it's the triangle because, like, Ottawa has pretty handedly beat Illini Esports, and Illini seem to have, like you said, taken a series off of GVU. I think the weird and wonky picks that kind of Illini throw in may kind of throw GVU off a little bit, but Ottawa has a high variety of comp flexibility in my eyes, right? We've seen them play that. Like, I think the most interesting composition we've seen from them really was that, like, kind of Zoe Veras poke. We've also seen them play through individuals like Trickster on the Graves, right? We've seen them heavily focus on their bottom lane and get them leads. Like, they can play virtually through everyone. You kind of always have to be mindful of, like, not leaving Rumble open. Like, you just lose a ban because they have Killian. Like, it's Ottawa is primed, in my opinion, to kind of have the best matchup across the spread, right? But if GVU, like, maybe they don't meet Illini in the semis, like you mentioned, right? Or if they kind of get that nice kind of bracket because of their success in the regular season, so far they've been able to kind of beat out a majority of the teams, only losing to Illini, and they've been pretty dominantly beating most of the teams, right? I think Ottawa gave them the closest run for their money. Obviously, Illini beat them, so that's something to consider. But everybody else, it just feels like, once GVU gets that small lead, they kind of just keep going and going and going. And so I think playoff-wise, we have a lot of implications. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an upset, as we are getting back into the game here. A bit of a pause. I think everybody's finally bought their items. They're back in here. Just a standard 5-point defense for both of these teams. And like I said, Mac, I think I'm looking to both Butterlover and Maces to kind of exert their pressure on realistically these substitute players for Illini. Yep.
And to start game number 1, Illini Esports versus Briarcliff University. Pete and Belko, Shibby, I wonder if they've been watching the VODs, watching the clips. Illini with this Annie Jarvan duo are not afraid to look for an extremely early bot lane gank.
We saw it literally last week. Mythic, or it was actually Newbie, flash queued, and then literally Jarvan followed up immediately with the EQ, and then it was an instant death here. They might opt to kind of throw that CC onto Belko here because Pete has the cleanse, has the flash available. Hopefully, like you said, they've been doing the VOD review, they've been studying, as they are staggering their entrance into the lanes here. Both of these junglers starting on opposite sides, I believe.
The lane swap.
The lane swap as well. I think Renekton wanting to go against that Yone. I think it's a infinitely better matchup for him, right? Can really punish this AD. Can punish the shield as well from Yone, right? With the empowered stun, and can kind of just take that away. So I like this. Silas, not going to be having the best of times into the gangplank, but at least is mobile, can move around, has a bit of a better time trading than into the gangplank than the Yone, as no shenanigans have been made, but Refugo going for red and straight into the blue now. Bot gank.
Watch this. Here we go. Refugo trying to find his way. Pete caught out here a little bit, but Refugo's real low. Pete dashes out. Mythic flashes forward. EQ stun, knock up. First blood goes over to Illini.
Oh, the double flash. Newbie and Maces. Newbie thinking he had the kill potentially with the flash Q. Maces smartly flashes away. And Butter Lover, my lord.
Newbie, meanwhile, not used to...
Oh!
Oh my gosh, he gets the 1v1 kill there. Despite Ankh coming in, able to trade 1-for-1, pardon me, a 1v2 kill there. Newbie gets an important sheen on his first back here at the 3-minute mark. That's going to help out the Gangplank a ton.
Oh, Masis is definitely going to be feeling the pain here. And we see Ankh trying to match pressure for pressure right now. Refugo staggering it up, switching it up just a little bit. Not going red to bot, red to blue, and then bot lane. Silver Ritter, and unfortunately, we do have a bit of a bug. I believe the pause bug is happening in the spectator. But that was just an explosive couple minutes, right? Like, in the matter of seconds, bot lane dies, top lane gets a kill, mid lane is aggressively trading. We saw the Renekton into Yone. You saw how much damage he did with the full rage bar, the stun, the slice and dice, the Cull the Meek. I mean, it's just really rough for a super fast monkey. That's kind of his MEC introduction. Oh yeah, you gotta go against Renekton mid lane, and you're gonna have to kind of deal with that for a little bit. Good luck. Hopefully the rest of our lanes win here. A very explosive so far. I think Newbie on the Gangplank, kind of showing his champion pool prowess, right? This guy willing to take anything into support. He's like, I could play top lane too. Like, just watch this.
Getting quite low here. Refugo thinking about a dive, but super fast monkey is who I'm worried about right now. Just wants to CS underneath the turret, but Briarcliff not gonna let him. He goes down underneath his own turret and loses a pretty big wave there, Shibby.
I said I was worried about the dives coming out from Illini Esports, but the Renekton Heckery mid lane dive, the amount of terror that they bring into that mid lane, like, you see the stun being prepped, you see the ghost horsey coming at you full speed, super fast monkey accepted his face, like, I'm not even gonna try to flash this, like, they're just gonna kill me outright, they'll double flash on me, who knows, or it's flashing and eat me here. So smart. I don't hate that in case they try to do another dive or a repeat dive. I think super fast monkey kind of has to be a little bit more mindful of how he trades into Butter Lover, because of now they're willing to just pull the trigger on that dive. And I have no doubt Ankh, if called over, will continuously do that. As Newbie, running low on mana, Masis might find some opportunity to trade into this top lane, even though he's very low, has the Kingslayer available.
Refugo once again heading up into the top lane. I don't think Masis is suspecting a gank here. He might get caught out. Not a lot of mana. He's going to try and take the chains out here. EQ flash Refugo. Not going to miss it. Fancy feet. Not enough for Masis to walk on out of there. And Illini trying to keep their top laner, his head above water. Shibby, you mentioned the early game for Briarcliff critical here. A setback in the top lane, but for Butter Lover, it's been looking pretty good in mid.
Oh, and Refugo ganking Frenzy once again.
Oh, another knock-up, another EQ. He has just been so on point. 1-0-2. He's like, Oprah, you get a gank, you get a gank. Everybody's getting a gank so far.
We talked about the hive mind at BCU, but I mean, this is just looking like Punisher Jarvan, right? Gank after gank after gank after gank. This guy is just giving it to everybody right now, really helping out all the lanes. That is a much needed kill for Super Fast Monkey. Punishing Butter Lover, punishing the fact that they went for that dive. He's flashless as well. I really like that as well. Kind of making sure you get him before Renekton hits 6, because that's when he can start really turning those 1v2s into his favor. Illini Esports, substitutes be damned. These guys are firing on all cylinders, keeping up the aggression. And in the scaling v scaling bot lane, we see Ankh hovering here. Maybe he's shadowing Refugo right now. Van Ryzen goes down.
Elko getting real low, Ignite on him as well. Refugo's the first to get caught by Ankh here, as in top lane we got duels. Cannon barrages, both sides could fire down into the bot lane, but no one pulls the trigger just yet, Shibby. Ankh saves his bot lane there, I think, from certain doom, which will be enough for BCU to, I think, take home and be happy with.
Yeah, really smart shadowing from Ankh here. He's going to go back to kind of farming as Refugo has not left. Wait a minute.
Big shield, cannon barrage comes in as well. Pete goes low, but Refugo follows. He gets the kill. Ankh getting low. There's Mace's cannon barrage dishing out a lot of damage.
Oh!
Mythic trying to help out as
Monkey!
super fast Monkey comes up with a huge play, but Butter Lover, Dominus form in the river, hoping to help out. It's a pool party for the mid laner from Briarcliff, but he's stuck in the
full
event
rage bar.
horizon. He gets some big healing though, but the kill goes over to Monkey. Illini pick up 4 huge kills, and I believe they only lose 2.
The absolute cojones on Monkey and Ritter to face a fully Dominus Rage Bar Renekton and say, I can handle this. A super fast Monkey might get punished by Ankh here.
No ultimate, but Ghost was popped. Ankh can't go underneath the turret. Shibby, welcome back to the MEC. It may be the final week, but still, these teams not holding back whatsoever.
Blow for blow. Overall, Illini, like you said, a 4-for-2. Vigar, crucially, as newbie, does he have the burn onto Maces? No. Doesn't get the burn. The flash Q once again missing out a sliver of health. Maces lives by. TPs are coming out for both. TPs are coming back for both of these guys, so they'll be fine. You have to expect Maces is going to burn it here. But right now, newbie getting the better of Maces in this top lane.
And I think if there's anything to symbolize how much these junglers have been out on the map so far, Shibby, both of them under 40 CS here at the 8.5 minute mark, just constant ganks. Both of them finally taking some time to look at these objectives here. Ankh on the bottom side of the map secures the first dragon, but with the top lane priority, Refugo picking up Rift Herald for Illini.
Nice trade. We talked about BCU's map movement. I think Illini equally have been very, very good. And now Maces trading with newbie here, but brother, you don't win that. That's an Essence Reaver gangplank.
Lots of crits as newbie takes down Mace's Shibby. The first one, I was like, oh, he has critical chance? What's going on here? And newbie just dishing out so much pain there up big, and this is ideal for Illini.
I think both you and Maces were confused as now the gank from Ankh comes in.
He's unstoppable with the onslaught of shadows. Silver Ritter flashes away, though. Not caught out by the horse there. The Chargers come up short in the bot lane there.
I'm going to say this now. That is probably the coolest ultimate name, in my opinion. I don't think it gets beat. And now, if Jay's listening, we can start a poll, but Onslaught of Shadows as an ability name, as an ultimate ability name, is absolutely sick, as now the Cataclysm comes in.
Maces answers back with one of his own and is able to trade back, but Chippy, he is losing out big underneath the turret. That's a huge wave crashing in.
Yeah, and we do see the Roa build going for Maces as well. If you're this far behind, it's kind of rough, especially when you're kind of going for that more scaling-centric build as Silver Ritter as well, opting in for the Roa. But now, Autofill, Pete, and Belko looking to maybe get onto the bot lane here.
Oh my goodness, look at that. A solo kill in the mid lane. Butter Lovers Renekton goes hunting down and cashes in on a whole lot of turret plates as well. Ankh looking for a play on the top side of the map, but it's not going to go his way. Refugo just clearing up in the mid lane, like the janitor coming in. It's the it's the evening shift there for him there as he's able to pick up that wave. Illini here at the 11-minute mark. Shibby, we get to take a deep breath here. It's been 16 kills in 11 minutes so far, and the end result, Illini up 2,000 gold. Specifically in top, it's a big advantage for him.
None of those ability names that popped up are cooler than Onslaught of Shadows, by the way. I'm just going to throw that out there. Emperor's Divide, meh. Infant Duress, I'll give it. As right now, Butter Lover.
Super Fast Monkey's looking like he's under infinite duress at this point. The Croc lane has been going very poorly. Briarcliff wanted to set up Butter Lover for success outside of the Gangplank matchup. We talked about how critical it was for this Renekton to find an early lead, and so far he's got the level lead, he's got the CS lead. Things are looking up for Briarcliff in the mid lane, but was the cost too great looking at how that top lane matchup is going?
I mean, it's going to be rough for Rennie to kind of enter these fights without kind of playing unfair, right? As Ankh, once again, the Ghost gets popped. Onslaught of Shadows?
A repeat gank is Silver Ritter, no flash to get out this time around. Velko survives the initial burst, and that's what we call a clean repeat gank after burning summoner spells.
Don't you love it when players take advantage of summoner spells being down as Refugo? But Oliver might just turn this into 1v3.
Mythic has come to help out and secure this kill. It takes 3 to take down the Briarcliff mid laner. That's going to be enough, Shibby, as a big play comes through. Big Ganon's getting bursted up here in the top lane. Meanwhile, Newbie 4-1-2 on the Gangplank. Refugo also having a big game.
Is that really a support player in the top lane, man? These GP mechanics are absolutely clean right now. The barrels, the trading. He's going to be a menace when he gets into these fights, right? Once he gets that 2-item power spike, once he starts kind of entering into these team fights, setting up these combos, it'll be real rough. We mentioned how Butterlover kind of gets into these fights. You have Onslaught of Shadows for Ankh. You can steal an ultimate from Silas, the Cataclysm, potentially the Fate Unsealed. You have a lot of ways for them to get into fights. I think Renekton is going to be the most difficult, as there's an Event Horizon, there's a stun, there's the Cataclysm. You kind of just trap them in there. You have so many ways to kind of remove Rennie from these fights that if Butterlover's lead doesn't feel that relevant at the moment.
Wow, look at the damage dishing out there. Illini, excuse me, wanting to take a page out of Briarcliff's playbook. We'll do a lane swap ourselves here as Ankh looking for an engage. Dashes away, not pop the ghost, but a whole lot of move speed onto the horse here. Ultimate away as Maces tries to escape. Monkey does not have his ultimate, but he's still looking for the trade. The healing reduction with the ignite takes down Maces, and Monkey with a solo kill up on top.
Didn't even have the ultimate, didn't need it, just absolutely killed him, death by 1,000 cut style, sliced and diced him right now as Newbie is going to be TPing into that mid lane. Briarcliff trying to get the second dragon stacking as we get more ultimate names coming in here. Though, Illini want to contest
here
this.
Here we go. Dragon gets low. Ankh goes unstoppable, but he runs away from the objective. Refugo secures it. Newbie has to flash away. He's not a factor in this fight, but Butterlover gonna get stuck in the Cataclysm. Dices away. He gets on out of there. Event Horizon is going to prevent any further engage here. Illini, health bars are getting real low. Shibby Maces, can he come in and be a big factor in this fight? No. Illini successfully disengage.
I mean, they get the dragon, they get out with their life. I mean, that was really, really rough. Maces and the rest of Briarcliff looking to get something here. They're not done. Illini Esports, Monkey wants something. Newbie, though, might be caught now.
Not a lot of mana. The Gangplank's getting real low, but he gets a big crit off. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Maces gets stunned up as well. Illini, it's a 2-for-1 for them in the mid lane.
That is a Navori Quick Blades Essence Reaver Gangplank. You don't mess with that man on any given day. A massive crit, and now the dive coming in.
A double knockup for Refugo to start things off underneath the turret, but look at the damage that Butterlover's dishing out. It's not enough, Shibby. Another 2-for-1. Illini, they just keep getting the better parts of these trades.
Heat, though, has picked up a lot of CS, a lot of gold for himself into that bot lane here. While all that was happening, his Mythic definitely going to be online after this, but Jerry still needs an item or two before you can really start impacting these fights. Right now, Illini is banging on the front door saying, hey, you've got to deal with us, right? They're door-to-door salesmen. You can't ignore them right now.
Look at the lethal tempo coming out super fast. Monkey, 1,000 cuts add up, Shibby, as Ankh tries to defend the turret and fails.
Yeah, unfortunately goes down, pays with it for his life here. And now everybody on Illini is ramping up. They are online, right? Gore Drinker Jarvan. Yone is going to back, has the Bork available. Roa stacking for Vigar. 2 items on Newbie. This guy is never consistently going to be counted out of fights, even if he's low. This team of Illini, this ragtag squad of Illini substitutes, is proving that the synergy is still there and that they are actually the true hive mind of MEC.
The Suicide Squad coming in and making a whole lot of noise, Shippy. They've got a 4.5K lead here at about the 17-minute mark. Another Rift Herald secured by Illini. And what a bloody game we've had so far. 26 kills, constant trading. But Illini, those 2-for-1s constantly, they're getting the better part of these. It's starting to add up. A Chem Tank Rift here for the first time, I think, in our season. Should be really fun to see as I know Hyper spotted out that visual bug. I saw it as well. I was like, what on earth is going on here? But 2-item power spikes coming through as Illini are looking strong here in the mid game.
We just move past it, right? We men in black. We throw the pen up and say, you didn't see anything, guys. As like you said, Chemtech Rift. Yeah, I don't think we've actually been able to commentate a full Chemtech Rift. As now Hyper is pulling even more ultimate names. Curtain Call, meh. Death from Below is pretty cool. Noxie and Guillotine, that's all right. Chum the Waters, whatever. As now Fate Unsealed goes on. Refugo as well. Butterlover is just dead.
Sealed, I believe, Shibby, as Super Fast Monkey struggled in the early game, but now 6-2-5. That lane swap earlier on, Illini said we'll send Newbie into the mid lane, and I think it saved Super Fast Monkey's game.
Yeah, I really like watching this Yone kind of split this side lane pressure. Really just 1v1 pretty much anybody. In the moment kind of Renekton shows up, Butterlover's there. It's like, all right, Refugo, just shadow me here. We'll kill him. I know he wants to 1v1 me. I know he wants to fight me. As the split push has been very, very effective. I believe that is Butterlover's TP and Ankh. Butterlover has now called his jungler, but Mythic roaming around with Refugo.
3v2, Ankh is the first to get caught out here. No Onslaught of Shadows out, dude. He wasn't expecting it. Butterlover is the next to fall. Refugo's on a rampage, and Briarcliff are getting shut down here as the gold lead is starting to balloon up.
Butterlover died, respawn, TP died again. Like, he's been in the fountain now for a minute, like just almost consecutively. Unfortunate. Really well played from Illini. This map movement has been spectacular. Pete and Belko looking to get something at the moment. Pete will be able to shuffle on out, but can Belko get out as well? Refugo's not done hunting. Cataclysm is not available. Maybe another EQ comes in. No, they're going to be able to get out. Briarcliff by the hair of their species.
Meanwhile, Shibby in the bot lane, 2 turrets go down. That's a whole lot of gold in the pocket of Super Fast Monkey as the third dragon of the game does spawn up here. Monkey gets a little bit of healing from the plants. Butterlover goes down. He just wants some CS, man. He just wants to be out on the map for a little while. No contest for this third dragon.
And it's really rough because you look at the scaling options for Briarcliff. It's realistically only that Zeri. While you look at the rest of the map, oh, Butterlover.
No, not again. He just wants to farm, but Illini are not letting him. Monkey dominating at this point. The early game lead was just not enough as Belko forced to flash away. Refugo level 12 on the Jarvan. Continuing to try to push these objectives. Briarcliff now trying to respond on the opposite side of the map. Silver Ritter alone underneath the turret. The burst damage too much. He gets caught out.
Yeah, they got revenge for my man Butterlover here. I felt the pain in your voice, Mac, when you're like, no, man, he just wants to farm. I feel like you've been bullied that way in League. You're just like, you had some PTSD flashback. Like, dude, I just want to farm. I'm like 3-6 right now. Like, please. Please, as now the inhib being sieged upon by Newbie and Refugo. A nice cross-map play, punishing the top dive. Newbie says, I'll die for it. Burns his flash, though.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough to escape those. Shibby now Refugo flagging, dragging his way out of here. Mythic coming all the way from top lane to help out his jungler on the bottom side of the map. They got to be careful about overextending here. Briarcliff, the horse, run in packs as Refugo realizes he's bitten off more than he can chew. Thanks, Mythic, for the help. Thanks for the distraction. I'm going to run on out of here. Mythic pays with his life.
Classic support gameplay there, making sure that his team lives. He'll be the sacrificial lamb. He'll be the one that'll take the bait here. As Illini in a pretty commanding spot at the moment, right? About 6,000 gold up. Baron unfortunately has not been, kind of set up by Illini at all here. And this is maybe kind of that substitute kind of team kind of showing up, right? Where you don't have set plays. You don't really know what to do when you get this lead. You're kind of thinking about it a little bit too much, as now pings are finally going out to the Baron. I think they could have started it, on respawn, albeit it has only been 2 minutes. I think the setup should have started well before that, and really, I think for Illini to close out the game here, I think their Baron has to be on point. This is where teams struggle, right? You can see the throw. Ankh might get a steal. You might be able to go in. Like, everybody has to be kind of in sync on when to damage the Baron and when to kind of go off. As newbie, you don't want to trade. That's a Navori Immortal Shield Bow Zeri. She's online now.
Is it going to be enough, though, for Briarcliff? The gold lead has somewhat reduced. It's only 6,000. Baron now started. Let's see, Shibby. I've seen comebacks from worse, but already Baron Nashor at about 50% HP. Mace is running in. Ankh. Onslaught of Shadows available. Trying to run in. Let's see, it comes in. Baron real low. Potential smite range here. Smite fight with the objective. Refugo gets it. Burst down. Ankh. The jungler for Briarcliff goes down. Illini get exactly what they were looking for. Mace is trying to buy time for the rest of the team. Monkey getting real low. No ultimate, but flash available. The rest of the team, they're pushing down mid.
Silver Ritter and take the bot lane of Illini, taking this Baron up minion into the mid lane. Unfortunately, half the team backed when they got Baron, and the other half started pushing, just so they're desynced a little bit. I think they definitely could have gotten mid and top if they just all ended up just rotating to mid lane and top lane here. But I think they had some items to buy, right? Obviously, I think the collector coming out for JP, some items for the Jarvan, BT as well for this Yone. Superfast Monkey, he's not done, man. This jungle is his.
Godlike goes the Monkey. A lot of healing. The burst not there. The Wombo combo is, though. Pete is the next to fall as 4 members go down in the Briarcliff jungle. Illini with super minions approaching from the bot lane. This could be the end of game number 1. Ankh now running around. His onslaught now a retreat as Briarcliff's base begins to crumble.
Yeah, they're going to look towards that bot lane. The super minions, like you said, are pushing in. Death timers are still pretty high right now. Only Belko's going to be up with Ankh here. No onslaught available. This looks to be the game-ending push. TP's coming in. Nexus towers are falling, Mac.
Down goes the second tower. Oh, goodness, that's a whole lot of burst coming out as Belko immediately has to return back to the gray screen. There goes the Nexus as game number 1 goes to Illini Esports.
Illini with the ragtag team. People put everywhere. Silver Ritter really the only one in his correct position at the moment. Playing musical chairs. Able to take a very commanding game 1 against BCU.
Yeah.
It just felt like every trade, everything that happened, like you said, it was a 2-for-1, a 4-for-2, a 3-for-1, right? It felt like even though Illini, was dying, they were getting so much more out of these trades.
Yeah.
The early game from BCU played pretty well. Unfortunately, this Butter Lover mid laner swap to mid lane, or the lane swap, just wasn't enough, right? He was doing very, very well up until kind of the rest of the map started collapsing, right? You saw Newbie on the gangplank absolutely just dominating Maces, right? I don't know if that lane swap was necessary there.
Put Refugo in mid, put him in bot, put him in jungle, and no matter where he ends up, huge impact from the Illini player there. Refugo having yet another pop-off performance. We saw him have really good performances on the Xayah, on the Aurelia, can do it on the J4 as well. Now, Shibby, only thing I'm really wondering here is what can't he do at this point? Really solid performance here as game number 1 concludes in under 25 minutes. Illini starting off this best of 3 really strong here. They went back to the Annie pick that's worked so well for them before, and it looked like clockwork with how Illini handled this game. Really skirmish heavy, but again, as you were saying, they came out on top consistently in those smaller fights.
I feel like that's the MEC, right? It's either 25 and under, or it's like 30 minutes, 35, right? It's
Yep,
absolute,
yep.
you know, kind of haymaker slugfest
Mhm.
between these teams. I like how you said it, right? Their skirmishing kind of went unmatched. They built this team to kind of just fight, right?
Yeah.
Burst. They have all the CC. Refugo really playing very, very well on that Jarvan. You take the nameplates off, that's Lay Punisher. That's anybody, right? Like that's
Yeah.
this
Yep.
Illini squad did not look like they were playing with any sort of substitutes, right? I think very, very well coached team. I think that's kind of what we have to kind of give some of that credence to here is like you're playing with essentially 5 new players, right? Or people in a squad that has not played together. That is damn good coaching. Very good players, don't get me wrong. These guys obviously stepped up, but for the coach to kind of draft a composition to understand the players, a very, very, good job on him. Very respect for our Illini's coaching squad here.
Yeah, for sure. And Shibby, correct me if I'm wrong here, but word on the street is I hear you might be looking for things to do and places to see along the South Shore. Do you want to take a quick moment to shout out one of our sponsors here? With miles of beaches and unique attractions, the possibilities are endless. Go out and explore. Visit alongthesouthshore.com and start your planning today. That's going to do it for us here for game number 1. Do want to take a quick second here. We're going to hop into break for game number 2. We're going to get geared up and ready to go here behind the scenes, but don't click away from that browser. More MEC content coming y'all's way. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Unified live stream as we're continuing on our live coverage of the Midwest Esports Conference, the last week here in the regular season. Still with you on the broadcast, Mac doing Shivy casts, getting ready for game number 2 between Illini and Briarcliff University. Really excited, a heavy skirmish focus from both teams there in that first match. A bloody showdown on the Rift, and Shibby, I think the biggest question mark really is going to be who and what is going to be coming onto the Rift for Illini, as they've been mixing things up and keeping things interesting.
I mean, I really like that gangplank coming out from Newbie, right? I mean, he really just kind of showcased his champion flexibility. It was actually wild watching him like win the lane, right? I was like, all right, if he goes even, if he can stay even in CS, he's a support player, right? He doesn't really play a lot of solo lanes. This guy's like, no. I'm going to win lane. I'm going to carry the game potentially here on this gangplank. I'm going to be the deciding factor. Absolute immaculate play from then. And I feel like it's really rough for BCU because like you banned the gangplank out. Okay, but are you going to leave potentially one of Silver Ritter's champions, right? This guy, you put him on Vygar, you threw a Varus ban at him, you threw a Xayah ban at him, heck, you even threw a Tristana ban at him because you didn't know where this Vygar was going, but you saw they played pretty well. Yeah, they got ganked a little bit, but that's kind of the nature of that immobile lane. But there's just so much CC set up, so much burst. Do you ban Refugo's Jarvan? I feel like you could do that with any champion, right? It's not just a Jarvan-specific thing. There's so much to worry about for BCU, whereas Illini, the world is their oyster, man, as BCU will take blue side this time around. Illini on the red side, though, having that counter pick available, like you said, for potentially top or mid, could actually prove to be in their favor.
Well, Shibby, I like what you said about focusing on Refugo in the jungle. For me, he stood out as one of the top performers for Illini. Early gank into the bot lane, set up Silver Ritter, going up top, helping out Newbie, gets a kill onto the gangplank, then even heads down to mid and gets a successful gank off there. So very quickly, it was like 3 or 4 of his early ganks here were very successful in helping the team out. I think the Jarvan, very strong currently in the meta. I think for BCU, you got to ban that away and see if Refugo can bring something else into the jungle.
Kind of test this champion pool a little bit. I don't even think Ankh played necessarily bad. It's just that he was on a slower paced jungler, right? Like, you're on Jarvan, probably one of the most, high tempo, I'm going to use the word tempo junglers in league at the moment, right? He just can gank. Obviously, the changes came in to where that is not as strong, right? You do get punished a little bit more. But, I mean, if you're kind of going on a clinic like he was, you're just guaranteeing virtually a kill in every single lane, you're willing to take that. Whereas Ankh, he would blow a flash, he would repeat gank bot, you'd see him burn, go, strike to Onslaught of Shadows, the mid lane. It just wasn't enough, right? The pace that Refugo is going was just a little too high, so maybe we either see them on a more proactive jungler, or we see them kind of ban out Refugo's Jarvan, put him on something a little bit slower, and see if he can play that kind of decisive ganking jungler game rather than just spam gank everywhere, as the GP is just going to be taken out. So the Varus being left open. Interesting to see if Illini will take that for themselves, because it was banned out in first rotation. The GP just being taken away from Newbie. I'm done doubting Newbie's champion pool. This guy could literally just pick anything.
Well, small adaptations coming through for Briarcliff. They do have the first pick. I wonder if they're gonna place the priority on the Jarvan to first pick it. Seems super blindable with how strong it kind of is right now. The Ankh Skarner getting banned away. I'm sure VCU laughing about that one as well. That comfort sort of gets taken away. Butterlever looked really strong on the Renekton. I like that early game focus we saw from him and Ankh working together. I wonder if they're going to be able to make this work here, as I'm going to wait until I get excited. I'm going to wait till I get locked in here. I've had my emotions played with me too much here in the booth, as it does in fact get locked in. And Chibi, you know what? Sometimes I got my crystal ball rolling sometimes too.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, man, but you've been on point with draft since day one, dude. Like, you're too humble when it comes to your draft predictions. As the Jarvan, like you said, being snatched away from Refugo. Illini now have the ability to respond, though, right? Zaya obviously taken off the board. I suspect they're going to go with something as we see the Senate.
Wow.
This is just a Mac Dewey day, right? Like, what a treat for you. Now, if we get the Udyr for Illini, if Refugo pulls it from the Lay Punisher champion,
Get a double whammy?
Double whammy, that would be beautiful. Never mind. Nah. I know Hyper's playing. Don't even. Yeah, I know. It's the Zeri. It's gonna be the Lulu. Take it for Pete and Belko. I don't think they played particularly bad on this bot lane. It just wasn't enough when it came online. It was too little too late. But now they're kind of fighting a similarly scaling bot lane. And in this case, I actually favor the Zeri Lulu a little bit more.
Now, I think the real question is, out of Silver Ritter and Mythic,
Oh,
does Silver Ritter get the Senna, or who's the Kench and who's the Senna out of this substitute duo for Illini? We're going to find out shortly, as Belko, that Rakan that we've been fans of from the get-go, Shibby. It looked really clean at the start of the season. I'm excited to see Belko back on an engaged champ like this.
yeah, it's odd pairing that up with the Zeri, though. I would have loved to see something a little bit more high burst or a little bit more or stronger in the early game, right? Trist open, right? You've got Caitlyn open as well. You've also got, I would say, we've seen a little bit of Samira here and there in the MEC. I think there's a lot of different champions you can pick it. I don't think Zeri would have been my first kind of choice into this. The Kindred gets locked in for Refugo. I'm assuming it's a jungle Kindred. I don't think anybody plays solo lane Kindred on UIUC. I could be wrong.
No.
I like the safety coming out, right? You've got the Tom Kench ultimate, you've got the Senna ultimate, and you also have the Kindred ultimate as well. Just kind of countering this all-in competition, saying, you know what? Here's the tools that we have. You're going to have to force us away from this, or you're going to have to really manage these cooldowns as the second round of bans are coming in. Yasuo, once again, being taken away from Superfast Monkey. You think the Yone gets banned as well?
I think it's possible, Shibby. Superfast Monkey looked really good on it, especially in that mid game. Illini tasked with figuring out both of their solo laners as well as BCU. Who do you give that counter pick to? Do you give it to Monkey in the mid lane? Or do you give it to Newbie up top? I think that's a question going through the mind of Illini, as Gwen taken away from Butterlover up in the top lane. Maces only loses his Asoul. The Silas still an option. Some interesting ultimates to try and take away. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to fit in Silas's belly, but stealing the Tom Kench ultimate, I think he'll try his best, as the Yone does pop up in the ban list. Monkey, Newbie, both of these substitute solo laners gonna have to show us how deep the champion pool can go, as they're forced to bring out some new champions here for game 2.
Yeah, really smart from BCU. They did let the timer run down a little bit. They probably were figuring it out as the Silas being taken away from Maces. You're going to take my jungler's Jarvan? Well, then I'm just going to take your team's Silas. Give that here. Yeah. You mentioned some ultimates being stolen here. I really like, you know, the Cataclysm being taken, obviously the quickness from the Rakan, and depending on when BCU locks in here, there could be a smorgasbord of ultimates being taken, as now the Rise coming out from Maces, a pretty solid pick into Silas. The mobility, you can stop him with your W, you can kind of just say, hey, you're not allowed to move and not allowed to play the game right now.
Right.
Not seen as much. It was kind of buff nerf for a while, but I think it's in a pretty solid spot right now in the mid lane. A lot of mobility, a lot of lockdown coming out from BCU. I kind of like this composition, doing what UIUC pretty much did them in game 1.
Yeah, I think it is bold to lock in the Renekton here, though, Shibby. UIUC have their option for a counter pick, could go for something safe like the Gnar, but the Mundo is the choice for Newbie. Something that, honestly, Was that worth red 5ing? I don't know. Might struggle up against the Renekton early on.
I mean, if you don't R5 it, right, and you pick it really early, you even expose yourself to get counterpicked even more. I think the cool thing with this new Mundo interaction is that as long as his passive is up, Renekton can realistically never stun him. Right? You could never get that huge all-in potential that you want coming out from Renekton. So I think Mundo, not as bad of a matchup as you might perceive it. He will lose out in the early game just because of kind of the champion he is.
It'd be like that.
Yeah, it just that's just how it is. Unfortunately, it's Renekton into Mundo, but I think he's gonna have a bit of a better time than maybe anything else that he probably would have liked to blind here. Very tanky composition coming out from UIUC. Very hard to kill, but also there's not a whole bunch of damage, right? Like Senna needs time, Kindred needs the stacks. Usually the Silas's go for that Roa build. I personally like that high burst kind of Everfrost Zhonya's build that we've been seeing. I don't really love the Roa into Zhonya's build for Sylas. I don't think it's actually that good. It takes way too much time to ramp up. I mean, UIUC kind of just have like a war of attrition composition. They'll catch the dive. Once you've burned all your CDs, then it's like, all right, we're gonna go in now.
Yeah. What will be critical for Briarcliff? Onk on the Jarvan. Can he go to page 5 of the Illini playbook and sort of recreate some of the J4 success that we've seen from a lot in the MEC? Super gank heavy early on. You've got some lane setup to go with that early ganking prowess. Shibby the Renekton in the top lane, the Rune Prison in mid. Hypothetically, on paper, looks pretty good for Onk on the J4, but now it's going to come down to execution here. How well can he work with the team to set up these ganks?
Yeah, I want to really kind of highlight the fact that Butter Lover and Maces once again going to be the two individuals I'm looking at. There is a pause at the moment once again, so we're going to kind of work through that on the tech side before we actually load into the game. Matt, you're not going to get baited this time. You're going to be able to do everything that you want. But yeah, I want to highlight these two solo lanes. They did kind of get their bevy of picks. They didn't get banned out too heavily here. Butter Lover obviously got 2 bans his way. I think Mace's only ASOL got taken away. So that's where I'm looking for these guys to step up. I think Zeri, Rakan, that's just standard lane, right? That's just, you're going to farm into the Sylas, or sorry, into the Tahm Kench and the Senna. Rakan or Belko is going to roam. He's going to make moves. Butter Lover had an amazing early game in game 1, but how can he transition that into helping out Maces, into helping out his bot lane, securing objectives, and really start winning these team fights?
Welcome, Summoners, onto the Rift for game number 2 here between Illini Esports and Briarcliff University. Lanes have been or sides have been swapped really here for game number 2. Illini on the red, and Shibby, I do want to point out, Silver Ritter is in fact the Tahm Kench out of this duo.
What do you prefer? Do you like being the Senna? I know you're the Senna fan.
No, absolutely. I'm 100% the Senna. Every day. 7 days a week, 365, 24/7. Put me on it. I'll get you some stacks. I'll get you some DPS. You might even get a few cross-map ultis.
Huh, that's interesting. I actually prefer being the Tahm Kench or the tank in that situation, right? Senna Cho is more
That's why we work so well together.
Yeah. I mean, Senna Cho is my preferred pairing. I actually think it's really fun when you can get like a really big Cho'Gath and he's just like unkillable.
Yeah.
Tahm is the classic pick. I think it's interesting, right, to see kind of how much safety this lane provides. You never really win the lane. You never really lose the lane. You kind of just make sure that, hey, you're never going to be able to kind of kill us. But we have seen Senna Tahm Kench kind of exert some will. I believe Illini actually was on the receiving end of a Senna Tahm Kench lane, and they were losing pretty heavily in that early game. I think they ended up bringing it back. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago. So taking a page out of there. Oh my lord, Refugo, not on the Jarvan, but still opting in for the level 2 gank.
Onk is up on the top side of the map as well. Refugo might get caught here by the J4. Early engage coming in. He's getting quite low. Does have flash available, but Onk is hunting in the river. Oh gosh, it's a lot of damage. The flash is coming out in the cleaver for first blood. Refugo gets saved. Briarcliff getting turned on. Mace is trying to answer back, but so far it's a 2-for-1. Newbie gonna slow him down. The slows add up. The flash is down. Teleport coming in. Mace is trying to run away, but Illini running him down in the mid lane, or the top lane, excuse me. Another kill goes over to the Fighting Illini.
A disastrous 3-for-1. Briarcliff absolutely send it for Refugo. Silas picking up 2 kills. Newbie picking up 3 KP here. Massive play from Illini, and now the bot lane, Silver Ritter gets the double knockup.
A big trade here early on in high health bars is, hey ho, Heidi ho. Silver Ritter and Mythic getting the better part of that trade.
Newbie pops the W, and we had some worries about the Mundo. Have they been quelled, Mac Dewey? Newbie,
Slightly,
the cleavers on point.
Oh, there's that early trading, though, from the Senatom Kench, the W root setting up Silver for a potential knockup here. A lot of soul stacking, I think, for Mythic early on with all this trading, but now Ankh and Maces both up in the top lane. Newbie, no flash, nowhere to go. This is not where you want to be, but the turret hurts early on. Ankh, beautiful execution now, and dive in the bot lane as well. Knock up on Debelko. That's going to be not a kill going over. A huge heal. A kill goes over to Pete. Monkey now coming down into the bot lane as well. A 2-for-1 as Refugo gets executed underneath the turret. Big kills going over, and welcome to the MEC, man. We got action from the get-go.
Not the cleanest of dives in that bot lane, but like you said, 2-for-1 overall. I just felt bad for Newbie. You just see like the walls slowly closing in around when the man's level 3, half HP. He's like, I know how this works. This is just take it. Take my lunch money. Take everything. They shook him down in the top lane, and I want to see Refugo kind of pay attention and match this dive here, because Kindred, one of the champions that's so strong at turning dives, and really looking to kind of play spoiler for Briarcliff here. Even pre-level 6, you can do so much work on this champion. Gonna see how much attention gets thrown up to Newbie's way, as Butter Lover did not get that kill in the top lane. I believe Maces got both the kill in the mid lane onto Refugo early on, and then also got that dive kill onto Newbie in the top lane. So matching even for now, but I feel like Superfast Monkey has kind of sprung himself a little forward.
Well, and we are talking about Briarcliff wanting to get ahead early on, and yet here they are down about 2,000 gold. Not where they wanted to be, and now Refugo's Kindred. I feel like this matchup between J4 is supposed to be very difficult and potentially brutal in terms of stacking. Now Refugo able to get a lot of Kindred stacks up early on. Butterlover gonna try and limit that potential here on the Renekton. He was underneath this turret, but Refugo getting a lot of damage. Gromp getting angry though, is now running back, but the health bar stays low. Smite coming up. Ankh rotating with maces. Here we go, Shippy. Is it all gonna be worth for the mark? I think so, as Illini now go on the retreat. I think they're going to be able to get out.
I think something that we kind of didn't really highlight about this Kindred pick, and I think something that I harp on consistently, Mac, is how does a team play around the marks, right?
Yep.
You can't just set it and forget it for Kindred, right? You kind of have to play with her, make sure she's aggressive, use your laners if you have the advantage to kind of fight for these marks, because if she doesn't come online early, if she doesn't get the 4 mark power spike, as Newbie has hit level 5 here, I think she just doesn't become a champion. I like the way that Newbie has been roaming up, I like roaming down, and Superfast Monkey has been roaming up and really kind of supporting Refugo with this Kindred pick. As the dive is coming in, Butterlover isn't level 6 here. Newbie,
a lot of damage, and that's a successful dive, cleanly executed underneath the turret. Butterlover once again gets ganked before that Dominus comes online. Ankh gonna try and respond by picking up the dragon here early on. Pete dashing away from the trade.
Yeah, I don't think Illini Esports suspect that Ankh is down here right now, but Autofield Pete and Belko they're taking so much damage. They're trying to keep it enticing. They're trying to keep it juicy so that Ankh, once he takes this dragon, can potentially gank Ritter and Mythic here. But once that global objective goes down, the dragon screams, you're going to see Ritter and Mythic kind of back off just a little bit, momentarily at least.
Meanwhile, Silver Ritter getting knocked up, but Monkey with the roam. He sees blood in the bot lane. The quickness comes out, charming the move speed. The chains connect Shibby, and it's a 2-0 for Illini.
Taking so much damage early on, Pete and Belko trading. Silver Ritter and Mythic have that in the bag, and eventually they just set up, like you said, that nice roam. Super fast Monkey on the Silas. You wanted Maces on the Silas in game 1 to roam. Super fast Monkey tuned it. He said, "You know what, Mac? I'll give you what you want. It won't be Maces. It'll be me." Spreading the love, going bot, going top, going river, and still making it home in time for dinner in the mid lane.
And now with this lane priority from Illini, it's the J4 that's getting hunted in his own jungle. Refugo taking a lot of damage. His companion aggroing those raptors, but he's going to be able to walk on out of there. Illini up with a 4,000 gold lead.
Really, really well played from Illini Esports. Maces is a little low here. Super fast Monkey. If he flash W's and then gets the auto off potentially, you can Kingslayer kill Maces here. Won't opt in for that. I think he unfortunately took another tower shot there. Super fast Monkey. He's really putting the pressure onto Maces right now.
Yeah, and an early Roa is going to get this, what we thought was a scaling
9 minutes
composition for Illini. So much for that war of attrition as the battle has begun earlier than we would have thought. Super fast Monkey looking to go underneath the turret, but can't quite do it. Gets charmed, gets knocked up, it flashes away, potentially survives. What on earth, Shibby?
The hands are there for Super Fast Monkey, living up to his name. Steals the ultimate, feints that he wants to go for Maces, forces all of the CC out of Briarcliff's University's team, as now Ankh is just going to die to Refugo. That is a lot of damage coming out from the Kindred here. I believe she's at 4 stacks, or she's been at it for a while.
Illini coming online from the get-go. No minions to help with this dive. They do have the Kindred ultimate. Makes things a little risky, but how much are you going to risk for the reward? Newbie's just going to chip away. Oh, wow, the flash kill! Butter Lover clearly needs to play more Mundo Dodgeball.
That's pretty much what was happening here, as the Senna ultimate does come out for mid lane here, and now Pete and Silver Ritter going at it!
Oh my gosh, the Ignite plopped down. Silver Ritter with the solo kill in the bot lane. Everything is gone awry for Briarcliff.
Get in my belly, Silver Ritter says. The flash Q into the eat. Solo kills autofill, unfortunately. Newbie as well. Like you said, an elite Mundo Dodgeball player. Clearly the Cleaver King himself in the top lane right now.
Yeah.
12-3. Almost 6,000 gold ahead for Illini Esports. They are looking better than they did in game 1. That was just a warm-up for this squad. They've got it together. They've got the first game jitters, and now they're like, oh wait, we've played together. We're Illini. We've got the spirit here now. Briarcliff.
Looking for a gank in the bot lane. Mythic getting low, burns away. Ankh gets the kill. Now Silver Ritter gonna try and run for the hills. The Cataclysm not gonna slow him down as Butterlover goes down in the top lane. It feels like when Briarcliff look for something, Illini respond on the opposite side of the map.
Refugo building that Kraken Slayer. Heartseal on the Mundo. Mythic's coming online for pretty much everybody but the bot lane here. Well before usually the 12 to 13 Mythic item timer. You look across the board, Briarcliff, there's only a Roa built on Maces. The rest of the squad is so far behind in gold. They are absolutely starving for CS at the moment. Illini Esports, they are just trying to end this in even faster time, as now Maces might be dead here. It's a 2v2 so far.
Monkey running for the trees. He's trying to climb up on out of here. Mace is now looking to turn onto Mythic a little bit. Refugo
Hugo.
coming to turn this fight around. He goes unstoppable as Mace's trades for Mythic, but it's a 2-for-1. And once again, Illini just getting more off of these skirmishes. 15-5 here at the 12.5-minute mark.
15-5. Newbie trading in. That's a very scary Mundo, brother.
Oh, wow. A killing spree for Newbie. 4-1-2. The Renekton early game plan not coming together. Silver Ritter on a killing spree underneath the turret. There's nowhere that's safe for Briarcliff.
Ghost gets pop, auto-filled Pete. That's not enough. I don't think you can run away here.
1-for-1 trade as the shutdown goes on to Pete. He gets his first item completed, but now Silver Ritter, the real carry in the bot lane. He's looking to put more. He's looking to feast on all of Briarcliff. Monkey, the double cataclysm coming down. He's dominating. Look at Illini. They're seeing how far they can push up. This is a limit test here if I've ever seen one. Shutdowns going over to Briarcliff, but the gold lead still supreme. 7,000 ahead as Illini. They're really pushing the envelope here for just how much they can gain.
And Dragon is up. Ocean Dragon on the menu. The mark is on there as well, so you have to believe Refugo is definitely going to be going for this here. Has widely ignored Dragon early on. Illini just looking to fight here. And we said, like, this is how teams, when you have a mass amount of substitutes, when you're swapping the roster around as the player gold gets shown up here. Refugo, the king of the crop right now. Is he going to be able to live? Ultimate is available.
Buys himself some critical time here. Some healing gonna come through from the ultimate. Op goes down. The team forced to retreat away. Backup went running for the hills. Shibby Briarcliff down. As the dragon spawns here, it's gonna be more marks picked up for Refugo.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take that dragon. And Baron still a ways away. 5 minutes, 5.5. Until it spawns here. They will probably be opting in to take that second Rift Herald. I don't think it's been taken yet from Illini Esports or anybody. As a matter of fact, right now, Briarcliff are just, they are climbing up a very steep hill right now. They have to win a numerous amount of fights. BT rushed on Pete. Feels like he needs the survival from all this burst, from all this damage. I early on said, like, where is the damage going to be coming out from Illini? If you're 7,000 gold ahead, this is what you can do, Mac. You could just walk into the enemy jungle and take what's yours like the bully of MEC.
Flashing over the wall, Newbie going underneath the turret for a deep dive into Briarcliff. Look how takey these guys are. You mentioned it during the draft. They are tough to tango with. Shutdown going over to Mesas for a little bit of semblance gold here. Newbie may have stepped up too far, bitten off a little more than he can chew. Gets some critical healing though, and here comes Refugo, 7-3-12 on the Kindred. Illini up 10,000. More fighting though, Shibby. It just keeps on going. No Lamb's Respite available, but he's not going to go down quite yet. Now Monkey going underneath the turret. The dives continue. The fights continue. It seems to be incessant, but Illini just keep on going. More kills picked up. Nobody goes down, Shibby. Nobody from Illini. Finally, Monkey falls. Illini, so many kills now teleporting in. An ace comes through. Butterlover just wants the minions.
Picking up CS here. Silver Ritter has waddled his way down to the mid lane in a flash Q.
They just don't know when to quit. Another kill coming through. Another technical ace comes in as Mythic gets executed. 40 kills in 16 minutes, Shibby. When does it end?
Oh, hold on. It's 30 kills for Illini Esports at the 17-minute mark, by the way. They're closing in on 2 kills a minute right now. An absolute masterclass from Illini Esports. Individually, every single player, even though they're swapped around, even though you've got 3 essentially substitute players for Illini's squad, These guys have not lost a step. Hell, they look better than the original Illini squad, Mac.
When they're playing with nothing to lose, it seems like Illini can certainly rise to the occasion. As Ankh gets caught out, can't flag and drag out of there. They may have secured the Rift Herald, but it comes with a price, Shibby. Illini grouping up, no Baron to really start sieging right now. They're just going to keep on looking for fights.
This is unfair, right? This is like having 5 superstars in your NBA squad, and then their bench is just filled with, like, legendary players right now.
Yeah.
These guys look absolutely scary, capping off this regular season, right? This is day 1. I'm assuming they're going to run with a similar squad in day 2 here. I mean, this is just masterclass in laning, in team fighting, and skirmishing. These guys are picking champions that make sense, that work well together here, and just executing perfectly here.
It's
Wow,
4v5 in the jungle here. Actually, 3v5. Teleport coming in. Monkey
coming
wants
in.
to join the team. Numbers be damned, Chibi. Illini are looking for the fight. Mace's shield, not going to be enough. Refugo with a triple. He's smelling the penta. I know he wants it, but Briarcliff run back to the fountain.
Briarcliff are going to run out here. They're going to just wait on this Baron now. A minute 15 on the spawn time. You have to believe they're going to take it as soon as it kind of spawns up here. Refugo's not done, though. He wants more, and he might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew.
Does have his ultimate available. He goes godlike, taking a turret shot, knocked up here, but he's gonna whittle away on Ankh's HP here, getting the kill. That's 2 for him.
Eat him over?
He's hanging in there. Look at the damage. Finally, a shutdown comes onto Refugo. After just living in the base, he says, "This is mine now," as straight up rapid fire cannon is picked up.
It's a full item being completed in the shop. These guys are sitting on a mountain of gold right now. 14,000 gold lead for Illini Esports at nearly the 20-minute mark. Baron is on the menu for them. Dragon spawning as well. It is a Cloud Soul, but that's completely irrelevant at the moment, Mac. Illini. Game 1 was close. Game 2, an absolute stomp.
And it seems like they've just been playing to sort of test just how far they can go. Big gold lead here as Refugo hits the map once more. 13-4 and 17 Chibi. Absolute ridiculousness out of the Illini substitute, who can just seemingly play wherever he wants, and it doesn't slow him down whatsoever.
You would think he's playing Mundo, man, because he literally is going where he pleases. Mid, jungle, ADC, and kind of looking ahead as the Baron is going to be taken here. I mean, this isn't even the main roster for Illini, right? Like the 5-man roster that we know of, right? Newbie at support, Lubheart in the AD carry position, Noob Sleep early at mid, obviously like Punisher in the jungle, and a Silak in the top lane. I mean, that roster is scary of in itself, but the fact that you can tell me like, hey, we can sub out our jungler, we can put Refugo in where he wants. Hell, if we need Newbie to sub in, Silver Ritter potentially has a different champion pool than Lubheart. We want to run Senatami here. I mean, this is a scary, scary team. I'm not going to call it and say that they have a true 10-man roster, but these might be one of the teams that can realistically sub out or exchange 1 or 2 of their players and not just miss a beat at all.
Another kill goes over to Illini as Pete gets caught out. Now Belko running for the hills as Silver Ritter looks to hunt for more and more. Eats up super fast Monkey, keeps him safe from any trouble. More fighting, more engaging. Chibi, I just don't know where it stops. Illini are focusing on Baron Nashor as Newbie and Refugo don't need any help with that. Look at the damage coming out though. Monkey goes down. Ritter forced to back away with Mythic. That's 4 members of Briarcliff fighting back, catching him out. But here's Refugo. Here's the real threat. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Roam warp on out of there. Briarcliff retreat back to the base.
This might be the game-ending push here. They got minions in the mid lane. They are so far ahead right now. They don't realistically need the supers at the moment. They've got a lot of siege with the Senna, with the Kindred. You've got a beefy front line with the Dr. Muno and the Tom Kench. I wouldn't be surprised if they just push this in right now. Player gold being shown. Refugo, Monkey, and Newbie at the top here. And now it looks like the game-ending push is happening. Can Briarcliff stave out? Can they save themselves a little bit more time, Mac? I am Newbie 1v4ing right now.
Oh gosh, one member goes down to the turret. Now only 3 of Illini are still up here, but here's Super Fast Monkey. Refugo dishing out damage from the backline, getting stunned up though. Can't use his ultimate. He falls, Chippy. As the base defense is successful, Briarcliff get an ace. But is that going to be enough? They're down 14,000 gold. The mid lane inhibitor goes down off of the initial Baron push.
They've bought themselves a little bit more time, but Mac, they need to do that about 5 more times before we can realistically call them back into this game. 2 minutes until the Dragon. Objective bounties have been activated, but even that I don't think is enough right now. Auto-filled Pete on the Zeri, the BT Kraken. No Navori right now has stunted the typical power spike that we see from this champion to get a little bit more survivability. Illini Esports, they're just running over you, right? They don't care turrets. They don't care how many people. They don't care what they're tanking. They're just going to try to run through you, as fast and as hard as possible. Now, Illini Esports turning their attention towards that bot lane here. Mid lane is pushed in. I think they can just 5-man strong arm this bot lane without too much recourse.
2 members of Briarcliff up on the top side of the map. Is that going to cost them? They're going to have to start recalling quick here to defend the base here off of yet another siege attempt. Let's see if Illini can close things out here with this final push, Shibby.
Aaron is not on any members. Unfortunately, like you said, it was a clean ace, so that is working in the favor of Briarcliff, but supers are pushing into the mid lane. They've got a cannon ready to go. They need to put damage onto the turret, but the wave clear coming out from Briarcliff. Oh my god, that absolute disgusting amount of damage from Refugo. And yeah, they'll be able to seize. They're playing it smart, Mac. 1 tower goes down.
Elko looking for the engage. Here we go. The dive onto Refugo. He's able to ult this time. He stays alive in the safe haven of the respite, and he's just firing away from the back line. Illini clean things out. They get the house. They get the turrets. They're picking up everything. No minions to finish off that last turret. Pete is the last to stand, the last to fight, but the fight is just about over. The war of attrition has ended. The turret now under duress. Newbie just walking in, face tanking all the shots. It's a little too much, a little too hot to handle, though. He gets burned by the flamethrower. Pete is trying everything to hold on to this game, but with the Nexus exposed, Mythic firing away. Respawns come out. Chippy, the game is not ending just yet. Silver Ritter and Mythic have to run for the hills.
They aren't able to get the damage onto the Nexus. They aren't able to lock down Pete, who has picked up another kill. He's got 3 items now. This Zeri, I'm not going to call it. It is 63-48, but Zeri is getting stronger and stronger, giving the shutdown gold away. I would highly advise against it. You just let these items come online for some of these late game carries, and potentially they can look to do something. Rise as well, 3 items deep at the moment. They go for the Dragon. TP's coming in. Illini.
Refugo coming in, but it's too late with the Realm Warp. Briarcliff, peace on out of there. And look at this, Shivy. They're making things interesting here at the 26-minute mark. Illini grouping up once more. Gonna try and end things out here with 2 super minion waves and an exposed Nexus. Let's see if they can pull it off. Maces with 3 items. Heat with 3 items. All the hope here. Butter Lover trying to tank everything up. Silver Ritter getting quite low. He goes down. Pete is dominating at this point. Pete's got a double kill. Oh my goodness. Briarcliff. They keep sending people into the base and they keep knocking them back out.
Guys? Illini? You don't just keep throwing bodies into the Nexus. Gather your men, get them together, have the pep talk, whatever you need, and then push like a unit, kind of shuffling into autofill Pete. That is 4 items on Maces on this rise. The late game carry potential is still there for Briarcliff. You can't just mindlessly shuffle in. Autofilled Pete and Maces potentially looking to get some kills here, looking to potentially turn this game around. Still nearly 15,000 gold in the lead for Illini, but you gotta be a little bit more careful here. I said they gotta do it 5 more times. So far, they've done it 3 out of 5 times, Mac. Briarcliff has won these fights somehow, some way.
Baron spawns up here. Briarcliff, I don't know if they're going to be able to contest this one. Realmwarp, and look at that. Baron Nashor just getting completely melted. So much DPS. Illini secure the objective. And now super minions in the bot wave. They can power those ones up. They turn to top to just completely open up the base.
Yeah, Baron powered up, purple coats on everybody. Illini Esports, it looks like they're finally playing it a little bit smarter here. They've sent 3 people into the top lane. They want to split that open. I think they're putting Refugo in mid, just kind of pressure onto this mid lane inhibitor. Yep. Bottom lane will be up in 55 seconds as well, so they can go for that triple inhibitor, back and push, or they can just wait for all the minions to flood in. Mid has gone down, top lane is falling as well. They will get the triple inhibitor, maybe 2 waves of double supers that'll flood in before that bot lane spawns, but now the fight in the base breaks out.
Potential pick onto Refugo. He walks on out. He does have his ultimate. Not going to be able to use it. The carry jungler for Illini goes down, but Pete in the back line
Pete is down.
has fallen. Maces is still alive, but look at the tanky members of Illini. It's just too much thickness to handle, Shivy. They've got it. They've got the ace. They've got the game. The Nexus finally goes down, and Illini close this one out. They finish the series 2-0.
Illini Esports double cheeked up on a Saturday morning for me. Too thick to handle, too big for the boys here. Illini take the series 2-0 in convincing fashion.
What a series, Shibby. We certainly got, I think despite losing our morning series, I think that was enough. That was like 2 series in one as Illini going back and forth there for a moment at the end. Finally finished that one off. Briarcliff showing just what these potential carries can do. Maces and Pete holding the door of the base as best they can, but at the end of the day, it's not enough. Really solid performance here from the Illini Suicide Squad here, putting their stamp here. Going to be finishing out the season at solidly the 3rd place. ONU wrapped up their season earlier on here, so that 3rd spot is secured. 10-3, potentially looking to finish off 11-3. Really solid debut season here from Illini. Shibby, we're going to hop into a quick break as we get ready to go for the post-game interview. We'll be talking with one of the Illini members here momentarily. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be back shortly. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage here at the Midwest Esports Conference. We are joined here in the post-game interview with Mythic coming from Illini, subbing in. Thank you so much for joining us today, my man.
I just gotta say, Mythic, you got an extremely deep voice when you entered the interview room. I was like, all right. Having just a bit of audio troubles here, Mythic. I know you can hear me, but eventually we'll get you online for this interview. We're not gonna ignore the elephant in the room. You guys pretty much had 5, I'm gonna say, brand new players kind of playing with Illini, right? Obviously, we've seen you play, we've seen you sub in, we've seen Silver Ritter sub in, obviously newbies on the roster, but you guys are kind of, as a squad, this 5-man that you fielded, they didn't scrim together or anything, correct?
We haven't scrimmed in this kind of capacity. We have all played together before. We're all familiar with each other, so we're relatively comfortable playing with each other, but otherwise, yeah, today was very weirdly matched together, for sure.
And it somehow worked. Do you kind of attribute that to, like you said, some of your existing synergy? Was it kind of you guys picking kind of simple compositions that work? You guys pretty much went for like a brawl, like kind of go button composition in game 1. And game 2, you guys kind of just picked some tanks and said, hey, we're just going to play around Refugo and Super Fast Monkey here. Is sticking simple the best when it comes to kind of running this hodgepodge composition that you guys have, or hodgepodge roster?
I think we did try to keep it simple just because we're very new as this specific roster. But I think, honestly, a lot of it also is attributed to our coach, Deed, who did a great job in draft, pulling us together. When I knew I was going to have to sub in this weekend, I went ahead and asked him, what should I be practicing? And he gave me a list of champions, and I just went at it.
Nice. I'm curious, Mythic, for you guys over at Illini, with this being your debut season and stuff, what's it going to potentially mean to the group if down the line you guys end up in semifinals, finals? What would that mean to you guys to end up in that potential spot?
Well, it would mean a lot. I know a lot of our players are, really putting a lot of time and effort into this. So if we keep going on this, and honestly, if or when we keep going along in the season, it would mean a lot to us, because a lot of us genuinely care about the game and collegiate and put a lot of work into that. So it would be fantastic for sure.
I mean, I don't want to call it early, right? You guys, it's a 10-man roster potentially. I was talking like you guys haven't even lost a step. This roster potentially looking even better than your starting 5. I mean, without dropping a bit too much here, is there a potential for maybe some swapping around come playoff time? Are we going to see Mythic back in? Are we going to see maybe Silver Ritter? Like, do you guys have compositions lined up for specific team members, or is this just a one-time thing? Is the dream team, this will only be the one time for you guys?
Unfortunately, the reason why we had to put together this team is because we're on spring break. So we probably will be sticking to what we know best, and not go too crazy with our compositions. But we'll see what happens in the future. Anything could happen. I mean, that's what I'm here to try to figure out everyone's schedules to make sure who we want to play can play.
Yeah, for sure. And Mythic, I'm curious, I think I saw on Twitter recently that Illini Esports is hosting a big event coming up. Can you tell me a little bit more about that, what you know about it? Are you and the team going to be attending? What's that looking like for you guys?
Sure, this is perfect. The president of the club's going to be really happy when I talk about this. So UIUC Illini Esports is holding a invitational here on campus at Urbana Champaign. We are hosting 3 separate games: League of Legends, of course, Rocket League, and I think Smash as well. It'll be March 31st to April 2nd, and it's an open invitation to any collegiate team that wants to come on by. We'll be playing as well. I still have to figure out if we are sending 2 teams, because we have 2 rosters. But at the very least, we have our main famous roster being playing. We have a lot of other schools that we're looking forward to playing against. It's going to be a great time. And I'm I'm so excited for myself. I know a lot of people are excited for the entire team. They keep asking me what's going on. So yeah, no. Open invite to anybody who wants to come on by. Just sign up. We have a link on our Twitter. So yeah, just shameless plug right there. But it's going to be a great time. It's going to be amazing.
Nice. And for more shameless plugs, before we let you go, Mythic, do you want to give out any shout outs?
Yeah, I have a few small shout outs. Shout out to Refugo for waking up for this game.
Nice.
He's in a different time zone at the moment, so big on that. Also, shout out to Gary, the previous competitive coordinator, who gave me the opportunity to take up this position. It's been a blast, and I really appreciate that. And also, shout out to Saskio, a former collegiate player, who really helped me out when it came to learning the game right before I tried out over a year ago. So, big shout out to him.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much for joining us for the post-game interview, Mythic. It's been an absolute pleasure, man. We wish you guys nothing but the best for both spring break. Enjoy the time for relaxation, and as well as for the rest of the season.
Thank you so much. It was a blast.
Alrighty, everyone. That's going to do it for Mac and Shivy's Saturday on the cast. Unfortunately, a little bit of a short one for us here. But we'll be back tomorrow with more MEC action. But before we come back tomorrow, there is plenty more action MEC coming your way. The next set of the day, Purdue Northwest, I believe, taking on Drury. And then after that, Shibby, dare I say, the biggest match of the season later on tonight, Ottawa Braves taking on Grandview University. The showdown for first place here in the Midwest Esports Conference. You won't want to miss it. That's going to be it for us, though, today. Thank y'all for tuning in. More Midwest Esports Conference CLOL 2023 action coming y'all's way soon.
Hello, everyone, to the MEC pod. That's right, it's us, casters. We're here to tell you about all the things that we love, or don't love. My name's Travesty. Joining me here today, was your pinky not extended, Shibby?
You know, you remind me of Count Chocula. That's exactly what I'm thinking of right now.
Alright.
That's all I can think of.
I'm redoing it. No, I don't want you ruined it. Shibby, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's nice and sunny. The weather is nice. We just got done with like nearly the second to last week of MEC, and there's been a lot. I think there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to scrutinize that happened this weekend, so yeah? I'm raring to get into it.
Okay, well, Mac, how about you? Are you raring?
I'm ready to go. Locked in, buckled, got my roller coaster belt strapped in, the little
the seatbelt?
Yep.
That's what they're called. I hope you know that. They're just a seatbelt.
Even the bar? Is the bar a seatbelt?
Well, the bar is not. No. You said belt, I immediately thought of the seatbelt they put over.
Right.
Alright. You get a pass on this one. Before we get started talking about all the things MEC, I do want to give a shout out to our lovely sponsors here for the MEC pod. Is South Shore Convention and Visitors Authority. Looking for things to do and places to see along the South Shore with miles of beaches and unique attractions. The possibilities are endless. Go out and explore. Visit alongthesouthshore.com and start your planning now. We also want to give a shout out to AVDG. AVDG is a leading nationwide commercial and residential smart system integrator, spanning from coast to coast just like Space Ghost. AVDG is able to meticulously design and engineer systems, provide expert technology design systems, professional installation, and world-class service across the U.S. Through distinctive designs, AVDG pioneers technology to empower end users to operate systems effortlessly, for improve connectivity, and position their investment for maximum long-term success. AVDG maintains and secures the success of their technologies through their extensive simplicity service division that works continuously to monitor, adjust, and prevent system errors. So, now that we've talked about our lovely sponsors that make sure we're able to talk about more MEC once we're off the weekend, let's go ahead and get things started. I got a little bit of a zinger real quick. I know a couple of my co-casters here are a little bit fresh here. We're going to talk about our favorite collegiate experience here. And I do want to specify any collegiate experience you may have had, like if you played, coached, anything. I want to hear about it, right? That's my conditions. That's my conditions. Right. I've talked for a bit. Mac, you look like you're ready. I'm going to go ahead and let's hear what you got.
Well, it's pretty fresh for me. I just graduated this past spring from UNC. I'll say the unique experience of going to Chapel Hill, definitely rushing Franklin, is like my overall like favorite collegiate experience ever. But thinking back to just like how I got started with like the esports club, that was actually my first time casting ever. Was my first Game Fest my freshman year. I signed up late for the league tournament, and then I showed up. It was in the comp sci hall. We didn't have the gaming arena yet, so we just went into one like lecture hall and tried to stuff everybody in there. And there was like a reserve squad, and there was only 4 people that also signed up late, so we couldn't form a full late squad. So the TOs were like, well, we can't really help you out. You don't have, we don't want you 4v5ing out there, so sorry. Well, you guys can't play. But they were like sort of running a stream, and I was like, do you guys like, I don't want to like, this was my whole day. I was so excited. I wanted to be involved. And they were like, well, you can cast if you want to. And I was like, sure, why not?
Bet. Yeah.
And I think it was definitely a solo cast, and I was just rambling on, and I saw an ADC Thresh get a pentakill, and that it was just a lovely start to what has been an incredible experience of casting so far.
That's a wild start, Mac. That is actually pretty wild. We had to start with something that crazy.
Yeah, that's how it started, man. It's the birth of Mac Dewey.
You know what the good thing is? I don't have to follow that up. The person who does have to follow that up is Shibby. So Shibby, take it away.
I honestly think it's just gonna be like every episode is just gonna be constant Shibby L's. Like I have another. So I earlier we were talking about it. I didn't have a collegiate esports, but I did. And it wasn't in league. So it was back when Smash 4 came out. I think it was like 2014, 2015, right? I think Corrin just got released. Me and my friend, we used to play like all the time, right? You're in college, you've got time between classes, you eat pizza and you play Smash Bros. That's all you really do after class. Obviously, passing your classes is important too. So we decided to enter. We decided to enter our school's local tournament. Right? They have locals all the time. We thought we were pretty good. Like I thought I was like pretty decent. He thought he was pretty good. Like I was like, hey, we're like practicing. We're constantly playing each other. We enter with the buy-in. It's like $5 if you're a student, $10 if you're not a student. We absolutely get rolled in pools. Like, I'm playing like Marth. I'm going against like a Corrin. Granted, we were broke college students, so we didn't have the DLC at all. So we played against no DLC characters. This guy's just playing Corrin. I'm like, what is happening right now?
Yeah.
And we just get absolutely rolled. And that was my collegiate experience, drowning in pools in Smash 4 in like 2015. Yeah, straight the O2, no losers bracket. And we just ended up playing friendlies with a bunch of people. I mean, it was a cool experience because they had multiple setups. But like, that was the biggest reality check I've ever had. Like, oh, we're pretty good. And then you realize when you play one person all the time, you just like don't learn anything, right? So
yeah, this is true.
That's just what it's like. Internal scrims, right? If you scrim the same team all the time, you can get like false data.
Yeah. You get a little bit too comfortable because like there's just some variables that just don't exist anymore, right?
Also,
like,
you get
always
used
gonna be there doing the same thing.
Yeah, but you also get used, like, you know his tendencies, right? Like, I knew you keep playing, right? Like, oh, he's gonna like up B, or he's gonna like
he's gonna roll.
Yeah, he's gonna roll, like, yeah, or like, you know what I mean? So it's like, and then you're like, wait, how come this guy didn't roll? Oh wait, it's a completely different player. So that was a big reality check. Motivated me for sure. I definitely played a lot more and entered more often. I think a lot of players probably kind of have that check when they even enter in collegiate LoL, like, oh, you're really good. What is it, like big fish, small pond syndrome? And then you just enter and you're like, wow, everybody's like good.
It's a whole wide world, right? Like a lot of these players that pop up in collegiate too, like think about it, a lot of them come in here as like one tricks that are like grandmaster and stuff like that. We see that a lot. And then they're like, all right, yeah, I am a like a one trick at this one specific champion in this one specific role. All right, cool, you're gonna role swap. Like you're no longer a mid laner, you are now a support. Or you are no longer a mid laner, you're going to be our top laner because we need somebody to play top because we don't have anybody who's playing top that joined our team. So
classic.
It happens a lot in collegiate. It happens a lot.
Yeah.
I think that like the fundamental idea behind that too is just like, well, if you can hit GM, Challenger, Masters on this role, on this champion, ideally the logic is that, hey, you can then transfer like the fundamental base level knowledge you have of League onto other champions, and to kind of jumpstart you, instead of just grinding by yourself, you have like coaches, you have other teammates, right? You have connections, and eventually it's kind of like a pseudo hyperbolic time chamber where like, yeah, this guy's like a grandmaster Sona one trick or whatever, right? Oh, now he's gonna go into jungle. Well, yeah, I don't know. I just the first champion that came into my head. Right, he's a grandmaster support Sona one trick, but then he goes swaps jungle, and like obviously he's not gonna be amazing week 1, week 2, but then you just keep learning, and now he's like a killer on Kindred, Graves, etc.
Yeah. Maybe not Kindred, but I get where you're coming from.
Maokai right now? Maokai Sejuani?
Maokai Sejuani is more likely.
Right now.
I for me personally, I've been casting collegiate for a long time. Obviously, I have a lot of fond memories with like the MEC, and like I also have very fond memories of doing like co-streams of CeeLo. I've co-streamed all of the top 8s. Usually, whenever I'm not casting and whatnot, I always end up getting the permissions to co-stream. So I've always enjoyed that as well. But my favorite experience,
Did you need approval beforehand?
Yeah, you have to get approval beforehand.
You have to get vetted?
To co-stream.
You just don't have to be on
You
the
do have to
team?
be vetted. You have to be vetted, yes.
Do the people you bring on have to be vetted?
You're sparking something in me.
I know, it's a genuine question.
Yeah, you're sparking something on me. The answer's no.
Oh, okay. I don't know, man. Everybody's got different requirements for co-casters and.
But I will say my very first time I worked a production for NC State. I covered the entirety of their run. This is back in the Wild West of CeeLo, where you started off your week 1 going against a silver team, and the goal was to speed run them. And it just
still
felt
like
bad.
that for some teams, man.
It is.
It still happens, man. That still happens.
It still happens, but like you get some stories of like Michigan, a team that got into top 8, for example, last year, right? This team is infamously like good. They're a little chaotic, but they're good. They tried to speed run and they ended up losing to a gold team because they got their feet tangled up against everything. Like that, it shouldn't have happened, but it did because they're trying to speed run these games because timers matter so much. And I covered all of NC State, single-handedly produced, and then I casted every single thing for NC State, going all the way up until top 8, and then I co-streamed from that point forward of the finals. But it was so cool actually getting to just like watch their run, especially because I was good friends with the players. I started off my career actually casting the players that were over at NC State, so it was really cool to actually see them transition to going head to head against Maryville. Of course, that didn't go the greatest, but it's still a fond memory in my heart nonetheless, just getting to see the boys get onto the stage and whatnot. So that's my moment. It's a little bit of a wholesome moment for just me getting to see my friends kind of get up there and just be like the mob that's cheering in the crowd, like, yeah, go get him! Woo! But
it's important, man. People don't understand. Fans, like, there's a certain edge, bro. Like, I know most people don't believe in like home game edge or like home crowd edge, but I think there's some sort of like aura that kind of happens if you see like your parents, your girlfriend, like all the interviews we did, like all the guys that had girlfriends, they were like, you could see like how happy they were. Like, oh, my girlfriend surprised me, and they're like, their face lights up, the twinkle in their eyes, and I'm like, I see it. You know what I mean?
I believe
play a little harder.
I think it was Coda actually last year who like proposed to his then girlfriend, who's now the fiance, live at an MEC event, which was, it's really cool when you get like different events like that. You can see the supports coming in, and you can see that they definitely appreciate it. It's really cool to see stuff like that. Wholesomeness aside, we need to get done with this wholesomeness. I'm starting to feel mushy. I'm starting to feel gushy. I don't like it at all. I want to talk about something else. I know I want to talk about the interviews that have happened here. Lads, you guys have had some completely different interviews than me. I feel like. And I want to kind of pick y'all's brains as we're kind of going through, because I feel like a lot of people enjoy the interviews. Let's go with Shibby first. So let's pick your analytical brain here on what you found the most interesting interview.
I think you're so right when you're like, we get different interviews. I feel me and Mac, majority of the interviews that we do are like very like watered down, like wholesome, I guess is the, I'm not gonna say watered down. I'm not gonna say watered down, but it's just like as an interviewer, right? Like you kind of have to get some answers out of it, and like, you know, you got to kind of be a little bit spicy. Like I'll ask the question, like with Lubhart, I think a couple weeks ago, I asked him like, oh, who's the best MEC in the bot lane? Like, obviously I'm intentionally doing something there, right? You want to have some sort of spice, because I think a lot of these players, a lot of players have ego, but they won't show it on stream. They're like, they kind of have this like, oh, I'm actually like, I don't want to be like a crap talker, right? I want to do this, I don't want to do that. But given like, if you set the level for them, if you set the stage of like, hey, it's okay like to banter a little bit, like that's what makes collegiate sports fun, it'll kind of bring it out of them, right? Levi has no trouble, you don't got to bring it out of him. But like, you know, there are some players like Lubhart, I think there's some players you know, like who Lone Force, who kind of just takes it on the chin when it comes to like trash talk. I think Lone Force has kind of been like, I mean, this is recency bias maybe, but I think he's been one of my favorite people to interview. I think he provides a lot of like, he kind of encapsulates the MEC experience, right? Because he's been playing for for long, and like you can see the energy radiate for him. And I think that that little like, small documentary piece as well, kind of like really highlights like, hey, I think one of his quotes was like, I'm not gonna remember the wins and losses, I'm gonna remember all like the moments I had with my teammates. I think that's what the majority of MEC is about, right? That's kind of what it always is. So I think wholesomeness wins over trash talk, but I mean, I love it when I see it. I'm all about banter. I watch football, I watch basketball, I've played.
Yeah.
I used to be a breakdancer. There's a lot of like trash talk happening all the time. So
yeah, the Shibaroonie.
I forgot about that, man.
No, I haven't.
I'm never gonna.
That's deep lore. There's videos out there. If you find it, throw it up. Use it as a Note to Hyper, throw it up as like a break content piece of me like breakdancing battling.
I
hilarious.
legitimately, like, if I ever see Shibby IRL, I want him to walk up to me in like the tracksuit combo, and then like he just like does the thing where he rips his pants off and he's got like the dancing shorts underneath. He just breaks it down right there. Like that's that's what I dream my first experience meeting Shibby is gonna be.
The style back then was windbreakers, like the soccer Adidas pants, and then you'd either wear Puma suedes or the Adidas Gazelles, right? Those were the two like prolific breakdancing shoes, the suedes or the Gazelles. I was on the suede side. It was pretty sick, but you know, obviously I don't know what fashion is nowadays for breakdancing. I'm so out of it. I'm like 100 pounds too heavy to do it now.
Well, wholesomeness and breakdancing aside, Mac, I have to ask, is that the most important thing for you? Breakdancing? Wholesomeness?
Wholesomeness is definitely close to the top of the list for me. I know for like a lot of the games, the way I sort of approach interviews, like we see what happens in the game, and I feel like a lot of the player perspective, I feel like it's tough to sometimes probe for nuance with like what happens in the game. Like, you know, that gank happened, man, what'd you think? He's like, oh, I got ganked, man, I don't know what you want me to say. You know, so I enjoy, especially for the LAN events, inquiring about, you know, how they're going about enjoying their LAN experience, and you know, as a team, what the travel is like. I can't imagine just the fun they have being able to go to the different universities and visit the different campuses. And some people, you know, they get to do it multiple times, and maybe sometimes be able to establish some traditions. I know talking to, I think it was Lone Force on Saturday, mentioned how nice the hotels were for the Purdue Northwest LAN over the weekend, so that was really funny to hear. I know Trickster, talking to him and his experience of shifting from the UPL to CLOL, and getting to be able to establish those relationships over the course of a season, and in something like this, and with the experience that CLOL provides, I think being able to hear the players' perspectives on their overall teams has been my favorite sort of part of the interviews, that we get to sort of get insight into, you know, what sort of relationships are kind of being built over the course of our coverage of the MEC, which is super cool. I also really get to just seeing the esports arenas and the environments that they play in. Some of these schools are kind of cracked with their esports setups, man. So that's probably been my number 2 favorite thing, is getting to see some of the setups that the universities are able to provide.
I do want to like go into it, and I love the way you bring it up, because I do think like the player is just the most important thing to learn about. When I first started interviewing some Travi lore coming up, a friend of mine back then was this lady named Kelsey, and she actually went to go work with Travis Gafford for a bit of time. So she actually went in and did some interviews and stuff like that. And I'm very supportive of my friends. Like every time I see somebody, like either a friend or somebody I taught cast, and our friendship was based off of the fact that like she worked with me during Compete League days, and I was like the person that was trying to give her like advice and feedback and trying to help her like learn different tricks as a caster.
Yeah.
And so she went on, got this interviewing gig with Travis Gafford. I don't know exactly what her position entailed, but I know she was doing interviews at LCS. And I messaged her. I was like, wow, I don't know how I would be able to handle that, because it seems like such an intense thing getting to like talk to somebody. But she just like broke it down to me. It's just like, bro, you're just trying to get to know somebody. That's all it is. Like, get all that stuff out of your head. And I think that's the most important thing. That's what I go into every interview with, is I want to get to know that person.
So I usually go in there with stupid questions that I have that I'm going to throw at them to catch them off guard, different things that I've caught on to. Maybe I'll ask them about War Turtle. Maybe I'll ask them about
That's what I was
Digimon.
thinking about.
Yeah. Like, that's usually like my go-tos, you know? But I like to talk to people about a lot of things. I like to get my people riled up too. Which is evident by a lot of my interviews. I get very chaotic very fast.
Yeah.
But I personally just love like getting the players out of their shell a bit, and I think both of you have like hit it right on the nail. Even though you've had different ways of explaining it, it's always about the players and really getting to kind of tell their story and letting them kind of showcase a little bit about themselves on broadcast, because all we get to see is them when they're playing, you know, right?
Yeah.
We don't get to see this personality that gets to come out, and then they get onto an interview, and who knows, maybe you're like Coda and you drop a curse word every 2 seconds, you know, and then he has to stop and look over at production like, sorry.
Sorry, I'll take the fines, you know, just send it to the uni, you know where to find me.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. Go ahead. Collegiate league players are getting more and more stacked year by year.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm not like, look, when collegiate league was a thing, Travis, you remember Compete League as well. Like we're just a bunch of nerds, like really like the prototypical like nerdy dudes, right? But then like everything's kind of blended together. So now you've got like just these gym rat League of Legends nerd bros that are like, I'm gonna go scrim and I'm gonna go like bench 225 real quick.
This is
I'm gonna
so
go
true.
max. It's crazy. Like when you put a face behind this dude and it's like, this guy's like actually like, what? He's like really handsome. Like, what the hell? This guy's the jungler, right? Like, I didn't care about myself when I was in college. Like, I was a mess. These guys have like really nice hair. These guys got like their fits. Like I'm Myron, bro. I'm Myron.
Shibby hops into the interview. Is like, bro, my girlfriend's watching. Please, why did you show up looking so good? Like, stop it.
No, it's crazy. It's crazy, right? Like, it's crazy. Like Lone Forest. I'm just gonna drop some Lone Forest, a Silac, like everybody, right? Everybody's just like handsome / jacked, and I'm like, all right, well, whatever, dude. Like,
I remember actually, like, they did an interview with like the cosplayers that were at the most recent LAN, and one of them was just like, yeah, Lone Force, like you just said, like, might be sliding in those DMs. He kind of cute. Can't contest it, you know? Like, I know that's like the girlfriend and whatnot, but it's still just like, yo, it's such a true thing though. Like, everybody kind of looks over and they're like, yo, these dudes that are coming out here, they can bench. And we also got like pro players coming in and stuff like that have kind of like gone back in the CeeLo. It used to be like 2 collegiate teams were the main 2 collegiate teams, and everybody else was fighting for third. Now it's gotten to a point where it feels like when we go into top 32, those upsets are much more plausible, right? Like, you get instances where Peach Belt in the last CeeLo in 2022 in their playoffs, they made their big run. Peach Belt used to be the punching bag of the East. Like, people in East Conference used to make jokes of like, yeah, we got Peach Belt today, boys. And then Converse showed up and beat everybody. We got the scary Jerry popping off, who's now at Maryville.
Yep.
But it's cool. I love how CeeLo's grown. Guys, I had a transition in plan. I'm glad that we got to talk about this. Shibby changed my transition of Coda flaming to me flaming you guys for this abomination that I found. I found out about this.
Mac is just flabbergasted. He's like, me?
What?
Look, can we pull up this tier list that popped up of the bot lane? I need to talk to you all about this. This is an intervention. What is this? Explain yourself, gentlemen.
Okay. I am pretty much willing to die on this hill. I would say for 95% of this. I think, given the time constraints and given everything that was there, I think we may have got
the pressure was
on.
on.
No, pressure was
we
on.
got the next game.
No, yeah. Just so you guys know, just if anybody's watching, how I would normally do a tier list if we were to do one. Like, me and Mac didn't know we were doing one till that day. you know, I would have probably met with Mac. We probably would have had like a sit down conversation for like probably an hour or two on like realistically what we think. I think given the circumstances, I think I'd only change one thing. Even then, it's how you view it, your methodology. I think jury and IC can probably be swapped out, right? Yeah. But I think everything else, and like we said, left to right matters.
Each other.
yeah. But also, I think order matters as well, and I think order-wise, considering what I view as, again, this is a duo lane, not just an AD carry lane. That's why I put like GVU at the top. But I'm willing to die like on 90% of this, 95% of this.
Okay, that's fine. You can die on the sword. Mac, what about you? You dying on a sword today?
Travesty. I'm curious how you would rate.
No, don't try to back out of this.
Now, how would you reorder it? How would you reorder it? Please tell me, Travis. Come on, the pressure's on now. Now you got it. You have a little bit more time.
10 minutes on the clock. What do you do?
Yeah, realistically, other than maybe the jury IC change from left to right, ordering wise, what would you actually like make the case for? I think I know, but I want to hear it from you.
Brave should be above GVU.
Wow.
So you think?
I think they should be on the same tier, to be honest. The reason why I say that, I say above, but I put them above GVU, but I still put them in the same tier. I still put them in S tier.
So it would be Ottawa left.
How do you think we did out of 10? What would you rate us? What tier would our tier list go in?
Oh man,
it's a strong B tier, I think.
No, only B.
I'll take that. I'll take that. Is it A to B? There's no S.
Which, by the way, I think is slanderous that you guys named B tier FlyQuest tier. What, guys?
I think G2 is better than FlyQuest. All right,
well, you can have this discussion after the.
This is another tier list. Yeah.
Where's your NA pride at?
So you would put
podcast coming up soon.
You would put Ottawa left to right. So you just put them at S tier, right? Because I was under the impression that we were only allowed to have one best duo.
Yep.
And when I think duo, I have to look at both the support and AD carry, and I think Pluto is playing a better game than Coda at the moment. And I think the thing that swings me as well, and you know what I'm going to refer to, Travis, is the game between Ottawa and GVU, where Levi even said it himself in the interview. He was set up for success, and he just couldn't carry the game. And that's where, like, I bring more credence to, if you get set back that far behind and you can still become relevant in the game and still be able to, like, play a contributing factor, which is what Mark did.
Sure.
Like, you get resources diverted to you, and you still can't show up.
Literally got a sword.
Yeah. I would love.
Continue. No, it's okay. I'm just checking it.
I would love for Levi to prove me wrong this weekend. I think that would just bring more spice and bring more, talk to the MEC. But Levi acknowledged it himself. He was really far ahead, and they just couldn't close it out. So that's where I think I put Pluto and Mark above Coda and Levi. Just it's that series that really, like, at the end of the day, they're both curb stomping every other team, but the head-to-head, they just kind of lost it. So that's my reasoning.
Same series that Nightstar, aka Mark Gonzalez, went like 0-6 in lane.
Do you see what was happening to him though? Trickster
ganked. He got dumpstered in lane.
Trickster ganked. Cleared one camp, came back, cleared scuttle, came back. Dude, the pressure in that game, and if you're an AD carry, you're telling me any other AD carry with that kind of lead, like, and realistically.
So, I got you on this. This is where my argument comes in. I put them above because but I put them in the same tier because of one reason and one reason only. I think that they excel at things that the other AD carry doesn't excel at. I think both supports excel at things that the other support does not excel at. I think in terms of champion flexibility, we do see Coda excel highly in that. We also see Levi, who excels really good at laning phase. These two are really good at laning together. I think Pluto's really good when they're on champions, when they're able to focus on engaging. And I think Mark Gonzalez is really good at team fighting.
Yeah.
I think they are both S tiers in that route.
Okay.
When you look at them in the comparison to their competition, and then they are lacking a little bit in the other areas. If you talk, I feel like if you run back those games, we're gonna get a run back coming up in this series this weekend.
Yep.
We get that run back.
Yep.
We do have a tiebreaker moment coming up.
Yeah.
But it is definitely something that I feel like, even though it was a 2-0, I was not convinced that either bot lane was vastly superior. But I do think that they should be in the same tier. I do think they deserve to both be in the S tier.
Yeah. If so, like, yeah, I would say that if we didn't have to pick a best duo at number 1, I
Who
definitely
forced you to do a best duo
Our
just
hands
one?
were tied,
Well, I just-
man.
Well, I just saw
Look at
I just saw the
Who
thing.
did it?
I just saw the thing. You
Who
can only
did it?
have one best duo. Sorry, in
Who did
my
it?
opinion.
I did it!
I think that's kind of where me and Travis swap, right? You would put Ottawa left, and GB would be right.
Yeah.
I kind of want to
guess-
hear. I kind of want to hear Mac. Like, do
Yeah.
you have anything different? Like, other
Yeah,
than
Mac
maybe
ran
the top
away
two?
from the topic. Mac ran away from the topic. Yeah. What you got, Mac?
Can I still deflect? I think I'm out of deflections, and I don't think I can parry this.
Your
one.
shield broken. Your shield broken,
My
dog.
shield's- I'm just stunned up here. In terms
That
of
happens when we're
what
up here.
I would change of the tier list, maybe I think clearly Ottawa and GVU are like the contenders for the top 2, and Illini and ONU have a lot of work to do. It's tough for Illini over the course of the LAN. Lubhart wasn't with them, and with Refugo in the bot lane, they took it to Kai and Cuz, which was just mind-blowing to me. So I'm kind of curious how that middle of the pack is within kind of the top 4. So to Travis D's point, I would move Ottawa up very easily to GVU sort of S tier, and then have Illini above ONU in that sort of A tier. Keep probably Udon and Toponer in that B tier, but it's been a crazy season for Purdue Northwest. Briarcliff has been super fun to watch. Zolani and Belko, especially at the start of the season, I was super high on them. I remember Belko on the Rakan, just beautiful engages, coordinating with maces. Like that one game we watched Chippy at the start of the season just blew me away with sort of the action that we were seeing. I would honestly, instead of swapping Drury and Illinois College, I would maybe put them both in the main tier.
Oh yeah. I think that's fair actually. But you would the order would be Illinois Drury, like left to right.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially after we watched them play.
Yeah.
Just this
I think
past weekend, right after making the tier list.
Yeah, I think BCU and Purdue have kind of had a really wonky roster swapping kind of shenanigans. Obviously, Purdue Northwest with the mid lane. I think BCU just like they're literally their top half has played every single role. I think for me, I think I'm pretty comfortable with BCU at that tier because I think Zolani and Belko, given on the right champions like the Zeri, the Rakan, they're pretty good. They're like really good. But I think off those champions, they really, to me, haven't shown as much carry potential as like Toponer and Udon have. And I think just like I said, I value map movement a lot for support. Like you hear me talk about it all the time. I think that's a very important skill. And I think there are supports that do that well. In my mind, unfortunately, I just like value that. That's like a pretty big skill to have. Laning, obviously, of course, it's important. Don't get me wrong, but I think playing that second jungler role is equally important because that's what changes games.
I know that like people have criticized like some of the I would say like Lone Force probably gets a little bit of criticism, but Lone Force has been a player that I've actually really enjoyed watching grow actually inside the MEC this season. We were talking about like the bottom half, and it's crazy. Our support pool is actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Lone Force's Rakan is actually pretty cool. I love the way that they've been roaming alongside with their jungler. They had a game where they had Sage Wabe in the jungle, and I was really a big fan of that move because that synergy felt like it was still there.
Yeah.
So I would love to see more teams like pulling experiments like that. It sucks that it's getting closer to the end of the season. I wish it was like double the amount of time, to be honest, just so I could keep watching.
Quadruple round robin.
I know, but it's like, man, we got players graduating too, which is crazy. Like, I know Drury Panthers, I think their entire roster, besides their support, Fat Cat is graduating this year, which is like,
Fat Cat.
and the whole
saw the Twitter
team
post.
is leaving
He
you.
was like, please, some people come help me out.
yeah, like Fat Cat's got there's gonna be a whole team rebuild there. I think Taponer's a senior as well.
Yep.
So there's just so many like talented players that I would love to be able to see more of, but we're only getting
Fat
one
Cat
more weekend
leadership
and we
arc.
got playoffs. Yeah,
I'm excited
right?
for the Fat Cat leadership because he's support,
the
right? Like
Splinter
he's
meme.
I think he's gonna just like where everybody leaves.
Yeah, you got me.
I am actually so excited. Assuming Fat Cat continues to play for Drury, I think he's very primed to become like a very vocal leader for that new squad. And I think that like it's a lot of pressure, but the following season will really hinge on how he kind of evolves as a leader. It's not just going to be up to him. There's probably going to be one other player that's like very vocal that they recruit.
Yes.
Assuming, right? But he's going to be doing all the major like Baron, bot lane, dragon stuff, all the more micro stuff like, hey, we can gank this lane, I can set this up. I think that'll be maybe the jungler or even maybe top lane, but I'm very, very excited because I think Fat Cat is like a super strong personality. I think I've gotten to talk to him on Twitter or like DMing, like getting a lot of insight on the team. I think he is perfectly primed to kind of take that position in Drury, and I think it's going to be really cool to kind of watch his evolution. I saw your cat sneak by the way, Travis.
Yeah.
Two points I want to add real quick. Travis D, I really liked your point about Koda's champion pool, because I think for the start of the season, it was a unique champion every single game, and we did not see like the same champion twice. And it should be talking about Briarcliff's sort of struggle with that bot lane flexibility. I feel like, I don't know if you guys remember from back in the day with like the bot lane Triforce of lanes when it was like poke versus sustain versus like burst or like
burst.
engage. And that
Corky
sort
Graves,
of
Ezreal.
dynamic, I feel like is really important, especially like when it's going to come to playoffs, when teams, we heard from the players throughout the interviews that a lot of the playoff success will come down to prep and draft planning and stuff like that. So I think that flexibility for someone like Coda and for some of these top players in the division is something that's not only really fun to watch, but something I have a crazy amount of respect for, that they could just whip out so many champions and play them all at a high level. And then I wanted to talk about Cuz. I noticed, especially this past weekend, it was specifically the Karma plus Udyr combo. Cuz was literally just a second jungler with just running around, and it was absolutely hilarious just watching them just go crazy over the map with aggression and just have an absolute time just ganking everyone, not being slowed down whatsoever, going underneath turrets. It was really fun to watch.
All the seeding is basically taken care of. It's definitely something that we have to talk about. I say basically all, but there's still the first seed to find out who will take home the first seed. We got a rematch this weekend. GVU, Ottawa Braves. Gentlemen, we can see here in the standings, everybody is locked into their position. ONU has already played their games for this weekend, actually. So there is no chance for them to actually catch up to Illinois. This is big. Look at it. GVU, Ottawa Braves. Final weekend First place up for grabs. Who do you guys got here? Who are you guys favoring in the rematch here? I'm gonna start with Matt because Matt keeps running away from the topics when I send them to him.
Why are you asking me questions, man? What am I?
Yeah, no. It's because you keep running away, okay? I'll chase you.
All right, Travesty's gonna find me no matter where I go. I get that. I hope for this series, my biggest thought is that I hope we get 3 games instead of just 2.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Because it was the closest 2-0, I think, of the entire season out of any of these series. Both, I think, almost 40 minutes. Both just so fun to watch. I was tuning in between. I think it was on Super Bowl Sunday, and I was still watching these two teams go toe-to-toe. Trickster was someone I got to cast a whole lot during the UPL. Just this past sort of, I don't know, I guess it's fall, but December doesn't really feel like fall to me, so it doesn't really feel like. But it's
winter.
it's
I don't know.
the fall/winter season of UPL, the last one. Trickster has clearly changed this team's trajectory and really made an impact. And I think Trickster was on Lee Sin in the last series against GVU, I think. I remember seeing some Trickster Lee Sin action. I don't know if it was against GVU or not. Oh, heck yeah. Look at my max memory on point. Heck yeah. That makes me happy. So I'm looking for him to step up in this series and come back and really show us what he's got for that. Because I know earlier on in the podcast, we were talking about potential MVPs of the series, wanting to give those sort of accolades away. And I feel like for the players, it's something that it is really potentially special to sort of cap off a season and be like, yeah, you know what? That MEC 2023 season, the casters in the community, they voted me MVP, and that was really cool. So I think this matchup in particular has MVP battle weight on it, and I'm really looking forward to see who sort of rises to the occasion. And I think Trickster's one of those players who can definitely do so. With how many jungle champions he's been playing across this season, I'm curious what Ottawa's exactly going to cook up to sort of play into GVU. Shibby was talking about how heavily he was ganking bot lane. I wonder if that's going to be their game plan going into it once again, try to set up Levi for success once more. I remember seeing Pranks Jax just kind of take over the game, so I wonder, how much of... Oh my gosh, my Apple Watch is starting to freaking go off their Siri's listening to the podcast. They want to know what's going on.
Big fan! Siri's a big fan!
But I wonder how well Trickster is going to be able to sort of snowball what has been for Ottawa pretty much consistently throughout the season, a very strong early game. Are they going to be able to find that early game success once more and sort of keep the snowball rolling throughout the mid and early game? I think that's sort of what is biggest on my mind headed into the series.
Well, Max somehow managed to avoid the question, so I'm going to bring it back. Who do you actually have taking it? Travis, I got you. Who are you taking?
Oh, wow. Okay, do I have... Okay,
he doesn't even know he's deflecting anymore.
I'm getting gaslit. I'm literally getting gaslit right now.
I'll go Ottawa 2-1.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I guess now it's my turn.
It is your turn, yes.
Yeah, Shibby, how's that? How's that running away now?
Just fucking skedaddle.
Shibby's over here breakdancing, waiting for his moment.
Sorry, I know you're in my ear right now. Apologies. I think kind of I'm not trying to be contrarian. I think actually the more important matchup in this series, which I think isn't getting highlighted enough. I don't think it was highlighted enough prior. I think is the mid lane matchup between Jinkall and Blonde. And it's like, why should be? Why do you say that? Well,
why?
I feel like both of
Tell me.
these players.
Yeah, I cast
They're-
that series. Insult me. Come on.
No. I'm not saying it wasn't brought up during the series. I'm just saying, like, you look at both of these guys' champion pools and kind of how they flex around for their team. Like, they both, like, it's like, so looking at Blonde and Gene Call's champion pool match, right? So they've got Syndra, they've got Orianna, they've got Lissandra. They both play one of the Wind Brothers, right? They both play like all these control mages, but also like they have their own unique picks, right? I think one of the highlight games for me was watching Blonde on that Zoe Varus composition, right? And also GVU play a very similar composition, except this time it's Prank on Jace, but the Varus is still there. So they both have their own kind of, I'm going to say, twist on the poke composition.
Own
Like I said, they're
recipe.
all... Yeah, they have their own recipe, right? GVU also runs like the Yasuo Gragas, but then Ottawa as well, they also play Yasuo Gragas, right? They also have the Yone ready to be available with the Lee Sin. Like, they play something a little bit more 2v2 aggressive. Like, I think the mid lane matchup and kind of who can get the better of the mirror, like, not the mirror champions, but like more of like, oh, if you're going to take the Syndra, I'm going to play the Victor. Both of these guys know the matchup inside and out, right? They've both played opposite sides. Or if like you're going to take the Orianna, I'm going to take this. Or if you're going to take the Azir, I'll do this, right? If you're going to take the Yasuo, I'm going to take X amount. I think the mid lane matchup is where this game is going to hinge on, because I don't think Ottawa's just going to come in and slam bot again like that. The meta's changing as well, right? Yumi's coming back in. I don't know if she's going to be enabled because of she had the massive rework. I think she'll be actually disabled this week, assuming she goes the same ASOL route. But like, engaged champions are very meta. Jungle is being kind of, I would say, buffed for punishing, right? So Trickster, who's I think in my opinion one of the best junglers in the league, he can punish, you know, bad pathing a little bit more, because now you do the same amount of damage to enemy jungle camps. You're not nerfed. So I think there's a lot of things to kind of play around with. I think top lane is going to be really cool to watch Killian and Prank, don't get me wrong. But I think Jinkall and Blonde, that is what's going to turn the game. And you're going to see, like, the winning team, more often than not, is going to have the better mid laner in this scenario. I think mid lane's too important right now.
It's also interesting that you bring that up, because they're both really proficient team fighters, right? Like, they do play a lot of team
100%.
champions.
Yeah.
The champion that I've been interested in the most when I've been following Jinkle has been the Talia gameplay, because they play Talia really clean, right? There's no way of their seismic shoves and everything have been very clean. They've been good at team fighting with this champion. But I always get infuriated because the Weaver's Wall actually doesn't come out in the laning phase. They save it until objective fights, and it's kind of
it's so annoying.
It's the interesting thing, and I want to bring up this dynamic because you guys have gone really specific into the player versus player. We talked about like the bot lane versus each other and all this other stuff. I want to talk about stylistically how these two teams match up together. Ottawa Braves is a team that is really down to like get up in your face and do some chaotic things. They usually pick like a scaling like control mage mid laner or something like that. But Trickster is hella aggressive and is really good at being able to do that. And to your point about the mid lane, we do see that control style, but we don't get to see a lot of activity from GVU in the early parts of the game. And I think that's a big weakness that they do have to deal with. While on the other side, a big weakness that Braves have that they have to deal with is the fact that they are a little bit too loosey-goosey. They get a lead and they will run it down. They choke when it comes down to a pivotal moment because they get a little bit too... They feel themselves too much, right? This team gets cocky. There's a difference between cocky and confidence, and they definitely know that they are cocky when it comes down to it. Or at least I hope they know. You can tell it in their interviews when they pick up wins. They're very happy. They're very energetic. But even then, you saw it inside the last time these guys fought. Braves had a lead they had no business losing. They should not have lost with the lead that they generated for themselves. It was based off of GVU doing some heroic things. But yet again, it goes back to the strengths and weaknesses of these two teams are so different from one another. And I think that's what makes this matchup even more fun to watch, because of the fact that where Braves are at their weakest, Grandview is at their strongest. With Grandview is at their weakest, Braves are at their strongest, and we do see that clash with each other throughout. We had 2 40-minute games, as you gentlemen had talked about.
Mm-hmm.
I just, it's a very hard thing to be able to figure out, like, exactly who is going to be able to come out on top because of the fact their styles clash so heavily.
Mm-hmm.
Shibby, you didn't tell me who you think is going to come out on top inside the series.
Yeah, what the heck,
GVU.
man?
2-0. GVU 2-0. 2-0. I don't believe in 2-1s. It's 2-0 GVU.
I do like
Lately,
that.
someone hasn't watched enough CLOL.
I mean, I think you had a lot of plausibility though to back up your claims based off of what I just said, right? Like, if you look at the other series, right? Do you have confidence in Braves in their team fighting late game? Is like a big question you do have to ask, and I think it's hard to have a hard yes to that.
It's honestly, it's gonna be up to which team brings like the best composition, right? Like, how do they match up? How do they kind of divvy up the responsibilities? Because they both play poke, they both play hard engage, they both play scaling. Like, they have all these different compositions and champions they can kind of come out with in the woodworks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna see what they bring new to the table, right? Because of some of the changes that are happening. I think Trickster benefits a lot from the jungle changes, but I also think Pluto probably benefits a lot from the support hard engage changes, because he is most of the time either primary or follow-up engage every single time. And I just think his eye for the engage is really, really good. Whereas, like you said, Ottawa doesn't see a fight they don't want to take.
Yeah, for me, what I've been thinking about this topic and who I would pick, I am going back and forth between the fact that you said the compositions matter. I say, heck, the composition. It doesn't matter what the composition has to do. It just matters who is going to make the stupid move in the late game, or who's going to bleed out profusely in the early game, right? Like, that becomes the question. And can you recover from that? Grandview has shown that, but that's such a hard situation to get into and to get out of. I know you said you don't believe in 2-1s. Shibby, I am going for a 2-1 here.
Who's gonna win, Travesty? Tell us.
I think
I know.
From what I've been watching, I go Grandview, actually.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Ottawa. I really thought you were gonna say Ottawa 2-1.
I think Ottawa across the table in the jungle, and bot lane, they are stronger, because I think Nightstar is a fantastic carry player. They're really great at team fighting. Their team fighting positioning is unmatched. Actually, just like go back and watch the VODs, and like, this person's like gale forcing over walls as Sivir in the midst of a team fight to like position themselves perfectly to ricochet their blades. Their positioning is picture perfect. But I do value aggression. I value getting ahead early on. I value knowing when to call your jungler down and how to punish quite a bit. So they get the edge there, and that also gives an edge in the jungle. I think Castle's a great facilitator. He's the glue that keeps his team winning. I did come into the mid-season with Castle as my MVP for the entire MEC season. So right now he's still a front runner for that MVP in my heart right now. But I still think
hit list.
I think Trickster's a hella good carry player. Prank has the advantage top lane. And I do think Blonde has the advantage against Jinquil in most things except for team fighting. I think Jinquil excels as Blonde in team fighting. So, I'm actually putting my basis on the fact that I think Ottawa Braves are really good mechanically, but they do something stupid in the mid game.
They have to prove you wrong, essentially. They
have to prove me wrong. They haven't proved me wrong yet. Like, every series I've watched, they've had so many games that should have been easy 20-minute closes, and then it extends for another 10 minutes because they decide to run it down in the Nexus. Yep. Like they haven't shown me that they fix this problem. So if they fix this problem, cool. I'm cool with saying, like, I guess the team I think is mechanically just really good is going to come out on top. But right now, I think GVU is just a whole picture. I think their coaching staff is also good to credit here for they have given this team a great play style to play that nobody's been able to exploit except for one team inside the MEC, which is also a team fighting team, which is Illinois.
Yep.
Well,
Like-
I think we've beaten the topic here. I think the hype is made, Travis. I think we just have to wait. I believe you get to cast this series.
Lucky dog.
You
lucky
lucky
dog,
duck.
you.
You lucky duck.
Yeah, another
So-
good GVU versus OU series. Let's go.
I think we're good. I think I'm pretty happy with how we've set it up, and so now you just gotta wait until Saturday. Woo!
Yeah, so when we're going to go ahead and close things out here. Close down shop. Shout outs to everybody who is watching and is continuing to watch. Make sure you check out the games that are happening. We got some fun ones starting off on Saturday. Our first game is actually, because like I was talking about earlier, ONU already played their games this weekend. So our first game starts at 1 p.m. Central Time. With you guys get to sleep a little bit. Gamers sleep. But it will start off with Briarcliff University taking on UIUC. So they will be able to contend against one another to start things off. And at the end of the day, that series that we've been talking about is coming around the corner with Ottawa taking on Grandview. So you will not want to miss that towards the end of the day. I'll be there. But that's it for us here on to MEC Pod. And shout outs to AVDG and South Shore Convention and Visitors Authority for making sure that we're able to spend this extra time talking. Yeah, they're the real ones. They give me extra time to flame Shibby to their face, besides just in the cast where I'm not around Shibby at all. So I appreciate this. Thank you for giving me a platform to flame the boy that needs it. And shout out to everybody watching. You all have yourselves a great one. This podcast over. I don't have to run away this time. I'm just going to wait until the screen blurs or something. I don't know. Bye. That felt weird. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the MEC. I just feel weird because I signed off on one thing and then I'm getting the handoff from it. My name's Travis. You might know me from the hit podcast MEC Pod. I'm joined here with my co-caster who is not on the MEC Pod, but is a very valued guest in and on and off the Rift. RMC, how you doing, bud?
Doing good. It's kind of hard for me to step in and replace both Shibby and Mac here, both of them amazing people. But we're going to try our best, Travi. And you guys were setting up the most exciting match of the week here, the match we've all been waiting for. And we've got Purdue Northwest versus Drury Panthers. That's the matchup here?
Yeah, that's the matchup. I was going to say that I was going to do a shot at Mac and Shibby and be like, I prefer your company. Don't sell yourself short. Don't worry about it. This guys, Shibby not a War Turtle appreciator, so I don't like him. But we do have Drury Panthers and Purdue Northwest. And, this is fun, too, because of the fact that we do have a little bit of a roster shakeup. We have some members from Drury Panthers that have taken a step back. And Azula's Revenge, who was Iced Grande before, are coming back into the roster. Iced Grande, aka Azula's Revenge, big fan of the name, came in and played the first 2 weeks, I believe, of the action for Drury Panthers.
Yeah, and on the other side, of course, Purdue Northwest, they've had their own share of roster issues as well, swapping in and out. It's still going to be the same people you expect to see, Sunjak in the top, Tiger Star in jungle, Immune Flame in the mid lane. But honestly, the performance has been kind of all over the place, Travi. I'm not sure what to expect. So with changes on one side, chaos on the other, I'm actually kind of excited to see what we're going to get on Summer's Rift today.
I'm going to tell you right now, it's full chaos, RMC. Let me just break things down for you, right? We got on one side, I don't know if he's still calling himself Autofield Anthony. Tiger Star, if you could confirm for me, I would greatly appreciate it. But both these teams have a hint of chaos amongst both of them that is so delightful to see. I do know that Tiger Star, I was inside of the MEC general chat yesterday, which is a very fun Discord to be inside of, where get to talk to all the players and all the players talking around with. They did some Flet's Q games. I believe Tiger Star was a part of it. Said it was lit. So
Okay.
Tiger Star is embracing the chaos that is MEC. But on the other side, Mastermind is also a very chaotic individual in terms of they play whatever they please.
Yeah, and you know what? We've said this about Mastermind before. It works most of the time, right? His Darius gets banned a lot against him because Mastermind may play what he pleases, but what he pleases often wins the games for Jury Panther, or at least does best for Jury Panther here. Jury Panther still, of course, hunting for wins because they've had a pretty dry season of it here, Travi. It's been kind of rough for them, despite moments of brilliance in almost all their matches.
The crazy thing that is out there for me, I don't know if we could actually pull up the standings at the moment here, but we could actually take a moment to look at those, and you can actually see no matter what happens, this is the crazy thing about this weekend. The big matchup that is today is actually our second matchup of the day. That determines first seeding. After that, all seeding has been decided. This is to get your momentum going into playoffs. Remember, all 8 teams make their spot inside of playoffs. They're all there. The only question that we have at the end is who will have sole possession of first place. There can only be one. So between these two teams, it's all about momentum. It's about getting yourselves ready. Drury Panthers, they want to go ahead and get themselves in a good situation. I actually am curious if they do win here, because that would tie them with Illinois College. I wonder actually what the tiebreaker rules would be for that, because that could change up some seeding. But either way, you're going against whoever's either the first seed or second seed, and either one of those are monsters in your own right. So I feel like momentum is still the best thing to play for.
Well, Travi, technically, if Drury win today and tomorrow, and Purdue Northwest don't, there could be
That's true.
even
That's
bigger
true.
upsets. It's theoretically possible here. So at least for this game, Travi, not everything is set in stone. And to me, that's why it's even more fun and more interesting, because other matches you can argue, oh, they're exhibition matches at this point. Like you said, you know, third, fourth place, they're not moving very much here. But down near the bottom of the standings, it definitely is. And for Jury Panthers, you know, like we said, bringing back Azula's Revenge, bring back Olsend as well. I do think Baymax and Oathquake have done a great job throughout the season with Jury Panthers fitting in seamlessly here. So now with this roster swap, I wasn't told why it happened, but maybe they're deciding, hey, let's try a different configuration of things. Maybe, you know, Azula's Revenge and Olsend have been in a hyperbolic time chamber, just training their way up, ready for this moment. They're coming in, they're going to be the saviors of Jury Panther.
I do wonder too, because like Drury has a really hard lineup. Because you were saying something about the seeding. Tomorrow they take on UIUC. So that's a hard matchup. That's the third seed that's coming about, and Purdue actually take on Grandview. So it's not an easy path. But you do have the thing, Drury. If they were to take down Purdue and then they win out tomorrow, right? They do tie up with Purdue Northwest. So that is a situation. I had to look up and see what the very specific scenario was. I was like, it's not the greatest of ones that you want to bank on at the very end. But hey, you still technically can take control of your own destiny here.
True. You know, Illini is their team. It's hard, but it's possible. And hey, Grandview Vikings, we don't know if they're going to be untouched all the way to the end. They still got another match to play after this one as well, Travi. But into the specific matchup between Purdue Northwest and Jury Panthers. We mentioned before, Mastermind for Jury Panthers in that top lane, an absolute monster. And I think for Jury Panthers, they've always looked at that lane as a lane that can potentially carry them through games. But I want to look at their bot lane as well, because I think the Poner and Dudon Bidon have been a solid rock for Purdue Northwest. Azula's Revenge coming in. This guy's a Masters player as well. I'm not sure if he hit that rank, you know, since the first 2 weeks, but at least his mechanics have got to be incredibly solid. Now, granted, he's playing a lot of support champions, but still in the bot lane, right? And maybe you pull up some cheese. We've seen Annie mid, we've seen Annie support, I've seen Annie top, and it actually kind of worked oddly enough as a tank.
Yeah.
Maybe Annie AP carry in the bot lane?
Maybe. I just know that I still, like I said before when I introduced the name, I enjoy the name. It's much better than Ice Grande. I appreciate Azula's Revenge. I'm a big Avatar The Last Airbender fan, so, you know, I'm cool with it. It's great. But I do think it could change up the dynamic. I had a question, actually, that I don't have the answer for, of course, and we won't be able to have an answer for it. Maybe if Drury do pick up the W, we can ask them about it, or even if they don't, I would love to know the answer to it. Is because I know for Fat Cat's losing their entire team, right? Like they're the only member that's not graduating from the main roster of the Drury Panthers team. So it does come into the question for me is, are they looking long term too if Azula's Revenge is staying around, right? Like if you do have those different pieces that are going to be with you next year and you guys are looking to try and like gain some momentum, but at the same time you're just trying to build that cohesion and whatnot, makes a lot of sense to, you know, go ahead and see what you got, especially against a team like you were talking about, who is very aggressive. You do see, like you were talking about, Topono Udon Budon, they can be very aggressive. Tiger Star, of course, doesn't know fear either. Also, Endrick and Immune the Flame tend to be the people who kind of act as anchors, holding it down for the team to make sure that they don't lose themselves in those chaotic moments.
And talking about Purdue and all that shuffling they've had as well, Tiger Star, Autofield Anthony over there, he's improved. He's no longer just an Udyr one trick. He's picked up Graves recently and actually done pretty well. I believe the last 3 wins have all come with him on Graves in the jungle. So we've seen teams at this point largely have to ban the Udyr. When they don't ban it, Tiger Star looks incredible on it. I wonder if today we start seeing 2 bans being thrown at Tiger Star. Because if you're autofilling, if you're roll swapping and drawing 2 bans, like that is incredibly impressive for a player.
Remember, this is the player. I want to highlight it yet again if you guys haven't seen it. It's on the Unified channel, actually, where you can watch the interview. But at the very beginning of the season, we had an interview with Tiger Star, and Tiger Star was quoted saying, "This is what I'm meant to do," when it came down to playing competitive League of Legends. So, you know, this is a player out there that's enjoying their time inside the competitive scene. And that's what collegiate League of Legends is all about to me. All about being able to enjoy those moments, to be able to savor them. You don't always get that when it comes down to anything competitive, but here inside the MEC, we definitely see a lot of these players are able to find that, and you see that mood across both teams here.
Fair enough, and we are into draft right now. Drury Panthers on the blue side for game 1, Travi. Purdue Northwest on the red side. That'll give them nice counter pick here, and surprisingly, Drury's first ban, it's neither Udyr nor Graves. J4 being taken off the board against Tiger Star.
Yeah, that makes sense too. It's been coming up a lot more recently, right? People have been playing some of Moonbile carries, and J4's never been bad. I'm just saying, like, it's been a good pick, and people are catching up onto it.
I'm just looking. He's played it twice that I can see, and I think both times were losses. He has not played it recently either, so to me that suggests maybe Drury Panthers, there's something specific they want to avoid here. Maybe they're thinking that Purdue Northwest are probably going to pick something Wombo combo, maybe like a Rumble or Misfortune that will be set up for the J4, and or they want skilling and they don't want to get hammered by level 2 ganks coming through. The Darius ban for Purdue Northwest. Now that one, Travi, is something that we a lot more in line with our expectations here.
You get a pentakill on a champion, you don't get it anymore. That's just the rule of things. I'm sorry, Mastermind. I felt your pain. I've been there. I've gotten a penta, and I was never allowed to play Pike for an entire season. So it's one of those things where, yeah, it makes perfect sense. Also, the Viego, that's actually been another champion that Tiger Star has been leaning on as of late, and they've had some pretty impressive moments on it.
Yeah, okay, that one makes a little bit more sense. And Travi, are we going to see all bans targeted at Tiger Star? I feel that's a little bit disrespectful to, you know, the Poner or Udon Bidon or even Immune to Flame. These guys are massive carries on the team, especially if you put Udon Bidon, you know, on something like the Rakan or a Gage support to come through. He's shown that he's got really good sense of timing, really good sense of knowing how to punish, not just in team fights, but in lane as well. Oh, there we go. Yubi is not the engaged champion I had in mind.
Yeah, so I'm actually expecting a Zaya ban, but that's a Rakan coming out. So that's banned away from Udon Budon. I was expecting Zaya because Zaya actually is something that's very effective on Topono, very aggressive, in your face. It really appreciates that nope button when it comes down to other people trying to engage on them.
I mean, keep in mind, Drury Panthers right now are on the blue side. They get first pick. So if Azula wants that Zaya for himself, that's one way to do it, and you don't have to waste the ban on that particular pick. The last ban from Purdue Northwest coming out, going to be the Seraphine. And we mentioned before, Azula has been playing a lot of support style champions in solo queue here, so maybe they just want to remove the risk of a triple way Seraphine flex or double support, double enchanter bot lane.
I like the read coming out from Purdue Northwest because with certain compositions, Seraphine's actually such a menace to have to deal with, especially as the game goes on later and later. See what the first pick possibly is. That is going to be a Gragas, so the very flexible champion to be locked in first pick.
Yeah, currently a three-way flex between jungle, mid, and top lane here. Now, as much as we've said that Mastermind, very, very flexible player, huge champion pool, I kind of actually don't really want to see him on the Gragas necessarily. I feel like that's not the carry champion that you kind of want to have Mastermind on, right? Like, you can't really 1v5 with that, so maybe into the jungle. And sure enough, Udyr, Travi, instant pick for Purdue because you left it open.
Yeah, Star has called it the Silver Tech, so they're looking to slap some people up with that. I feel like you just lock in your support here too, right? Like, just get something that pairs together with this Udyr really well, and you're in a really good spot.
Yeah, potentially. You could also pick your AD carry, the Xayah that you're talking about, Travis, still up and open here. But they are saying, we think that Gragas is in the top lane for Mastermind. They are, I'm going to call it blinding. They are blinding the Aatrox for Cylindric right now. And considering that we've been seeing Cylindric on more utility-style top laners for the most part here, I'm a bit surprised at the Aatrox, but I've seen him play it before. And if he's anything like what he was last year, it's a good pick.
Yeah, Cylindric is the juggernaut, right? Don't dare stand in their way, if you please. But that does leave the Xayah pick available, so Azula's Revenge gets their hands on that. And now the question does kind of go over to the other side, too. What are you going to lock into the Xayah, who's been very prevalent inside of the MEC and just competitive scene as a whole? Is that a blind Yone? Do you dare, Killer Guy?
Why not?
He dares.
The other thing to keep in mind too is that Mastermind also does play Yone, so this is still a flex, and that Gragas is still a three-way flex, right?
True.
It's just Purdue saying that, hey, we're willing to pick this Aatrox, and that's why I called it a blind at this point. Purdue don't have a lot to go off of. You don't know that Yone is top, and in fact, I'd argue that the Yone is probably top. That's what we saw at Worlds as the answer to Aatrox.
True.
Right? Back when he was that unstoppable force in melee fights, you take Yone, you break his ankles. Purdue answering Xayah with Varus here. And I've seen a lot of Varus into the Xayah matchups not actually running lethality. Often saying that we'll handshake this, we'll both go to late game, and we'll both try and shred through fights. Personally, not a huge fan of the Varus that way. We'll have to see if the opponent opts for that or the opts for lane dominance with the lethality.
Yeah, but no likes to get up in your face. I don't like to play poke, so I'm expecting it to be the build choice that you were talking about. It's just a stylistic choice. Here in your second to last game, I'm going to be honest, I would love to see Immune to Flame pick out one of their specialty champions. I know we're not going to see it in this Nets pick. It's probably going to be that support role picked up, and they're giving Immune to Flame the counter pick. But man, I want to see that. Biz, Immune to Flame, I know you play it. I've seen your record. A man's got like 1,000 games on Fizz, is out here teasing me like I'm not going to play it. No, play it, pick it. I want it. Stop it. That's you, the producer. I'm gonna come for you. You better watch out.
I'm with you, Travi. I'd like
Go
to see
get the sword.
a bit of a carry here. But we're going to see the ASO, Travi. And I'm trying to recall if Immune to Flame has played this ASO up to this point.
Think so.
Okay, yeah, he's not. So it has been coming out. We have seen certain players. I think it was Maces who's been
tease.
selling that nonstop. And yeah, I think it's a good pickup with this Purdue composition that we've seen so far. It is still vulnerable to people who can gap close quite easily. Pantheon potentially being one, or something like a Cassidy even. Oh, Irelia fits that mold. Now, that does mean, however, that Drury Panther's a little bit light on magic damage. Ultend, most likely in the jungle on this Gragas, will probably have to go tanky, AP Gragas, which leaves them a lack of frontline right now.
So you think.
Okay, yeah, that works.
think.
Forgot about adding support. Wait, how does she make it all the way down to B5 without being picked or banned?
Just how it goes sometimes, man. Going all the way throughout. I mean, there's been plenty of games here in the MEC where Annie has made it all the way through and nobody's picked it up, right? It's just pops up every now and again. Braum. Okay, so we got Braum Varus as the answer bot lane. I was curious to see what exactly they were going to go with. So now we see the team comps come about. Everything's pretty balanced. Purdue Northwest, though, they definitely have a pretty scary team comp, I feel like, if I just look at it right off paper.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. It's such strong team fighting as well. You've got Aatrox into triple melee, quadruple if you, or 3.5 if you want to add Tibbers into that. But Solendrake going to have a great time trying to deal with that front wave coming in there. Udon Beat on that Braum as well, going to be incredibly disruptive. And the scaling that comes through with an Asol, and even with a Varus, an on-hit Varus with lethal tempo, will scale up monstrously as well. Heck, if the opponent wants to go lethality, you can probably afford to with that Asol, with that Aatrox on your side as well. So it feels like they've got really good scaling and team fighting on their side. Jury Panthers, though, while their team fighting is a little bit more mixed, they still do have some with the Annie and the Zaya, Gragas to cause disruption, but I'm actually looking at them to kind of smash lane here. They have the Yumi counter, they've got the Irelia counter, and Gragas is great at ganking. It's a really good damage profile as well for ganking that top half of the map with a mix of physical and magic damage here. So I think for Jury Panthers, if they want to win this, you just start ganking lanes from the get-go, never let up, get a big enough lead that it doesn't matter that Purdue's got a strong team fighting composition, because you've got more gold, and that makes up for all those problems.
Yeah, you gotta speed run the game, especially when you have an Aurelion Soul on the other side too, right? I think if you lose lane, it's just a go Nets angle. I've been talking a lot about like Aurelion Soul as of like recent, because we've gotten to see it come into like competitive scenes recently and stuff like that. We're starting to see what happens when the pros get their hands on this champion. We're having people actually go out and be like, how do you counter this champion, right? This champion's ridiculous. And the only answer I've only ever had whenever I've talked to people in these discussions is like, yo, you better win early. Like, you just don't let the Aurelion Soul be able to gather the Stardust, right? You don't let him play Operation Stardust. There's none of that. You don't let him do any of it, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, the alternative is you pick something that scales up just as hard, if not harder, something like a Syndra, a Vigar, a Kassadin. But 2 out of 3 of those were banned. So, in this case, Jury Panthers obviously has opted for the first strategy, the first plan that you've laid out. Smash hard, smash early. Are we going to see an invade right off the bat here?
Ooh. Any invade is spicy right now, since you get to start with your stun. So, Tiger Star spots it out. So, the invade will not give you anything juicy off of it. Sad days.
Well, they only drop a single ward there. Okay. Yep. Travis, you know our producer too well.
Yeah. The producer that I saw the Pantheon, I was like, no way somebody. Every time I talk to an MEC player about Pantheon, by the way, they say, I don't want to take an L. Like, I don't want to lose. And I'm just like, come on, man, please. Like, it's not bad. Like,
it's not bad, but it's also not good, right?
Listen, you're not helping my case. You're supposed to be my co-caster. You're supposed to be my partner.
I am, but I'm also a color caster, Travi. we gotta look at the facts and the stats.
Betray your origins.
Yeah, but Pantheon, he does great in lane, but it just feels like when it comes to scaling, he will fall off a little bit compared to other champion picks like Irelia, who can do very, very similar things.
You know what? I won a Pantheon game earlier today, RMC.
That's fair. And you know what? You play solo queue, Travi.
Listen, it's just trying to preach. One day, I'll have believers in the Church of Pantheon. One day. We're going into the game. There's no Pantheon to be seen, unfortunately, inside this game. But, Jury Panthers, they are... I'm just kind of keeping an eye on this Krakus, I think. I feel like that's probably the safe ways to be. This is a Yone mid, by the way, and Aurelia top.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I actually didn't catch that. The fact that they opted for this lane swap. And
it's Mastermind, Pilot, and Yone.
Yeah, that is
yeah. So, fun fact, in terms of, like, champions that people tend to go to, that they're like, if you want to win the game, you pick this champion in the Aurelion Soul. Has been Yone and Tristana has been like one of the big ones, but mostly Yone. A lot of people say play Yone into this champion.
Yeah, and early on, Aurelion doesn't have enough damage. You saw Mastermind just tag the entire thing, not a care in the road.
Flash body slam, here we go, boom, slap. Oh, dodges out on the explosion there.
Tiger Star?
Tiger Star is going to come over, catch some hands, say, you ain't going nowhere. But all of a sudden, turns around and says, I'm going to wrangle me a space dragon. Now it's Tiger Star looking to fight. 1v2 comes out on top. Zulu's Revenge in a dangerous spot. Fat Cat lays in the damage, gets the kill secured. The Poner falls. Udon Budon is being chased by Fat Cat. You don't have time to get that ward. Fat Cat will give you no time to breathe.
Honestly, I was kind of scared that Mastermind, was going to just collapse in and punish on that catch there, but was being chased up by Moonflame and Tiger Star. Moonflame
supporting
having to
evidence.
keep back into lane. Okay.
Supporting evidence of my claim.
Really? That is interesting. I did not know that, but really, really good to know. Because I thought Irelia would serve a similar purpose. And my concern with the sort of lane swap here isn't for Mastermind. Like we said, Yone into Asol, perfectly fine. We saw how that trade went. My fear is actually for the Irelia into the Aatrox. Yes, you have a lot of mobility, so you can try and dodge things out. But if ever you misstep or misplay, you will lose that trade pretty heavily. And we're already seeing Solendric win out on these trades in the top side. That's only going to get worse once Killer Guy runs out of mana.
It's a dangerous game. I'm excited for this just because I love seeing players that are like ready to throw down the gauntlet on Aurelia, because that means you're basically challenging your opponents to a hands check every single time you go in on them. Like, are you ready? Are you ready? What's about to happen?
And hey, there's confidence for you. We'll have to see whether or not it pans out. All said, though, this Gragas. You mentioned earlier, Travi, that just watch this Gragas for like indication of where action's going to happen. Yeah, I quite agree with that, I think, so far. Even that bot side action caught me a little bit by surprise. I wasn't expecting them to kind of all in like that, especially when the opponent is running Oak Varus with that Comet here. And I'm kind of just waiting for Olsen to come down to this bot lane as well. I think the opponent and Udon Budon are shoving up incredibly aggressively right now.
Yeah, they kind of had the privilege of doing that with, like you were talking about, Comet Varus, and you see more and more of that. Tiger Stars over here on the sides, whacking around to the mid lane. We'll be able to catch Mastermind as they're looking to roam out, so both of them will be able to spot each other. But no further action to be able to come across at the current moment in time. Gragas wants to get something towards his top or mid lane, but I agree with you. Go to just bot side, it's pushing, and Annie got some great gank support.
True. Annie roaming out as well. Fat Cat here. Only level 4. No ultimate available yet. Flash still down, so I don't really know how effective this roam out is going to be. It felt like they're just covering Mastermind a little bit, but he's getting shoved in. So kind of a little bit quiet here, Travi, after that initial bit of action. Olsen, is he about to change this? Nope, because there's a ward in the bush.
Yep. It's going to get spotted out. This is one of the things that I feel like it is just one of the worst things that kind of comes out here when you pick champions that are so insane, like an Aurelia, like a Yone. You kind of tunnel vision on those a little bit too hard. I feel like we're seeing a little bit of that. As a result, since they had that vision to spot him out, free Dragon for Purdue Northwest.
Yep, and that's the kind of problem that Jury Panthers are facing a little bit here. They have to keep making these plays.
So, Vanguard's Edge popped. Is Solana laying a good amount of damage on the Soul Ender, but they are laying in the hurt right back with the World Ender. Killer Guy taking way too much damage.
Yeah, remember when we were talking about 3 melees into an Aatrox?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was exactly why we were talking
Was
about
that the
right
punchline that we just witnessed?
Yep, that was a punch to the face as a punchline from Solendric there. Did have to burn the flash now. Solendric sat on a ward, doesn't have the World Ender right now. Actually has to be a little bit careful. Should still be fine in that 1v1. And the point I was trying to make before that was Jury Panthers are the team who has to make the action happen. We said they're the ones who have to win the lane. 20 CS advantage, that's really nice for Killer Guy, but by itself, it isn't enough. Purdue Northwest, they can take their time. Tiger Star doesn't have to gank. He can just power farm. That is an option for them. Immune to Flame is doing perfectly okay as well.
Yeah, as long as Immune to Flame is able to gather the Stardust, that's the big thing for it. I'm also keeping my eyes peeled because over here in the MEC, it feels like Aurelian Soul has had cooties. Nobody's been wanting to touch this champion.
What?
And,
no, Maces has been perma-spamming it.
Yeah, that's the one player. I'm talking about the entirety of MEC. And Maces has only gone Leandri's, which I get the idea behind. But I see a lot of Rod of Ages a lot of times whenever I play. So I've been waiting to see if we will get to see a Rod of Ages this time around from Immune to Flame.
Yeah, I can't quite tell from the build so far if it is going to be the Rod of Ages. With Raw of Ages, I actually don't know if I'd prefer that for Purdue right now. I feel like they have enough tankiness with Solendric and Tiger Star and Udon Bidon. And Xayah can kind of cut through the tankiness over time. Not to mention if we do see Blade of the Rune King on Kill Guy as well. I don't know if tankiness is what you want here. I think I'd actually prefer Leandries.
Okay. You have a Leandries believer in your beliefs. They're valid because, I mean, the Flame is going to take that, it looks like. The last chapter was completed on that fact, so there you go. Get you being all right and stuff.
Yeah, it's almost like, I should probably make that my job or something, right, Trevor?
Well, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Fortunately, you've been, you have like a bar out there somewhere, I feel like.
What? Wait, where's this bar coming from?
I just think that you're a bad boy outside of casting. Lots of damage. Cleanse comes through. No action after that to come about, but did force the cleanse. Both junglers are bot lane right now as well. They heard me call you a bad boy, and they're like, stop.
Exactly. They know where it's at. I'm a perfectly innocent minion. No idea what you're talking about. The Poner and Udon Bidon, though, their poke is starting to land there. And I think a lot of that was triggered by the Poner's change of corruptions. That was what they were thinking about going in on. In fact, I think if Tiger Star waited around, they could probably have just pulled the trigger on it anyways. There's a ton of wards, though. And Azula's Revenge, Fat Cat, all I see in my head right now is the meme of, uh-oh, I'm in danger. They know it. They're warding. They're backing. They know they're going to lose out, but they have to do it.
Well, I mean, the Flame repositioned himself for this gank to happen. But, Mastermind goes in! Might be able to secure the kill. The Comet comes in from out of orbit. But the play from Mastermind is out of this world. It's looking to finish things off. But Udon, the hero, comes through to save the day. Stand behind Udon. Mastermind still wants to be able to catch a little bit, but still, Tiger Star is there to guard. Udon Budon, what a hero play.
Yeah, that was really all on Udon Bidon to equalize the situation there, because things could have gone so poorly. And immune to flame, I understand wanting to try and punish that Yone, but he just doesn't have damage yet, so that completely backfires. Despite Tiger Star living, they will have to give up any hope of trying to pick up that Herald there, because Tiger Star was way too low in health and Jury had a numbers advantage. Fat Cat roaming around here, going mid, covering, running right back to that bot side here, and Zula's Revenge is going to be pretty happy at the 1v1. Was able to pick up some farm and try and close the gap a little bit in the spot lane.
It was weird saying somebody's revenge is happy. You know?
Yeah, but the problem is if we abbreviate it to Azula, that's an actual character, right? That's not... I mean... You just call them Revenge is happy?
Well, there's already a person out there named Revenge, just so like then there's that, right? Like there's no pro players named Azula. I'm just saying.
Matt, we need to go back to Ice Grande here.
No, no. See, here I can have like Azula quotes from Avatar. Ice Grande? Nah, I'm just an angry Karen.
whoa! Not only Karens drink Ice Grandes, man. Depends on what's Grande, too. We don't even know what the drink is. It's just a size.
I mean, Grande is usually associated with, like, Starbucks, right?
Yeah.
See? Uncle is a quitter and a loser. Don't be Uncle, RMC.
I'm sad to say I don't know enough about Avatar to be able to pull up on that. I've watched some of it. It was a long time ago. So I'll go back to League of Legends, because that's what I do know here, Travi. And we do see Jury Panthers pick up the second Drake of the game. They've got the numbers advantage. They dropped Herald into that mid lane as well for that pressure here. And I like this adaptation. The laning's not working out for them bot side, so just stop laning.
I'm so upset right now.
Dude, how old is Avatar, man?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. Explosive Cast comes in, saves RMC from getting roasted, but it's just going to be Gragas who has to take on the Flame. Azula's Revenge comes through, gets the root, but it's A-okay, because Udon Budon with a steel chair right across the face of Azula's Revenge.
It's ironic that everything was safe and fine till the Fire Nation attacked Azula's Revenge, of all people there. What? Yes. Put them somewhere I'll never see the face, let them rot. Okay.
That is
No, I have watched Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's just a long time ago.
Now you're back. This is
Bro,
what I mean by
if I know who
a
Azula is.
RMC, you are a bad boy.
Come on, okay, if I know who Azula is, if I know the reference of everything was okay to Fire Nation Attack, I know what Avatar: The Last Airbender is.
No, it's fine, RMC, it's okay.
I'm feeling heavily attacked right now.
You're not. Don't worry. No. Okay, maybe a little.
I was just like the Water Nation. I was just peaceful
Whoa,
until you came after me.
Whoa, producer, you can't just say that.
Whoa.
Alright, well, signing hypertension up for classes. Gotta get that fixed.
Is there HR here in MEC?
I could be HR. I think that would be a wonderful position. I'm just gonna claim the role now. I'm HR now.
Okay, I'll be sending you a message after this game, Travis.
Okay.
But for now, we are still in the game, and action is still happening between both of these teams. Kinda. Solendric's still looking for a fight here.
Yeah. Slamming down that big sword, laying in some good damage. The CS advantage, though, was pretty handily in favor of the Killer Guy.
Yeah, and kind of has been for the most part. Killer Guy's been doing a great job in that 1v1, even though he's not necessarily winning the trades. And I think part of that's more on Solendric for missing a bunch of CS here. Now, Killer Guy does have Blade of the Rune King, so that's pretty much Irelia full build at this point. Whereas Solendric, despite not having Mythic or Legendary completed, is doing perfectly fine with just the not Warden spell.
Oh no, the Ghost has been part. Azula is in a dangerous way. Featherstorm all you like, but you're still going to come down in the same place, and where you fall, the hands will slap you across the face. Tiger Star finds one. Saponer gets the other. Tibbers angry, but Tibbers goes down. Dragus is looking for something, possibly, as Mastermind wrapping around, but check it out, Aurelian Soul is hot in pursuit as well. This Cosmic Dragon coming on through, that's going to be a teleport coming in as well. Comet drops in from out of orbit, lays no damage. They're going into battle, and Mastermind, huge ultimate, comes through, but Solendric is here to clean things up. Immune to Flame is flying in. Gragas has to retreat. A big team fight dub for Purdue Northwest.
A little bit smaller than they would have liked there, because Mastermind coming in clutch with that Fate Shield as well to scoop up all those squishies. Tiger Star, Poner, Udon Beaton, the initial trio who made that play on that bot side. But I am getting terrified, Travi. Every time we talk about Solendric, he makes a play, right? Last time we talked about Solendric, he survives the 1v2. This time we talk about Solendric, he TPs down and shows us precisely why it's going to be an issue for Drury Panthers to actually team fight into Purdue. Too many melees and one really fat Aatrox.
Why's he gotta be fat?
Because you can't get past them.
I was thinking like maybe like super muscly, you know? Just like Solendric
Hey man,
is.
have you seen like real wrestlers and real strongmen?
Yes.
They look kind of fat. And that is the ideal man shape. You might not like it, but that's mass right there.
That's mass, baby.
Oh yeah. And Solendric is that mass right now for Purdue Northwest. He is that front line, along with Udon Beaton as well. Immune to Flame's still taking some time. Oh, okay, going
Looking for something a little bit here. Drury Panthers not being able to find that early advantage that they've been wanting, but you know they have been taking it to them, right? Mastermind is looking pretty good. Killer Guy is looking pretty good. This Gragas is 2-2-1 is looking pretty good as well. The bot lane is really where the success has came out in favor of Purdue, where they've had this bot lane play, and Tiger Star roaming across the map, making sure that everybody knows that the hands are rated E for everyone. I spoke a little bit too soon. Poner is getting slapped around, dodges out on the stun.
Aww.
That was a solo kill by the Gragas. Don't want to let anybody else get a piece of that.
Yeah, that's actually a good play from Poner, not to give any assist over. Now, it will still cost them that turret. And originally, the idea was Drury Panthers take Herald, Purdue answer with Dragon. And they're perfectly fine with that. We already said Purdue are looking to scale up. They don't have to make early moves. They just have to match. But this play, this pick onto Poner, plus the Herald charge, plus this turret, that's what's going to put Jury a little bit ahead here. Not as far as they'd like to be, and they need to keep pushing the pace in order to grow this lead. We are approaching 20 minutes, Travi, and Jury Panthers, the game is starting to slip a little bit away if we just look at skill in here.
Yeah, especially if we look at Dragons as well, right? Like, Purdue does have the advantage in Dragons. That is a trend that continues to happen. This is Mountain Soul, right? The more Dragons they're stacking, the worse it is for Drury Panthers, right? Like, you're going to start seeing this, like, it's already the Jack Show Aatrox. The Udyr is going to start building tank items now. You're going to have a lot more tankier itemization coming about. This becomes a rough go of things. Mastermind tangling with Aatrox, but the rest of the team shows up, stops Mastermind from wanting to continue the tango.
Yeah, and that is the Yone into Aatrox matchup. It does favor the Yone, at least in the 1v1 situation. Once you throw in Tiger Star, everything changes. Actually, speaking of Tiger Star, 2-1-5 right now, has 100% kill participation, has been massive for this team. But part of me, despite the fact we've seen so much from Tiger Star, kind of wants to see more. I feel like Tiger Star
just never satisfied.
To be honest, yeah, a little bit. But at the same time, it's just because it's Tiger Star's Medivh, man. Like, this is the champion that gets banned almost every single time against him. And when he gets his hands on it, he's always so impactful. The early game for Tiger Star was a little bit quiet for my taste, so I kind of want to see him make up for it right now. And kind of hasn't been happening, right? A lot of it's been counter ganks more than active ganking for this Udyr.
I like that, though, because of the fact of making sure that you're countering what Drury Panthers wants to do. We talked about that in great detail. Like, we wanted to see the Gragas on the opposite side, popping off, getting ganks happening, get this Aurelia Yone ahead. Even this Zaya as well is something else that we could be quoted looking for that attention to. It has been because of Tiger Star being there at the right place at the right time, reading where this Gragas wants to go. Sometimes got to be that tactician. You can't rip open the gates. You got to just let the opposing team open the door for you, and you just waltz on in. Though Udyr tends to, barrel through the door.
I mean, okay, being tactical like that, Javi, that ain't silver tactics. Barreling through the front door, that's silver tactics. Come on, Audible. Live up to your words. That's it. They are probably also waiting for power spikes. Immune to Flame, fully stacked here now, looking to complete that Seraph Embrace. And that will not just give them the additional damage that I think Immune to Flame has been largely lacking so far, but will also give a bit more tankiness, and that, combined with Dragon, is probably what Purdue's kind of waiting for. They want that 5v5. And Jury Panthers, they have done a great job avoiding the 5v5, right? It's always been the 1-3-1 or 1-2-1 plus Olsen just roaming around everywhere thus far. They don't want to group up in the face of Purdue.
We keep our eyes on this Nets fight for sure, as we are starting to see some of those big items complete across the table for both teams. Tiger Star is getting very close to getting their mythic item. Yet again, we see the Varus, whenever you get the poke, you tend to just go all the lethality items except for the mythic. You don't really need it. And we're also seeing the shield bow was completed by the Yone, so that's a lot of lifesteal, actually. And I believe there's only one source of grievous wounds, and only if you hit Solandra.
Yeah, and to a large extent, I think it's going to be fine, because Killer Guy and Mastermind both kind of want to split push for the most part, and if they do want a team fight, they'll probably end up hitting Cylindric just by incidental AoE, so having that one item is okay. What I really do like is the Edge of Night, though, built for the Pono already, because now it's going to be really hard to get that pick onto this Varus here. The Explosive Cask, not going to punish him as much, and besides the Poner, the only other kind of squishy is Immune to Flame, and even then, he's pseudo-tanky with this Seraph Embrace as well.
Starting them clearing out this Baron. They do have complete control over it. Purdue Northwest understand that they can take a team fight. The gold is pretty much even. Slight lead in favor of Drury Panthers, but you can see they're a little bit timid about this. They're just kind of catching the waves while Mastermind is continuing to tango on the bot side with Cylindric. Now boot on with the steel chair.
I actually don't know why the teams are so focused on Baron right now. Dragon just spawned, and I feel like Dragon's a lot easier to take for both of these teams. Their risk is much, much lower. And we mentioned before, Purdue Northwest, that Dragon stacking can be monumental for them. So just kind of get to it. Solendric went top with TP available, and Olsen and Mastermind are sneaking this one away.
Yeah, they did not know. Explosive Cask missed! Oh no! They're still on it at the current moment in time.
Are they gonna go?
No teleport from Soul Hendrick, actually. Alright, here he comes. He's teleporting in now.
Okay.
This is a very low dragon. It is secured! And they also get Tiger Star. Just, the members of Purdue seem so split on the call.
Yeah, Tiger Star did the only thing he could. If your team's not with you as a jungler, the only thing you can do is run in and pray for the steal. And Tiger Star tried, but the sheer amount of clustering, the sheer amount of CC they were throwing down on him, it's so difficult to try and get that smite timing. Or can he find revenge?
You need to be a little careful there. Be a little cautious. This Varus got another arrow notched up. Lays in some more damage. Owner pops the Ghost Blade, wants some more, but shoots another arrow. They're too far back.
So questionable decision from Purdue, and that might set them a bit behind in terms of that timetable here. Dragon stacking, Soul stacking, going to take a lot longer. And for us, Travi, I'm a little bit disappointed we didn't get to see the team fight, because I felt like that was everything Purdue wanted to get. Now this is not what they want.
No. Oh, forcing the flash. Good stuff. Can they finish it off? Kami comes in. Gets a nice bit of damage. Oh, they get him on the back end. Wow, that was way too close. Killer guy waiting inside the bush. Cylindric. Smell it coming. Knows that there's somebody inside that bush. And that is, it's a scary sight.
Yeah, and definitely not what Purdue wants it to do. Tiger Star should be fine. He's tanky enough. We said it before. He's got that ideal peak male performance build. Tell you what, if they do get Mountain Soul, all that fat becomes just rigid muscle on Tiger Star, and then you're never gonna kill him. As it stands, it's already so incredibly hard to kill him. I can't believe you waited into 5 people and actually had a shot at stealing that dragon.
I'm just saying, Udyr's the one champion that I know of that people have like seriously lobbied for the nudier skin. I've never seen somebody be like, "Yo, I need Nudamir," right? Like nobody wants that.
Well, now that you've said it, it is the internet. But I mean, yeah, Udyr's got that dad bod. Wait, him and who else got dad bod? Brom? Not really.
No, Brom's like really fit.
Yeah.
Brom's got like the oh god, I can't remember the Armstrong body from Full Metal.
Oh yeah.
Hendrick gets caught out in a weird way here. Did have to force the flash and the World Ender, so they're safe. But we're starting to see that break point happen. Now that the Mythic was completed by Aurelia, now Killer Guy is also a threat in the side lanes. The 1-3-1 is complete for Drury Panthers.
And I'm actually a little bit surprised that Solendrick is struggling this much against Killer Guy. In the side lane, you saw that Solendrick basically did almost no damage to Killer Guy compared to the healing that came through with that Blade of the Ruined King. And if that's going to be the case, then the game kind of changes. Before, Purdue just needed to wait to scale up for those team fights here, but if you can't hold a side lane, then Drury Panthers can always go with that 1-3-1 like you mentioned, or a 1-4. And Purdue just can't match ever. If they try and send anybody away, Mastermind can just pull the trigger in the mid lane, or Olsen can do the same, win out that numbers advantage. And I don't think you can actually kill Killer Guy or Mastermind in a 2v1, unless maybe Tiger Star and Solendrick together can do it, but Immuniflame, the Poner, they probably can't lock them down long enough.
Yeah, we're kind of in a weird situation where the bot lane has shifted into ARAM mode in the mid lane, where they're just wave clearing constantly. Both junglers are hugging the sides of mid lane in case of a fight happening, but they're also like ready to act on a play on the top side or bot side a lot of the times. So like right now, both junglers are around the mid lane. They're both like, all right, we have to be here in this area. But look at this, the Gragas is moving up as well as Tiger Star. So they're all like moving up to support the side lanes whenever they're going for these plays. And then they just return back to mid lane. They go back about their business. This is a really nicely played 1-3-1. There's a lot of times actually where people don't play split pushing comps good. And Drury Panthers are showing a very impressive result so far with the way they're able to coordinate.
Now the question is, can Jury actually get the pressure that they want from this? Because they are getting the push here, but they've not actually been able to chip away at these turrets. And more importantly, Purdue Northwest, they still have access to the Dragon Pit, which is sort of the other reason why you split push in that 1-3-1 here. Teleport on both Immune to Flame and Soul Endrift means that either of them can very easily respond to this fight. And Poner, somebody we haven't really been talking about, the bot lanes, pardon me, in this mid lane. Poner's been winning these trades out every single time. Still has that CS advantage as well. And if Purdue can set up properly, get the poke down here, it's not as if they can't win these fights.
This is a scary situation. Mastermind just recalled. Me and the Flame is on the way as well. They're both walking. Neither one wants to dedicate the teleport to it. Me and the Flame is looking for a possible TP Flame. I noticed that they paused there, which tells me that they're watching. They're kind of just looking to see what happens. They're doing it in the fog of war. Mastermind has now shown themselves bot side. It should be the trigger for Amin the Flame. Now they have to teleport instead of walking down.
He's going to lane, though. That is a very far distance away. Okay, he manages to get in.
Yeah, it's okay. You're Aurelion Soul. You're able to do that kind of stuff. Dragon resets here.
Ooh.
Goes golden. Big catch out. Look at Mastermind over here onto the side. Is exhausted. The Comet comes in, but doesn't. Finishes off the kills. Tiger Star looking to see who wants these hands, but they're so low. Udon Budon gets torn apart. They get the kills onto Toponer as well. Tiger Star running, trying to jump on in, but it's a double kill for Mastermind. Drury Panthers, they find their prey, and they pounce upon it. It is an easy quadra kill for Mastermind.
We said it before, put this guy on a carry, and he will carry. You can ban his Darius, but he's got other champions as well. And Drury Panthers, Olsen, Azula's Revenge, Fat Cat, they are bait. They are just there for you to pound away at. If you burn everything on them, well, there's a reason why he's called the killer guy, and there's a reason why he's called the mastermind. These two are the critical targets Purdue needs to take down. And now Shoes on the other foot. So point for Drury Panthers. Purdue, they seem to have lost track of what their win con is, and if you can't win that team fight, what else can your composition do?
The guy is on this Baron. Couldn't get to that word, unfortunately. Mastermind said, all right, cool, I'll come over here. We can do this. Killer Guy does have teleport, so it's not the worst thing in the world. They need to wait for Gragas to come about, but the rest of the team has spawned from Purdue Northwest, so they understand, okay, maybe that wasn't a call. Maybe he was just trying to hit that ward back there.
Yeah. And for Drury Panthers, the pits are probably the worst places for them to be in. Killer Guy and Mastermind, a large part of their amazing turnaround at that dragon fight was their mobility, their ability to dodge out the fight and re-engage at will. You can't do that in a pit. If you're stuck in the pit, I don't know if you can get out, and if you're stuck in there, that's when Purdue are absolutely going to mess you up. So great call from Drury Panthers, disengage for now. There's no need to rush this. You can just wait 3.5 minutes, do the exact same thing at Dragon, and then because it's 5 minutes later, because you have more items, I mean, Mastermind already sitting at 3.5 here, if you end up with the same scenario, a 3 for 5, you can absolutely take Baron then.
The question is, if you're Purdue Northwest at this moment in time, right? Drury Panthers have gotten the better of them in a couple instances back to back to back, either in the side lanes or now inside of a team fight scenario. How do you recover from that, right? Was it just that the team fight was played out wrong? Do you need to focus on scaling up more, right? Like, you do have Aurelion Soul, so that could be a discussion that happens in your team, but it doesn't feel like there is an easy answer for Purdue if they are looking for a way out of that discussion or a way to win this game number one.
Yeah. It's not a simple numbers game. It's not a stat check anymore coming through from Purdue Northwest. It's how you execute the composition, which is complicated by the fact that Drury Panthers have that lead, that Killer Guy, that Mastermind are getting hit, because they're the ones you need to pop. And if you can't just kind of front to back team fight them anymore, then in that case, you kind of need to look for a pick. And the Poner has been actively looking for that with the Chains of Corruption. They just haven't been able to find it. And if you can't do it alone, maybe look for Tiger Star flanks. Again, I still say Tiger Star, 100% KP, very much part of the action, but has not been the primary engage for the team necessarily, which has been debatable. Like, it's not the end of the world, but maybe now is when Tiger Star needs to go in and find that flank, find that threat, trying to introduce chaos of their own.
Yeah, it's interesting because of the fact that neither team really has like a great like go button, right? But Drury Panthers they have utilized like the Gragas and the Annie as their go button. Even though they can be a little bit more difficult and might require a summoner spell to be effective, they have been more than happy to do that. It's hard for a new tier when you are the person who is starting things off, right? The Brahm's been following things up. That was a sneaky little situation. They might actually cast the net on this Gragas. Caught him out of position. Was your Grump worth it? Well, right in front of the Baron Pit, I'm going to say no.
Yeah, definitely not. This is exactly what Purdue needed to do. We were just talking about finding a pick, finding a catch, and they found Mastermind as well. Turret doesn't matter at this stage of the game.
Yeah, he's gonna try and ult out, gets yoinked back in, is safe. Killer Guy came in to get the assist, though. He gotcha baited, trying to lay in a little bit more damage. Everything is going catastrophically. Drury Panthers, all 5 members of Purdue Northwest are up there looking at Baron. This is a nightmare scenario for Drury Panthers.
And it's a miracle for Purdue. Tibbers is still up and available, as is Featherstorm. Those are 2 big AoE spells, but Fate Seal not there, and more importantly, no jungler for the steal.
What? No, the steal. They were chipping away at the HP a little bit there. I got a little worried when I saw Azula getting up close and personal, but that's Baron for Purdue Northwest. But check out what's coming up in the next 30 seconds here. It's going to be Dragon.
Potential soul for Drury. Panthers here, Purdue cannot let this one slide. And for Drury, specifically for Azula's Revenge, look at the build that Azula's Revenge went. Gale Force into Navori Quick Blades into Bloodthirster. This is not the build you use to cut through tanks. And we're starting to see that as well. I think for Purdue Northwest, ignore Azula's Revenge. She can't actually kill Solendric, Tigerstar, or Udon Beedon right now. Instead, if you can kill Mastermind or Killer Guy like we saw, that's actually the higher source of consistent DPS right now. Mastermind back with the rest of the team here. Drury Panthers not using that split push pressure despite the TP on Mastermind.
No, they actually chose to recall. Mastermind was up there in the top side, but they want to contest for this fight. The arrow goes wide. Dragon is at under half HP. They're laying in a good amount of damage. A meteor comes in from outer space. And look at this. This dragon is so unbalanced. Just breathing over the wall. Mastermind into the back line. Laying in a good amount of damage. Trying to find the kill. Gets it onto Toponer. That's a huge shutdown. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but now they got to get the hell out of there. But the Thunderstorm comes in, gets a nice root, lays into damage. But look at this dragon. It's still just breathing over the fight. Nobody can stop him. Killer Guy gets onto him finally. Purdue Northwest, they only have their Cosmic Dragon, but he will be buried in the stars. A triple kill for Azula's Revenge. It's another ace.
Man, just when I said that, you can kind of ignore Azula's Revenge. I guess not. Azula just able to pump out damage the entire fight there, and Purdue immune to flame is scaling. That is the scaling we're starting to see. But with the Poner going down that early and with Mastermind's threat being so massive early on, their job was done. Not only do they get the ace here, Travi, but they removed all the Baron buffs off the map as well. Purdue, it's a negative Baron power play for them, and you can't even fault them. They had to go for the Dragon. They at least stopped that, so I guess
I'm just going to put it out there, though. Purdue did get the Dragon as a result of it, so now we have both teams at soul point. They're they're both got 3 dragons apiece, 2 of them being mountain drakes. Dude, Drury and Purdue are putting on a match in front of each other here. They are trying so hard to be able to find that sweet victory, to keep destiny inside their hands. Purdue winning this means Drury Panthers can absolutely not catch up to them. Drury Panthers winning this means that they have a chance. There's hope still, and it also puts them within striking distance of Illinois College.
Now, we do look at the items purchased here. There's stopwatches on both Immune to Flame and Mastermind. Keep your eyes on that one. More on Mastermind than Immune to Flame, because Mastermind has to put his body in danger to make these plays, and the cooldowns have been a massive factor for whether or not he can get back out or survive after he kind of goes into the back. And Immune to Flame has picked up his death cap, currently sat at 5 completed items, same as Mastermind right now. We saw last fight Immune to Flame doing the bulk of the work here, but lacking a little bit of damage. With that death cap being picked up here, expect to see Killer Guy, Mastermind struggle to survive as well as they did in the next big team fight.
Slapping up. Everybody's trying to prepare. Tensions are definitely felt high inside this game. Added tension of just what this game could spill out to be. It seems trying to grab a hold of Fate, Mastermind. On this Yone, this is only game 1, RMC. Like, this is absurd. Killer Guy is Flame Horizon Solendric too, right? Like,
Oh wow, I did not notice that. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Actually, Kill Guy is full build right now.
Yeah.
Charlie.
yeah, full build. Force of Nature was just recently completed.
Yeah, even Mastermind's not full build yet. That is kind of nutty. And that's gonna be a massive problem for Purdue. This Aatrox has not been that terror, that force that we reckoned him originally to be. And I mean, Solendric's buying time in team fights, but at this point, you're just simply not matching the Irelia or the Yone in terms of impact.
It's getting to that point in the game, by the way, though, where gold doesn't matter anymore because everybody's gonna be full build. we are getting closer and closer to that very point of the game. I do think it's funny that when we look over, it's all armor. By the way, on Purdue Northwest, like every item they've built has been just straight up like, yeah, no, Yone, no, we're not dealing with that. We're not dealing with Aurelia.
Yeah, because those two are the ones that are pumping out consistent damage. I mean, now that Fat Cat has completed Leandries, that actually does change a little bit there, but it's still, that's a support, right? And Ulsend, great burst damage, but they've got enough health to be able to tank that. It's really all down to the consistent damage that's being put out by by Mastermind and by Azula's Revenge as well. Poner full build here, and frankly, the poke build not working out the way they kind of hoped.
No, the pokes have been slight annoyances. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. Druid Panthers do not have control over this river by any means. So Andre is catching top wave, has teleport available. I think you just teleport right back down to this dragon fight. You need to be here for this fight no matter what.
Yeah,
even a little bit late.
Down.
They're gonna burst it. Yeah, no, they're going for it. They're tearing it apart. Aurelian Soul shreds through this. It's under half HP.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Soul Point secured. Going over to Purdue Northwest. They catch the arrow. Azula's Revenge. Featherstorm as well as a result. Gonna go ahead and take that board stance. Get the stun onto Alcen. Say, get out. Nobody falls. That is Soul. That is Mountain onto Purdue Northwest. A possible win condition that they have been looking for to secure themselves a little bit more ease of access inside the team fight. They're turning their attention immediately to the Baron.
It's melting too. It's half health already.
Aurelian Soul had to stop breathing on it. Mastermind's coming around on the flank, looking for a deep flank to wrap around inside of the fight. Killer Guy gets a nice stun. Only onto Soul Entry. Budon trying to see what they'll be able to do. The Vanguard's Edge comes in through, and they're going to be able to tag, but can they bag it? Soul Entry drop down so low, but Mastermind is stunned out. A meteor out of orbit puts them down into the crater. Killer Guy in the midst of it all, still taking on Soul Entry. Mastermind falls on the other side of the fight. Immune to flame, trying to fly away, but you're gonna get stunned up, flapped up, burned up into a Chris. Azula's Revenge is on the rampage. 3 members are up for both teams. For Purdue Northwest, they're still hiding inside the bush. Azula's Revenge is still up as well. Both AD carries.
They're going.
Pivotal members. Azula's Revenge is getting tagged. Saponer is popping tag. Shutdown goes over. Purdue Northwest find their critical fight needed.
I'm just saying, man, Tiger Star, when he leads the charge, things happen. Great bait and turn here. And because they find those picks, Purdue are going to be able to secure themselves second Baron. And this time, Travi, it's different. They don't have to throw everything at the Dragon. Dragon down for another 4 minutes. And Purdue, for what feels like the first time in the last 20 minutes, gets to actually push the lanes. And this time, with Baron buff.
It's so... like, these fights are just on the knife's edge, man. Like, one false step, and you find yourself cut wide open, and Druid Panthers are trying. They're looking for these flanks. Their composition demands that they look for these interesting flanks. They can't. They can't get a hold of them. The Purdue is scaled up, and we're starting to see that this Dragon's doing a lot of damage. Solendric stayed alive for an unreasonably long amount of time inside that last fight. Like,
considering he was only on 4 items, yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
He was like at 100 HP for like the first half of that entire fight.
And for Jury, it's not like they've misplayed the fight either. I think a lot of it just came down to the fact they were slow to that dragon, to the critical soul. Didn't expect Purdue to burn it down as fast as they did. And that cascaded into them just being late for everything, right? Mastermind had to take such a weird path to get to that Baron fight. Tiger Star, he's tanking turret. I couldn't even tell from his health bar.
We're getting into the late game. We're getting to see what happens with these tanks. Once they start getting those items going, Mastermind trying to lay in a little bit of damage to Soul Injury, but just tickled him a little bit over there in the top side of the map. Wants to get the split push back alive and running, but I praised him earlier for that 1-3-1 working so beautifully. They're now struggling due to the fact that they haven't been able to rotate, as you were talking about, at the right times.
Yeah, and now you're trying to split push into a Baroned up team. So Wendrick doesn't need to fight you. He just needs to not get shoved in. That's all he has to do. Mastermind chasing right here.
Mastermind landing a good amount of damage here on the Soul Ender. Had to pop the World Ender. Is getting in a bad spot. Wow. Mastermind ults in, secures the kill. That's a solo kill topside. It's going to force a response from Purdue. Mastermind doing the work for the team.
Yeah, that is huge because now the Baron buff has effectively ended. There's only 40 seconds left on it. Purdue will not be able to mount another push here. And they only got the mid lane inner turret. So Jury Panthers still doing a really solid job. And the win con of split pushing is still well and alive. I thought Solenjik would be able to hold up better considering what we saw in the team fight. But I guess he did also because they weren't focusing him in the team fight. But once Mastermind actually sets his mind to it, Solenjik just melted.
It's 45 minutes in and there hasn't been a single inhibitor tower taken.
Yeah.
Like, that's insanity.
That's how close this game is, Travi. Neither team has been able to successfully push past those inner turrets.
I am just mind blown right now. I looked at the timer. I looked at the towers. It's 6 towers to 3 towers, sure, but it is still just like we have been in this game for over 45 minutes. Neither team has been able to break open the base. Dragon is spawning in 55 seconds, RMC. This is Elder Dragon. You can't be late to this one.
No, and it's not as easy to burst down as all those Mountain Drakes we saw either. So I don't expect to see Purdue be able to sneak this one away. And Scuttle got taken by Jury. So Jury knows this is happening right now. They're still using Mastermind to split push. I like the idea. Nobody can match him. The question is what happens on the other half of the map in the 4v4.
It's one force stance. They're going to go ghost. Killer guy is caught out of position. They're going to force his teleport. Nice use of the explosive cast. Stops everything from happening. They weren't able to stop it. Solentric tried to move forward to be able to stop it as well, but could not find the tag of the sword. Still sitting up in the top side, trying to get control over that top side wave, but Dragon is spawning here soon. One member drops from your team. It is going to be critical.
Yeah, and for Purdue, they're not in a rush for this one here. As long as they know that they're not going to lose Dragon, they can take their time. TP being called.
Yeah, they're calling the TP. They want to go around. They're going to be able to get it around the bend, behind the pit. Killer guy getting tagged. The concussive blizzard there. World Ender used. They're trying to catch everything. They're trying to find someone. Vanguard's edge is there. You have to walk through it, but a meteor called in. The opponent is on a killing spree. But look at Killer Guy dashing around the fight, laying in a huge amount of damage. Mastermind into the back line. As the GA is going to pop it. Tiger Star is on the hunt. Oh, Azula's revenge gets decimated. Solendric looking to end the world.
Killer's
staying alive. Killer's still there. Being a menace. But they're put in a coffin. Slam the door shut. That's the nail. Purdue Northwest find yet another victory.
Not just a victory, Travi. It's a clean ace. Purdue didn't lose a single member. They are looking to end right now. Death timers, 20 seconds on Olsen. First one to drop, and I'm going to be honest, Olsen ain't going to be able to do anything in this base hold 1v5. Tiger Star behind turrets, just flat out cutting the wave here. Purdue are done.
Purdue are done with game number 1. This is not over yet, but they took everything. They took every blow that Drury Panthers had They were resilient. They were resourceful. They are the victors of game number 1 in this best of 3.
This is an epic way to start the afternoon shift here, Travis, of the MEC. It's crazy good between both these two teams. I mean, Purdue Northwest, the resilience they showed as well. They never really felt like they were desperate and kind of making bad plays to try and get back into things. And the Poner, despite being on that lethality virus, which doesn't have that much damage later on, was just consistent in these team fights as well, really helping to burst down people like the Killer Guy and Mastermind, who are the big problems. And for Drury Panthers, the fact that we got this deep in, that's on Mastermind. That's on Killer Guy. These guys are incredible carries. And if one thing, if tiny things had gone the way of Drury, the game could have swung.
Yeah, the team fights, they were immaculate for so long, but it was a point that we talked about quite a bit at the very beginning. Scaling disadvantage actually did come in. You were talking about the Udyr calling the shots, but it's also the Aatrox was a full tank Aatrox, right? This is an Aatrox that was full tank. You had an Aurelion Soul who, even though they didn't go the Rod of Ages route that gives them that extra tankiness, they scale up tremendously the later the game goes on. And the fact that your composition's so squishy, the Varus actually got a good amount of value inside the game. Yeah. Playing that lethality, popping people with that damage. Those arrows were doing so much damage. I do feel like this is one of those cases where they got stumbled up on that 1-3-1, right? There was a couple moments where they were 10 seconds too late to a play, and you could feel that in some instances, right? Especially that soul fight that we saw where it was just, hey, maybe if they just used their TP proactively, maybe that fight turns a different way.
Yeah, or even before that, the second Baron fight after the Soul, right? If not for the fact that Purdue Northwest had Soul, I think Drury take that fight. I thought they played that incredibly well in terms of piloting people, splitting apart Purdue and punishing the various carries, right? It came down to the Poner hiding in a bush along with Tiger Star, and I think it was Solendric at that point. Oh no, it was Udon Bidon. The three of them pulling that ambush to secure Baron, and that comes about because of Soul, because of the tankiness they had. So, Travi, really, really good series. Going to game 2, I'm going to be honest, I don't think the teams need to change anything up. I think both of them kind of know what they want to do. And if Drury want to play this way again, with just sort of two really strong laning champions who can 1v5 in the late game, yeah, I'm down with that. It works.
Oh, hey, look, game number 1. Are you not entertained? Twitch chat. We had almost a 50-minute game to start things off, and that is only the beginning. This series is not over. We're going to take ourselves a short little break, catch a moment to breathe, rehydrate, refocus, because game number 2 will be here after a short little break. So make sure you do not touch that browser.
Hi, we're Audiovisual Design Group, or you can call us AVDG for short. Over the last decade, we've grown to become one of the largest technology integrators in the United States. Our journey began in 1996 when the Macarena was the #1 song in America, and a guy named Robert Sharfer founded AVDG in Silicon Valley. From the beginning, everything we did was rooted in the philosophy that technology integration should be exceptional by design. Exceptional tech, exceptional people, exceptional spaces. To achieve this, we became laser focused on process. Employees were thoroughly trained, projects followed a consistent workflow, and customers received outstanding service and guidance, no matter the size or scope of the project. Before long, AVDG was working with top companies in tech industries, both in the Bay Area and overseas, including Oracle, Wells Fargo, and Google. AVDG wasn't just a commercial integrator. We also worked in high-end residential environments. Across California, we partnered with homeowners, renowned architects and developers, including Troon Pacific, Michael Lee, and Robert Hidley. We built lasting relationships through our support division, providing solutions for technology updates, upgrades, and everything in between, while continuing to grow. Through acquisition, AVDG expanded across the country. We acquired TVTI in Chicago, which had built a reputation for its partnerships with architectural firms, builders, and MDUs. This was a perfect fit for AVDG because TVTI was already known for its innovative solutions, which created value for developers and end clients too. TVTI's award-winning approach led them to produce integrations that have touched most of the Chicago skyline. Their work can be found in the city's most prominent towers, upscale condominiums, and residential buildings, as well as other developments across the United States. Next, AVDG acquired Maverick Integration on the East Coast, which was another perfect fit. Maverick had done incredible AV projects throughout 2 million square feet of some of the finest homes in New England, New York, and the Caribbean. Maverick was one of the first integrators to take an engineering and design approach for residential projects, which allowed them to create innovative solutions based on each client's space and needs. Their specialty was finding smart ways to integrate technology in the construction of these exquisite homes so that usable living space was not compromised, while enhancing architectural features through lighting design and other custom solutions. In the process, Maverick worked with many award-winning firms to refine what they could deliver to a client and what the homeowner's experience would be. These acquisitions have been an important part of AVDG's success story. Today, AVDG is now ranked among the biggest and most successful integrators in the country, with 7 locations across the US. So, what sets AVDG apart? While every technology project is unique, we use a proven process that ensures success every time. We refer to this process as flow, or frictionless operating workflow. Flow enables our team to work smarter and faster. Each project is defined by roles and milestones that allow team members to work in their individual swim lanes while also contributing to the big picture. Every aspect of a project has a defined process, from the initial sale to the final client handoff. We keep in close contact with our project stakeholders, including general contractors, designers, and electricians, to ensure we stay on track. All this is done digitally across multiple projects simultaneously, that we can quickly redirect teams, adjust scheduling, and define new milestones as needed. Our process extends beyond the project completion. Clients receive ongoing support and remote system monitoring, ensuring fewer headaches and maximum system uptime. For AVDG, it means an increased customer lifecycle and the opportunity for additional projects in the future. Our process is the secret to our success and is what allows us to grow, expand to new markets, and merge with new teams, and while maintaining the consistent quality service we're known for. As we at AVDG continue to grow and innovate our industry, our process will continue to play a vital role in the story of our success.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Midwest Esports Conference. My name's Travis. I'm joined here with RMC. RMC. All right, I had to ask, are you prepared? We had a couple extra moments to get ready, but I need to ask you, are you? Do you think you're ready?
Couple, Travi, that pause is almost as long as the game. I am ready and raring to go. I cannot wait to get back into it because, come on, man, game one was an epic banger, right? They went back and forth, and it comes down literally to just execution. Okay, fine. It was an absolute. I don't know. Insert another one here. Damn it, Travi. Using banger was fair. It was a really, really good game. I'm not talking about a series. I'm talking about an individual game. So game two, I just want more of that. I don't know what they're gonna change, if they're gonna change anything. But yeah, I just want more of what we saw in game one.
Yeah, I don't fault you for it, unless you're a Giroud fan, because then Giroud's probably like, I don't want to see more of that. I want to see him win, because like things looked really good for them. I'm excited to see what draft looks like inside this game because, in terms of the spiciness, that was a very spicy draft. On one hand, one team picked a lot of scaling, a lot of poke to like go along with that scaling. And then you turn around and look at the other side, it's like, oh, we got Yone Aurelia. Okay. All right, I see you.
Yeah, not super crazy out of meta picks for the most part, Travi, but certainly not in these sort of drafts, not the way we saw them being piloted and used. And as much as Rui Panthers did end up losing game one here, like I said, I think Mastermind and Killer Guy had an epic game. And I think, we want to see more of that specifically. If anything, I'd love to be able to see Azula's Revenge and Fat Cat maybe have a bigger role in the game as well there. Because I did feel like Azula's Revenge Zaya didn't get to do as much as you'd hope to see from an AD carry.
Yeah, they started cutting down some HP bars at the very end. Like when they were the last one left standing, we actually saw a couple moments where they were able to chip away. But it did feel like it was a little bit just too late for it, right? Like we did start to see the damage just fall off. It was a very beefy team. They're both on the same side here. So Drury says, you know what? We want that first pick. We want that heat. We want to grab that. Let's see if the bans change up at all.
Okay, so Drury Panthers, they banned a J4 and a Viego and Rakan. I think the Rakan is fine here, Travi, but Udyr, that surely has to change if you want to change anything here for Drury Panthers. Because if you leave it up, Tiger Star will pick it. And even though I said I want to see more of Tiger Star doing things, you can't deny yet the highest kill participation was still active. And more importantly, he just would not die at the end of the game. It took so much to try and shut him down.
It's actually a pretty insane stat to think about, that Tiger Star had the highest KP when you are a melee champion with almost nothing but melee abilities or close to it. It's actually very, very crazy to think about that when there's Aurelion Soul, Varus, and whatnot inside of a game. But yeah, we'll see. I think that they're probably, if they do, they'll probably drop the Rakan ban. I'm gonna be real, if they did ban the Udyr, because I think you banned the J4 here. Cool. I think you still have to ban the Viego, and then I think you have, if you are going to switch things up, then yeah, you get rid of Udyr, you leave Rakan open, and you could first pick it. Fat Cat, you play Rakan if you really feel like it's that much of a priority.
I don't know if Fat Cat plays Rakan. At least I don't think he's played it in the MEC thus far yet. So we'll have to see. It is the J4 and Viego as you called so far. And maybe you first pick Udyr for Olsen. Olsen does play Udyr here. So yeah, that's potentially an option. Last ban coming through from either teams. No changes so far. And we know Jury, they banned Rakan last time. And it was Seraphine last time for Purdue for the third ban.
See now, last one to come out from Drury. They're thinking on it. They are not entirely sure 100% what they want to grab just yet. It's the Aurelion Soul, something we didn't talk about. Immune to Flame did scale up on this.
Yes, and I think that was a key part to how Purdue Northwest got back into the game, because they opted for lethality Varus, not the on-hit lethal tempo Varus as well. So yeah, Purdue Northwest not going to be able to rely on that sort of scaling to come through. Now keep in mind, Immune to Flame does play other scaling champions, like Syndra was something we kind of discussed as a potential pickup. We saw the Vigar ban come through from Jury last time as well. Another champion that can do somewhat similarly in terms of scaling compared to that Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, Immune the Flame actually can play. It's one of the few players that I think of that also has put some Annie games under their belt as well. So that could be another thing to keep our eyes on. And Immune the Flame has looked their best when the game plan seems like it is just straightforward, simple. This is your objective, and this is how you get there. Immune the Flame just looks so solid when it's there. It's Fizz player things, right? You see something, you jump onto it. It's cool.
Well,
I'm just saying, Immune the Flame. You know
if you have a really solid team built around you, yeah, it makes life certainly a lot easier there. There we go. The Rakan instantly picked up for Udon Bidon here, who, by the way, had a really solid game on that Braum. Remember that mid lane save when he came in to keep Tiger Star alive? But throughout the game as well, the Braum caused so much disruption. Rakan won't have quite the same level of protectiveness, but it should be a lot easier for Purdue to actually make plays of their own, get aggressive, and find engages this time.
That makes sense. Grab the Udyr to pair it together with the Rakan as well. So it actually gives a lot of synergy. Udon Budon roams around the map a lot. And this is a little bit of a surprising thing, but they did have to take away the Xayah knowing that the Rakan was up. They just wanted to keep the lovers duo separate.
And Xayah, still a really, really strong pick individually as well. Though, if you are trying to cut through tanks, maybe we don't see the Gale Force come through for Azula's Revenge. I don't think it's that terribly impactful. That's a new one coming through, and I actually really like it. I think Jury lacked a bit of a way to cut through the tankiness of Purdue last time. Lilia will be able to do that just fine, especially if we do see either Riftmaker or Liandry's both do great into tanks. And, well, one helps a lot more sustain, but the other gives a lot more poke.
Wait, we have an Ashe AD carry.
Oh, yeah. Wow. I've seen so much support Ashe that when I see an Ashe, I'm just like, oh, support. But yeah, with Rakan as well, that is interesting for Purdue because I guess it plays into what they've done, which is a lot of front to back, just really solid front lines, and less so the mobility for the opponent here. And Ashe doesn't have mobility, but she too cuts opponents' mobilities. Lilia going to find it a lot harder to prance around when she's frozen solid.
Yeah, but I was actually expecting the Varus run back yet again because the opponent didn't have a bad game on the Varus. They were shoving out Azula's Revenge quite a bit. So this is quite surprising for me to see. The Aurelia banned as well. I was expecting Yone actually to be banned away due to how Mastermind performed on it, but they said no, we are more worried about the Aurelia that was running rampant in the end game and even Flame Horizon the opposition.
And the Gragas ban actually coming out from Jury Panthers this time. It was Olsen who played it last game. I guess they've already locked the Lilia. They decided we don't want this one. And more importantly, we don't want the disruption it can cause. Now, I wonder if Jury are trying to pick something that doesn't do well into Gragas, something like maybe a Jax or maybe even a Camille. So that's why they did it. They don't want the knockback onto that Kennen from that team fight. Okay.
Yeah, Solendric plays Gragas too, so it's another good thing to actually take that champion away from Solendric. Solendric's really good at those AP bruisers, so makes a lot of sense. The Kennen coming out, lots of magic damage actually inside this composition so far. Is it the Yone? It's an Olaf!
Oh, I really like that pickup here, Travi. We're seeing so much CC come through from Purdue Northwest. None of that is going to stop Olaf. And now you need straight damage to deal with this Nordic Viking just charging through at you here at Purdue Northwest. They are looking for their top lane. Kevin mid into Syndra. I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can actually put the Olaf into it.
Wait, that's a Riven.
I don't know where to go with this strategy for Purdue Northwest. That
is a real Riven.
That is spicy. I don't know if I like the Riven into Olaf though.
I'm trying to think of it, right? So like Riven versus Olaf. Olaf's really good in laning phase. Riven's also really good in laning phase.
Yeah.
I'm actually not knowledgeable on this matchup. I don't play Riven that much, but I do like to play Olaf. And I've never played against a Riven as Olaf, so I don't have any personal knowledge on it. So I'm a little bit stunned. I feel like this is a hands check actually from Solendric.
It is, and keep in mind that Solendric counterpicks with this Riven as well. I guess the idea here is that pre-6, what makes Olaf really scary is the ability for him to run you down. And what makes Riven scary is her ability to kind of spam out those spells, animation cancel. And actually, it's a lot about the CC, the stuns, the knock-up, the ability to break combos with that Riven as well. So pre-6, I think Riven has the advantage, especially if you can dodge the initial axe there. Post-6, I think the idea is that you use the execute from Riven's Broken Blade to actually kill Olaf. Because Olaf gets stronger the squishier or the lower health he is. But if you hit a certain threshold, Riven just executes you. And then it doesn't matter. You never get that benefit as well. Not to mention, with Ragnarok, you can ignore CC, but the biggest counter to Olaf is straight damage, and Riven brings that in spades. That topside matchup to me, Travi, that's more of a one.
Volatile.
Yep, and they're not looking for team fights there. Everybody else, maybe a team fight, but no, topside, it's about that 1v1. Whoever gets a lead will likely be able to just snowball and move the game from there.
So my thing is next. So if the Lilia puts everybody to sleep, right? And there is a slicing maelstrom going on. Does the slicing maelstrom wake them up?
Yes, any damage instance wakes them up.
Because I'm thinking about like the sleepy plus the misfortune ult combo, right? Like you can do stuff like that where it's just like you knock somebody asleep or something like that, and you just pop them. And I'm like, what a rude awakening this composition can be if you get the ultimate stacking on top of each other.
Yeah,
because they can easily follow up. I'm excited for this game. I haven't had a game draft like this in such a while. We're going in game number 2. This draft may have made your head hurt, but it made my heart swell. Between Drury Panthers, Purdue Northwest, you up 1 game inside this series.
And Travi, the big difference to me is Drury Panthers. What we saw them really succeed in last game was Mastermind and Killer Guy making plays and kind of trying to 1v5 these fights. That's not going to be the case this game. They have team fighting on their side here. And Drury Panthers, can they team fight into Purdue? I feel like team fighting is actually produced, especially front to back, is their bread and butter. And a lot of it to me revolves around Killer Guy. Can he actually get the Slicing Maelstrom onto priority targets? If you're hitting Udon Beaton and Tiger Star, it kind of doesn't matter. Even if you do manage to get the kill, it'll take you so long. You've got to get on Immune to Flame. You've got to get on the Poner, and the Poner has Cleanse.
I'm just looking through, seeing if I see anything that's too crazy. There is a ghost, by the way, on Mastermind instead of a teleport. So we do have to keep our minds set on that. While Solandra did opt for the teleport to be around with the team. So teleport advantage is to Purdue Northwest. But oh man, this game, I want the minions to crash in. I want us to like just fast forward 2 minutes. I've never seen.
I think it's going to be more than 2 minutes.
That's another thing though with Kennen mid though. I've seen Kennen mid. I know it can be a thing.
Yeah.
But into Syndra, it's weird to me because I feel like the scatter of the week is counterproductive to when you want to zap in.
Oh, 100%. And the other reason why we don't see Kennen mid too much is because of how the mid lane goes. A lot of mid lane champions are either control mages with kind of high burst damage or the ability to control waves from safety. Kennen doesn't have that. His electric surge requires him to get into range of getting poked, of getting hit. And on top of that, like you mentioned, Scatter of the Weak, even without the stun, just kind of knocks you back. The Slicing Maelstrom is never going to effectively land on the Syndra without some sort of gap closer or flash here. And I'm kind of waiting for junglers to get involved as well, because I do feel like it's an easy gank onto a Kennen. He doesn't have clean, easy escapes either.
Out there, production, by the way, call any loss of highs a fun fact. Ooh. Ooh, you. My goat over there, okay? But as we continue through, keep our eyes on these junglers. That hook. Keep our eyes on the junglers here, especially Tiger Star. Oh, just as like this, the last LEC season was fun for you, right?
Wow. Production wars get savage, guys.
Good. You insulted my goat. Wow, Killer Guy goes in. Immune to Flame, get caught out of position. Ooh. They get it. First blood for the Lilia.
And that's why Travi is saying, I'm waiting for junglers to get involved in this mid lane, right? For both of them. We talked about how Kennen can be punished. Syndra also highly immobile. And Drury Panthers, once again, off to a great start this game. Another thing that we haven't kind of touched on, but we're already seeing, topside, Olaf. So Mastermind winning out the match on Cylindric here in the 1v1 already. Now, Cylindric has TP, did stick around. Mastermind has to walk all the way back in. So as long as Cylindric can kind of go even, I guess you count that as a win with that TP.
Oh, that cat really wants the aggression here. Trying to bend that hook around space and time, and a couple structures here. Toponer is hugging that wall for dear life.
Yeah, the one time the hitbox, that disgusting hitbox on that judge line there, does not work to your favor. And I will say, Fat Cat kind of needs to land these hooks, because against the poke coming up from the Ashe and Rakan right now, they are burning pots to try and deal with it. If they can land a hook, they can change the dynamic of this lane.
Look at this. You got Immune to Flame actually coming in with the deep wraparound. Azula's Revenge has been exhausted, so they're going to be able to get their nice flash to get out of a dangerous situation. Drury Panthers only have to burn one sum as a result.
Yeah, Immune to Flame. We'll be able to get back in lane to catch the wave, so nothing lost here. Very efficient gank to come through.
It didn't spot Lilia with that hawk shot. It was just above the Lilia.
The question is, can Lilia force this, though? She has no flash here. It's on Fat Cat to try and find the hook to initiate this. If it's not Fat Cat finding it, they don't have a way in.
Yeah, they might just be looking for it. Lilia is standing by the tower. Fat Cat trying to aggress onto Udon Budon, it looks like. Trying to jump onto Toponer. Nets the flash forward, but hard stuff comes about. Udon Budon gets jumped upon, but just dashes on away. And the Forest Gate cannot work out. Tiger Star has ghosted. It's Boar Stance time. Azula's Revenge gets popped, dropped, and Toponer secures a kill. The tower shot finishes things off. Oh no, Lilia missed the target. Udon Budon, can they survive?
One more, no, the triumph.
And they get the triumph as well. It's time to go bowling, cousin. Toponer goes down.
Yo, for a second, that looked so bad for Drury Panthers, but Olsen able to clean up is massive. Lilia can be a huge carry force in the game. She scales immensely topside. Just the 1v1 for now, and Mastermind landing undertow after undertow here, Travi. We knew Drury Panthers were good in the early game, and they are doing it again here. This time, Purdue. Their scaling options not as strong as last game.
No, they do not have Space Dragon. That is for sure. This game feels like both teams had a conversation and said, yo, I don't know about another 50-minute game. This game looks like it's something that would be resolved fairly quickly. But there's no telling what can happen in a game of League of Legends until the Nexus explodes on one of the sides. We're continuing to go forward. Getting into that 7-minute mark. Dragon has spawned on up. See, Rift Herald will be up here shortly as well.
If we are talking Dragon Travi, I think Purdue, their bot lane does have a bit of an advantage, an XP advantage. Because while Olsen did manage to find more kills at the end of the day, it didn't go into the pocket of Azula's Revenge. Fat Cat got 1 and no assist. Azula's Revenge got 2 assists. No kills. So the Poner with a little bit of an edge in that lane with the Noon Quiver already to be able to push this out. If anything, I think Drury Panthers look topside. Look to trade Herald for Dragon here. So slow down the Dragon, take bot side. Mastermind's doing great top. And Killer Guy's actually been doing great mid as well.
Yeah. The guy's doing great. This Lilia though, man, like, you know, already we're talking about it as an effective carry. I actually am curious on what the build choice will be. I know when they introduced like Jack Show for quite a bit of time, it was the Demonic Embrace Jack Show build. So I am curious if we will see that same build coming into fruition, because that seems like it's been the most popular recently. But every now and then we see players in the MEC decide to play to the beat of their own drum. They go like Leandres or something like that. This is Conqueror, so I'm assuming a little bit of a beefier build for sure.
And with the Giants belt already, likely the early Demonic Embrace rush, I think is probably what we're seeing. I'm trying to think, yeah, if the Mythics would be running Giants belt.
No Mythics have Giants belt.
Yeah, so it's Demonic Embrace into Jack Show most likely to come through. I was hoping for Riftmaker or even Leandres for shredding here, but if you are that far ahead, Jackshot is probably the safer bet to just make sure that you don't give up that bounty and that you can actually make way more plays on your own without having to rely on that team when you're team fighting.
Looking for a possible dragon fight here. Lilia's here in the area, is at 6. Wants to get that wilting lullaby. It's a tune that only Udon Budon can hear. He's asleep, but it's a nightmare that he gets awoken from. Scatter the Weak on the side, tagging onto 3. Killer Guy, the re-engagement by Fat Cat Tiger Star, saying it's time for you all to catch these hands, but it cannot deal with all the members of Drury Panthers immune to flame. You wandered into the wrong neighborhood. You can try to scatter the weak, but Drury Panthers are strong.
And Drury Panthers, they're just outplaying in the team fights. It might be different champions. It might be a different composition, Travi. But Killer Guy, well, not Mastermind in this case, Olsen still breaking ankles with these plays right now, dodging out on a lot of what Immune to Flame was putting down. Arrow comes in.
Hits onto one member. It's the Lilia taking the remainder of it. They have smite. They're going to be able to smite it away. Udon Budon needs a tag onto him. The exhaust is there, but the slicing maelstrom, it's going to be utilized.
Oh,
to
no.
be able to stop him on up. It was a great bait. I rated 8 out of 8. That is easy as can be. Tie a bow on a Drury Panthers. Find another excellent fight.
This is quickly snowballing out of control for Purdue here. Drury Panthers, really well played. Killer Guy did not burn the Slicing Maelstrom in the first fight.
Yep.
Held it to the second fight, and I think Purdue didn't track that. They thought everything was blown, and so they walk right into that. They get punished. Demonic Embrace complete for Olsen right now. 6-0-3. Are you ready for a game 3, Chavi? It's early yet, but it's looking that way.
Oh dear. Taponer now getting caught out of position. Udon Budon trying to tag. Get a little bit of zoning going out. They're able to get some space that needs to be earned for Taponer. Taponer needs to watch out these feathers. They get called back will be a lot of damage, but check out who's in the wings. It's Udyr, but there's also a Lilia to match as they're coming in. 6-0-3, dear. You do not want to mess with that.
And to give props to Purdue, their bot lane's still doing really, really well. Udon Budon, by the way, in that last fight, the first half of it had an amazing knock-up to stall for everybody there, which made it even look like Purdue had a chance here. And once they're back into 2v2, Polar and Udon Budon have been doing a great job with the poke. You can see Fat Cat kind of low, Azula's Revenge kind of low, and until Lilting Lullaby comes back up, Olsen can't really gank this bot lane.
So you say that, but one Nautilus hook, man. I'm just saying, that's all it takes. One Nautilus hook that catches out Taponer could be a decisive victory. Killer Guy is actually roaming down here. They're going to be spotted on this ward in the tri-bush, so won't be very effective. So they donate their... Wow, what a carry mid laner. Donating their control ward. So wholesome.
Unfortunately, it's going to go down immediately. There's no way to defend this if Killer Guy isn't there. A little bit painful to see. Meanwhile, Olsen, topside, taking that scuttle here and still kind of zoning out Tiger Star a little bit. Herald is up and available.
There we go. Quickening comes through. Gets the charm onto both members. Taponer was able to zone away. Good use of the cleanse.
Oh my goodness.
Can you pull the feathers back? No, doesn't have the mana to do it. That is going to be the doom of them. Azula, you need to back up. You're in range.
Yeah, Udon Budon has flash, and we already saw Udon Budon has no hesitation.
Okay.
Killer Guy, he has flash too, but
wants it. He's got the zoomies. He's slicing Maelstrom. The weather is terrible for Taponer. Gets sliced and diced by the static electricity, and Udon Budon has to flash over the wall. No cooldowns available.
They're trying so hard, man. The Poner and Udon Budon, like we said, doing great in the 2v2, but once junglers, once mid laners get involved, it's a whole different beast. And right now, unfortunately, Immune to Flame doing fine in the 1v1, but not able to stop the roaming out from Kennen. And you kind of feel bad for Immune to Flame, because it's like, guys, I'm doing fine in my lane. Why is my lane getting fed? I'm having problems dealing with this. Merc Treads picked up early means that Immune to Flame, no kill threat. Not just because Syndra got nerfed in the early game, but even if she wasn't, it's just so hard to cut through that much resistor on shield and Merc Treads.
Big fan of how things are playing out for Drury Panthers here. They got a 2K advantage. Fat Cat's starting to move around the map as well, trying to get a little bit of vision down pat. Purdue, Northwest. This top lane has been relatively quiet, though, I will say. Solendric and Mastermind, they've been duking it out every time the camera pans up there. but nobody's ever fallen to critically low HP bars.
Solendric already level 10 here. And yeah, it is kind of surprising that we haven't seen a kill happen. I'm just trying to think what happens when the top laners actually start joining the rest of the teams here, because that'll allow Mastermind to just kind of...
Or will they?
Backline. It's just a 4 before the entire game.
It might be. That's the life of a top lane, baby. That charge goes out, hits onto its opponent. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to be able to find it. Smart lays in a good amount of damage. Cleanses there. Goes ahead with the Featherstorm, laying in the damage, but the exhaust is much to the dismay. They tried so hard, got so far, but in the end, you don't get anything out of it besides a couple songs from Purdue Northwest. Rift Herald summoned over into the top side. Didn't realize that Mastermind had just taken that at some point in time.
Yeah, I didn't notice that either. I mean, top side, it's an island, man. Like, they'll do the island vacation. We'll deal with them when they come back home. You know? Plate's gone down. Great for them. Right before 14-minute mark as well. So that, I think, was just a timing thing where they just had to make that play happen. And bot side, despite the fact that the kill doesn't happen onto Poner, Udon, Bidon, yes, summoners are blown, and they got completely zoned out. You could see not only can they not contest this dragon, but it gives Azula's Revenge time to catch up with CS in that bot side, because Azula's Revenge and Fat Cat have been struggling in the 2v2.
Wait, Mastermind wants to kill. Is popping Ragnarok, laying in a good amount of damage on the Solendric. Solendric's trying to get over to the waiting arms of Tiger Star. Jumping over the wall they go, trying to throw the axes, but they can't find it. They finally do. Mastermind finds their solo kill, while the other two members... It's tragic for Solendric, though, because even though Mastermind falls, they don't get an assist!
Oh, that is rough for Solendric there. And unfortunately, it's somewhat what we expected, right? The fact that we do see Mastermind running Ghost and Flash here, those are combat summoners. Solendric is running that teleport. So theoretically, it is expected that Mastermind should be able to win the 1v1 occasionally here. Solendric has TP, but I don't even think he can really TP back to lane. Poner?
No Flash. Is caught out of position. It's a death charge. It's death. Yeah. So Poner is gone. Azula's Revenge getting the kill. 3 Panthers playing an exquisite early game here.
Yeah, everywhere Purdue's trying to make a play, it feels like Jury is kind of there, and or they're ahead enough that it doesn't make a difference. And my question is, where do Jury go from here? It's been a great early game, but we are now 15.5 minutes in. They have yet to take a turret. And despite the fact that their lanes are winning out, the Herald charge on the top side, well, that turret's still standing. Bot lane, despite all the attention, that turret's still half health. Tiger Star's waiting in the wings to back up Udon Bidon here.
I'm actually very curious about this. I had to look it up just to see, because I haven't even faced the Riven in so long. Eclipse on the Riven inside this game. I was like, wait a second, is that what people go now on Riven? But yes, it's the Eclipse Riven angle coming out, so... Okay. I'm getting a bit of a renewal. I've been playing a lot of League, but it's been ages since I've seen a Riven, bro.
Yeah, you might be playing lots of League, but lots of League is not playing Riven, so...
It's true,
It doesn't matter what we've seen. Fight off on the bot side.
Wait a second, over here, they catch out to Poner immediately. Hook, line, sinker. Yeah. Kill a guy on the flank. It's time for a wilting lullaby. Nighty-night, sleep tight. The rest of the team getting round up real tight as I'm a Tiger Star gets popped. He's burning, incinerating. The shield is just enough. The
he's alive!
Can't find its mark. But are you going to stay alive? There's a deer. Dead. They are looking for their prey. They have had it up to here with Purdue Northwest and Lilia. 803 came in as a sub, but they looking for dogs.
Olsend is legendary. 8-0-3, as you mentioned. Unstoppable, just diving right through those turrets. And to me, that's a death knell. When you see your lanes kind of just getting run through your turrets like that, and nobody's even low after the dive, that's when you know you're kind of shafted. And you can't lane anymore. Purdue, their only hope is to start creating death balls of their own and try to match this, try and find picks here. It'll cost you CS, but if you just try and CS, you're going to get picked off instead.
Now, I have to ask you, RMC, do you think if this game goes on for 30 more minutes that Purdue Northwest outscale in this situation? Because I don't think they have that same win condition by any means.
But first of all, I don't think you outscale even after 30 minutes. But I will say, if Jury can't end this in 30 minutes, That's a whole different issue.
All
At
right,
that
set
point,
the timer,
somebody's
set
got to
the
go
timer.
over.
Set the timer.
Okay, so 47-52. That's 30 minutes from here. If Drury Panthers can't end by then maybe Purdue can win, but it won't be because of skill.
Okay, I am setting the timer right now. So we have agreed here. We'll put it right here. Okay, timer set.
Okay,
So if you hear an
47-52.
alarm go off, then you know it's not your phone, but it's mine.
Drury Panthers finally able to take their first turret. They've taken their first steps towards closing out this game. Oh, they don't stop the back from Udon Bidon, and now we're starting to see
Killer
these
Guy?
shifts here. Tiger Star.
Caught out of position, the rocket belt into the wall. Not recommended. Might be slightly concussed after that. Killer Guy trying to make a dynamic exit.
Killer Guy did his job. He
Yep.
pulled people down bot, distracted people. Herald was picked up by Drury Panthers, dropped mid almost immediately there. And now this bot side of the map here, Travi, this is no longer Paju's jungle. You walk in there, you're in Drury Panthers territory, and they are on the hunt right now.
I did want to just say, you know, have you seen the Killer Guy? They obviously pull very easily. I didn't know if you knew that, RMC. Your silence.
I've not seen the Killer Guy.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh.
what do you mean they pull?
Do you what?
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 You not know what that means, RMC?
No.
Uh,
What is this referencing? I feel like I'm missing a frame of reference or context.
I don't want to talk anymore.
You can't do this to me, man!
I need time to educate you, RMC.
Apparently.
I don't have words, man. You've never heard somebody be like, ah, yes, this person pulls.
No. I've heard lifts. Like, if they lift, like, what do you mean?
No, it's like, all right, it's basically, all right, hold on, there's action happening. I'll teach you later. So Entry got out of position, trying to see if they could pop on to kill a guy. The slice of Maelstrom was a little bit too much. They're going to go ahead and lay out that depth charge, and that's Fat Cat securing the kill onto Soul Enter. While we go down to the bot side, we see a 1v2 happening on the opposite side of the map. That's going to be the Red and Rock bot as they're looking to go ahead and secure themselves a kill. It's a 1v2, but Mastermind always comes prepared with a plan, and now it's the Poner in for a rough trade here. The cleanse being forced out. The dive got a little overzealous, but Lilia still on the prowl. Those arrows slowing them down, taking an arrow to the knee. It's going to be enough to stop the pursuit.
Gonna be honest, top side, kind of business as usual, except Killer Guy overextending and dying here. Bot side was far more interesting to me. The fact that Mastermind just 1v2'd immune to Flame and Udon Beat-On. You can do that to a Syndra, you can do that to an Ashe. And more importantly, I don't know if they have an answer to this Olaf split push right now. Solendric, I think, has to deal with it. And even then, how effective is Solendric going to be? Tiger Star, going to thank you for the leash.
Thank you for that, Mastermind. How dare you come through here? Teleport. Actually, on the Mastermind, they want to get the catch out. There's another teleport coming out from Drury Panthers as well. The Rhinomark has been used, so trying to see if they'll be able to take somebody down before they fall. They're not able to find just that. Here comes the portals.
Gates?
It's going to be the gates. They're open. They're wide open, and it's Tiger Star who's going to be suffering from this. The Shurikens hitting into the back of the Frail Yordian as Killer Guy finishes off their prey over inside of this fight. It's Drury Panthers that find an advantage despite the catch out.
Yeah, and it feels like we're seeing this on repeat. It feels like every time somebody goes after Mastermind, it's just not working. And Mastermind survived for so long there. His entire team was able to help them out. And now Purdue Northwest, they're going to start up this Baron for free here because Tiger Star, the jungler, the smite for Purdue, he's dead.
Yeah. Dead as can be. I mean, the Flame can't push out of the mid lane either. It's a slow take at the current moment in time. Just getting it to half HP. They've been working on it for a little bit of time, but as you said, the work that was done, Mastermind is over here in a flanking position as well. They have the Ragnarok available. Killer Guy forces so much pressure.
Just the threat of a slicing Maelstrom from Killer Guy forced the flash out of Immune to Flame. That will not be available for that next fight. And the flash on Killer Guy is going to come up slightly before Poner's flash as well. Drury Panthers have the timer on that. They know exactly when they can pull the trigger. But before we get there, Travi, Baron buff. It's pushing time for Drury Panthers. It's time for them to see how many inners they can take and whether they can even take an in-hit.
I still remember last game, man. Like, I'm remembering last game. This is a much bigger gold lead, of course, right? And the team compositions are just massively different. But I still remember last game where we didn't have an inhibitor. But that an immediate cleanse from Azula? For what? What happened? Did I miss something there? You saw it too, right?
I did, and I was trying to figure out what was happening.
I was like, did I miss something?
If you did, so did I. We both apparently missed something. Yeah. To be fair, I don't think Azula's actually had to really use that cleanse.
Yeah, I don't think so either, right? What if that was just a BM tactic? Like, they get in their faces like, look, I don't even need cleanse in case you ash arrow me.
It's fireworks, right? It's just saying that, hey, look, pretty fireworks, celebrating how well we're playing. Dragon about spawn in 30 seconds here. This one is Soul. Yeah. Hextech Soul for Drury Panther. If you thought they weren't obnoxious enough before, they're going to be able to run you down the hook lands on Udon Budon.
Yeah, Udon Budon caught out of position there. Tiger Star getting in there. Puts out a storm that Drury Panthers are equipped to weather. What's about to happen at the current moment in time? Purdue Northwest, they got to figure out a way to get into this pit. They can't just let them have it for free, but at the same time, how do they contest it, right?
They don't have a choice. I mean, 40 seconds still left on Baron buff as well right now. And with that shove that Drury put out, Purdue, they can't even access the gates in the jungle. They don't have any sort of shove right now. I think it's the right choice for Purdue to just say, we give this one up. We try and make a play somewhere else. They are answering on that top side on this push. It's not ideal, but it's all they have.
Killer Guy goes over to the top side, trying to just... Drury Panthers are handshaking them a little bit here. They're saying, yeah, you can take top tower. That's fine. That's an objective bounty. They do get the force back. Killer Guy might look to 1v3 here. Is this their moment? Killer Guy, Slicing Maelstrom goes through, lays in a good amount of damage. They can't take anybody with them. That's a bit overzealous. They're going to be able to get towers. Inhibitors are getting cracked up in the base. It's being laid bare.
You take that trade. That is 2 inhibitors for a death. I think Killer the Guy is happy with that one there. And meanwhile, the opponent opted to stay, keep on pushing, because why not? There's no threat here. Purdue needs to try and stop these backs best they can.
Now, if you're this Ashe, you shoot an arrow out from where you're at right now as they're running away. They never see it coming. They never think of the Ashe arrow coming from their own base.
I mean, they don't need to. And besides, Purdue don't actually want to fight this. The hook lands.
Oh, they land the hook. They're going to be able to go ahead and lay out the Wilting Lullaby as well. That is the Syndra gone. That's the Rakan gone. That's a double kill for Azula's Revenge. The opponent secured top inhibitor. There is a nice top wave there, but Drury Panthers may just be looking to end the game. All 5 members have came together. They're pushing in 2 waves, crashing into the Nexus. One last defense from Purdue Northwest. Do they have what it takes to be able to stop this? No, they don't. Tiger Star can't. They're going to stun up and slice apart the HP bar. Drury Panthers. They're going to be able to end out this game. The Poner comes out big. Drury Panthers actually get routed. The Poner comes out big. That's a triple kill for Ashe. Purdue Northwest, they cling on to life.
They're going for the back door. Immune to Flame TP'd to that top wave there. Can they stop it? Said shield was enough to get him back to base, and Immune to Flame will not be able to find the answering backdoor. Purdue clinging on for dear life here. Things are not looking good for them, but they are alive, Travi, which is more, I think, than we expected.
They are holding on to that rope, right? They are dangling inside of a cliff right now. Mute the flame, hello? Yeah, that was kind of cheeky, but I like it.
It's so free right now. Why wouldn't you do that if you're able? I mean, you TP top already, right? You needed to get something on the back end of it. The inhibitor was down. You didn't get to hit those Nexus turrets, so at least you get the mid one. At least you get objective bounty gold. You're still down 5,000 gold here, Travi. And we said before, scaling is not in favor of Purdue. 20 seconds till Baron respawns. 3 minutes to Elder Drake. Purdue, I don't think they can even contest this Baron. Supers are still pushing mid.
Yeah, I think the big problem that I have right now, though, is Purdue have given themselves hope by taking that top inhibitor, right? That push that happened, that Drury let happen, where they said, all right, cool, we'll take 2 inhibitors while you take 1. I always am of the opinion when you are the winning team, when you're winning by a decisive amount, giving up something, handshaking anything is a bad call, I feel like. Drury Panthers, they may give over hope to Purdue Northwest. This is a team that fought back in the last game. We'll see if they can do the same. Baron's being started up.
It's already down to 1/3 health here. They're looking for the turnaround.
Oh, the Lilia isn't able to find anybody to trunk connect. They go golden. Stay alive for a little bit longer. Killer Guy can't find an entrance to be able to get into the fight. But look at Tiger Star over onto the side. They're taking a lot of damage from Azula's Revenge. While the rest of the team kiting things out. Unleash power on the Mastermind. Able to heal it on up. Nobody falls. They're going right back to it.
Flash burnt on Olsen. They can't look for that same turnaround. They do have Slicing Millstrom available, Featherstorm available, and Lilting Lullaby here. Baron's already almost gone. It's gone, Javi.
It's gone. It's secured. Baron goes over to Drury Panthers. May have been the nail in the coffin. It may have been what diminishes hope. Is may be able to snuff out the candlelight. Purdue. They have one more defense in them. If Drury Panthers set it up, Dragon spawns in a minute. RMC.
And Drury look like they want to go for that Dragon here. They are not rushing top. They are not looking to break down those inners and into the inhib as well here. No, they have come down. And keep in mind, Purdue Northwest, they couldn't contest that Baron because the supers were pushing in. So Solendric actually had to go back to base. Now, on the Dragon side of things, you have the gates to get there a little bit faster, and you've got the angles to try and trim the super minion.
They're getting zapped. They need to watch out. They get stunned up. They don't get hooked up, though. Ooh, that's a scary situation. I think the big thing for me here, RMC, is the inhibitors are about to be back up, which will give them a little bit of a reprieve for a possible backdoor event. They cannot have to worry about that too much, but it's still a threat.
True, and also super minions stop spawning. They dealt with the last wave already here, so Purdue Northwest doesn't have to worry as much about the pushing waves here. Udon Beaton has already healed up here, and Purdue Northwest, they're back onto the Rift in Force. Poner is kind of on his own, and you actually need Poner with the rest of the team. He's the one who's been making these fights close.
It's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to be able to assist from a distance. Going to go ahead and shoot it on off. Not going to be able to connect onto anybody. This Elder Dragon is at half HP. It's one last fight, one last moment. How do you win this out? Purdue Northwest, they got to find a moment. Hook goes in. They get onto Poner. Poner's gone. Udon is bodied. It's a triple kill for Zula's Revenge. Immune to flame. It's just trying to kite it back. But the roar of the Elder Dragon seals their fate. Drury Panthers by game number 2.
Well, Xavi, game number 2 looks a lot more one-sided than game number 1, but it delivered as much action here as we came to expect. Drury Panthers this time, again, they repeat that great early game success, but they run away with it. And Purdue Northwest, they've got to be asking themselves, how do we want to deal with this right now? Neither early game has worked out well for them. Do they just kind of go full scaling and pray that they can cling on in game 3?
It has been a lot. Yet again, the player we highlighted was Mastermind, but it's also been Killer Guy. These two, the solo lanes, have been so powerful, but it's also the substitute players inside of game number 2 coming alive. That Lilia was, chef's kiss. Went deathless inside the game, right? Like, you can't ask for a better performance from your Lilia.
Yeah, and I think more than Mastermind and Killer Guy this time. All Sense Lilia was absolutely massive. And if this is your answer to the Udyr, then great. I think Jury Panthers can afford to leave that Udyr open for Tiger Star every single time. That really opens up their banning options. They can continue to ban the Aurelian Soul. And yeah, because it's down to Purdue Northwest, the question is, where do you want to go from here? The Syndra kind of didn't work out. A lot of the damage is skill shot reliant. And unfortunately for Immune to Flame, Jury Panthers were just dancing around it. It was out or nothing a lot for Immune to Flame here.
Well, you can even see here inside of this draft, right? You can see immediately the way that they prep this. I think this is such an abnormal draft, right? We haven't seen Kennen mid in forever. I don't think ever inside the MEC we've seen Kennen mid. I don't think that's ever been a thing here, but it has been. It was an interesting draft. Olaf top as well. Like, you got all these different pieces and Purdue's composition. They look stable, but the one thing that does draw into my eye has been that the Riven never really had its moment, right? I forgot there was a Riven inside the game. So maybe Soul Hendrick has to go back to the drawing board and pick something that is a bit more of like, hey, my team's going to team fight. I need to provide something for that in the case that, you know, whoever I get put against is going to pop off because you know a carry's coming at you.
Fair enough. I don't think by any means that Soul Hendrick's pick was the problem here.
No.
And I think it did well in the 1v1. And to be fair to Soul Hendrick, the game kind of crumbled around him. And by the time he actually joined the game, came out of, Island Simulator top lane 2023, the game of League of Legends was actually over.
It's the Donald Glover bringing in the pizza and then everything's on fire, man.
Yeah, exactly. The Daggers timeline for Soul Hendrick there. But I agree. If you can't do anything else for the rest of your team, then maybe you pick something a bit more team fight oriented. I think the Aatrox from game 1, despite the fact that it struggled so much in lane, did its job in the team fights. And as we saw in game 1, that is a potential way for Purdue Northwest to come back into it. If you know you're going to lose the early game, choose who you're going to sacrifice and for what.
We'll see what these teams are going to shed as they look to go for victory inside of game number 3. We're going to take ourselves a short break, and when we come back, the decisive battle between these two teams will be struck. Only one team can walk out as a victor. Make sure you do not touch that browser, as we will be right back. Hello, welcome to the MEC. We're here for a game number 3 that is sure to leave you excited. My name's Travesty, and joining me is my co-caster who says the things that I say are lame, RMC. How you doing, man? Are you ready for game number 3?
I mean, when you get your ankles broken that hard, Travi, yeah, that is strictly speaking.
Wow,
lame.
that's
No.
terminology. Wow, I'm
It is.
impressed, RMC.
Into game 3, Travi, in a series that's honestly been a lot closer than I expected here. Usually in the MEC, we see a team kind of dominate, and at least within the game, it tends to be rather one-sided, and then maybe the match might be kind of close. But so far, it's 1-1, and both games have been incredibly close. We've said we don't really know what the teams are going to do here in between games. I love the adaptations Jury had between game 1 and game 2 with the new Lilia pickup, with the Kennen mid, and now it's Purdue's time to show us what else they've got in the tank here.
I want to see Immune to Flame pull up something that they're just super comfortable on inside the matchup, right? The Aurelion Soul. It doesn't have to be the Fizz. I get it, man. Hey, look, I get it. You don't want to play Fizz. It's fine. I get it. You need a peculiar matchup for it. Yo, it doesn't matter. They're playing what's comfortable for them, right? Jury Panthers are playing some wild champions in some of their roles, and they have been getting a little bit crazy, and they've been moving around. Remember, they did Yone Aurelion and moved people around the map in best suit who could play the champion the best. So, you know what? Just pick what's good for you. The Aurelion Soul is probably going to be banned again. So, look, you gotta lock down something different for yourselves. I'm curious of what the side selection's actually going to be in this game, because if it's flipped, then I wonder if Purdue took blue side. It didn't.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it benefits Purdue to take blue side here. What is the pick that they want to steal away so desperately? I don't think it's Xayah. And the Pona on the Ashe, not a traditional AD carry anymore, more of a support pick as we've seen in competitive play. However, I think Poner played it incredibly well, and a lot of why it looked as close as it even did was because of Poner slowing people down, stopping Jury from kind of running them over, while consistently pumping out that damage, even more perhaps than Xayah managed to. Jury Panthers first ban this time. They've gone with the Aurelion, so keep in mind the other 2 bans have been banning this series have been the J4 and the Viego.
See, exactly what it comes down to be. I think Drury just keeps things the same in terms of the bans. I like you said, actually at the end of the last game, they have an answer for Udyr. I don't think that's a worry. I think Tiger Star will probably still run it back on the Udyr. They are still relatively new to this role. They've been playing it for a couple weeks, but we do tend to see them playing the same champions. Even on a loss, they're willing to run it back.
I mean, we did mention as well that Tigerstar has been practicing another champion when Udyr has been banned here, and I'm just saying the answer to a runaway deer here up in Canada is a shotgun to the face. So you want to pick Graves? I don't think that's a bad choice into the Lilia.
RMC, this is part of the reason why I think you have a bad boy arc. Talking like that, okay? I'm just saying. It's an innocent looking deer, okay?
I'm sorry, did you just call Olsen an innocent looking deer? Did you not see the war crimes he perpetuated on Summoner's Rift last game?
It's okay, look, you just give him the baby doll eyes and it's fine.
Did that look like the face of mercy to you, Travi? I don't know about that. We'll have to see how that goes. Bans from Purdue. No changes from them so far. The Darius, the Wukong, and the Seraphine they've been banning here. I wonder if they're considering banning the Lilia, because I really do think that was the runaway pick last game. Now, again, I do think there are potential answers to it, so it just comes down to Purdue. How much do you fear the Seraphine that you're constantly banning here?
I mean, Seraphine's very hard to deal with. The Rakan is the ban? That's so surprising. I guess it's because they don't want to pick the Rakan themselves. They know Drury's going to pick Xayah. So, wow.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back to game 1, where it was Jury Panthers banning the Rakan in game 1, and now it's Purdue having to do that, and it leaves that Seraphine open. I'm going to be honest, Travi, I feel like Seraphine Xayah, to me, is scarier than Xayah Rakan. Sure, Xayah Rakan feels worse in the 2v2 in lane, but as the game goes long, and these games have gone long, Seraphine just does so much more.
Yeah, we're sitting at an average timer of like 40 minutes, I believe, because the game number 2 was like 32 minutes, 33 minutes. Game number 1 was 47 minutes, going on to 48. Like, oh!
Yo, pick the Seraphine. Pick the Seraphine, Purdue.
We got some Kog'Maw in here.
Wait, no, I'm probably getting baited.
Yeah, you are getting baited.
Our producer likes to bait us. But
yeah.
honestly, Kog'Maw Seraphine, really strong duo as well. One of the things about Kog'Maw is you can keep him alive. You just keep pumping out the damage. Yeah, I think any enchanter with the Kog'Maw would have been great. You can pick Soraka, Lulu, Sona, Seraphine. Heck, even if you want the Nami here.
Oh.
So yeah, that's perfectly fine too. You don't have to pick your enchanter here. You can't ban out all the enchanters on the Rift, so Purdue are good support-wise. This is kind of what we talked about too with the Riven, right? The fact that the Riven, it wasn't a problem, but it also wasn't a solution.
But does Mastermind just take Yone here, right? Like this is a similar situation.
Or Irelia.
Yeah, there's the Irelia is
the
up.
first time.
I'm curious now of like where does this put you at, because we saw this similar situation. Kog'Maw's immobile. Both Yone and the Irelia are nice fits here.
I mean, hey, if you pick up double enchanter with this Kog'Maw, I don't care that Kog'Maw is immobile. He's a turret at that point, right? You can run like Seraphine and Lulu, Seraphine and Soraka.
That's my timer.
There are ways to do that.
That's the timer I set.
I told you, Manchuria are not going to run that long here. Jax being picked up into the Aatrox is actually a bit of an interesting one, and because Counter-Strike won't stop a lot of the Aatrox damage. It stops mostly just the auto attacks, right? So this is a bit of a confidence pick for Mastermind, saying that I will outscale you, and I am not worried about you being able to beat me in lane.
Yeah, and it's just a good pick too, right? Like we've talked a lot of people have been just grabbing the Jats blind a lot of times too, right? Like it's a very powerful champion in the right hands. Mastermind has had one hell of a series so far. So why not continue to push it a little bit further? Going into this is what I like to see, that Purdue grab the Udyr. They can ban Lilia now.
Exactly, the R3 here as the answer. Now, of course, we don't know if Olsen has other answers into the Udyr. Potentially, I'm trying to think what other jungle picks would actually do really, really well. Maybe something like a Sylas would be fine. But other than that, yeah, I don't think there's a ton of potential answers here. And straight away, as we expected, Lilia, do Jury try and bat out enchanters here? That's my question. Or do they go for mid laners? Because that's what we've seen so far. Vigar bans, Syndra in game 1, Gragas in game 2.
Yeah, I am not entirely sure in this one here. Like, you don't have to get rid of the Gragas this time around because of the fact that there is a Aatrox showing. Immune the Flame, if Immune the Flame takes Gragas, I'm actually really scared. So, like, I don't see a mid Gragas ever popping out. So, I would be scared for Purdue Northwest.
It happens all the time now. Like, a pro player does.
I know, but I'm saying I would be scared in this situation. I don't like... I do not like Gragas mid right now, okay?
I think it's perfectly fine, and I'd love to see it. Now, the question, though, is does Jury want to see it, right? They're the ones with the bans here. Heck, even Gragas support might actually not be terrible here. Well, it wouldn't be great. I'd like to see it in China.
I want to stop it. You're testing the waters a little bit too deep. Now you have a little cut on your toe right now, and the sharks are starting to come up.
It's honestly not bad into Nautilus.
You're gonna get your
supports.
Toesies nibbled off by a shark.
If that wasn't a Kog'Maw, I would be advocating Gragas.
Oh,
that is a Kog'Maw. So please pick
that's
Enchanter.
That's a Bard Slam.
That is not an Enchanter.
Hey, this is curious. So Udon Budon's really good at moving around the map and manipulating it. I like this answer actually to an Udyr, because of the fact that Trundle Pillar is the traditional way to deal with an Udyr. Back in the day when Udyr would pop up, put that pillar down, and what is Udyr going to do? He's slowed. He can't go past you.
Yeah, the subjugate's going to be massive as well. One of the biggest problems Drury has had is cutting through the tankiness. Rumble being picked up, and this is Rumble mid?
Yeah.
Probably? Unless that's a Jax mid?
Yeah, no, this is a mid lane Rumble coming about. You absolutely don't pick Fizz here. That's bait. There's no way you would ever want to do that to yourself. But is it Kog'Maw mid?
AP Cog? That is actually not a good idea into Rumble. Okay, so this feels like Purdue tried to play a bit too cute to me. in this particular draft. They do have scaling on their side, so that at least is good. If they need to go late, that is an option this game too. But the reason why I'm not a huge fan of Kog'Maw into Rumble in the mid lane is just because when you hit level 6, the equalizer, Kog can't run from the equalizer. If he gets stuck in there, if any gank comes through, he's gonna get roasted.
It's not even just that, right? Like, what is Kog'Maw's escape to a Trundle Pillar, like you were just talking about, right? Like,
yeah.
How do you escape that in the mid lane? Mid lane is one of the easiest to gank roles because of the proximity to the bushes and the multiple pathways that you can gank. And if you have something to just pop the pillar on somebody who's super immobile, this is risky.
Yeah, I am incredibly worried right now for this mid lane for Purdue, especially when we've seen Killer Guy as well. Killer Guy and Mastermind have been incredibly strong mechanically within this series. Frankly, they've looked better than I think I've seen them throughout most of this season even. They are peaking right now, and immune to flame on this Cog, you don't have a lot of outplay buttons. Now, besides the mid lane, Travi, let's look at the side lanes a little bit, because I am a bit worried as well for side lanes. Jax into Aatrox. Jax will outskill Aatrox. Mastermind has shown that he can win this matchup before on the Irelia. Jax, probably a little bit tougher, but not that much more so. And in the bot lane, Bard Ezreal as a duo. That is a duo where Ezreal is going to be very safe, and Bard might be left out to dry. We've seen them dodge and play around those hooks from Fat Cat, but Fat Cat just needs to land one hook. Any hook that lands instantly wins that bot lane for Drury. The only question is how much poke they take getting to that point, and how long before the junglers start to show up as well.
I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think this Bard's ever going to be in lane. One of the cool things that actually come out here, so I play a lot of Bard. Bard is one of my most played champions of all time. And one of my favorite things that I do look at, that I love this Bard pick, is you look at Udon Budon, they are the type of player to leave lane and roam around the map. What does that mean? It means you are probably going to link up with your jungler, right? Linking up a Tiger Star sounds like a great time, right? But let me tell you how it gets better. See, Udyr has a problem. It's called getting in. You know how you circumvent that problem? Magical Journey. You take a magical journey behind them. Well, now your escape path's been cut off. It doesn't matter if you had vision. It's like an instant portal just about right behind enemy lines. So Tiger Star has a little bit of a delivery service that can work around with Udon Budon if they're able to get those magical journeys off in the right places when overextensions happen in the laning phase. So I like this Bard in the idea of, yo, Bard, you hit level 3. See you later, Ezreal, you're a solo laner now.
You know, what was the postal codes? The postman's motto was neither rain nor snow nor sleet nor hail. Well, here's what will stop your postal delivery, Travi, and it's a gigantic pillar to the face. The portal is telegraphed, unfortunately, and Olsen just needs to raise a pillar in, and suddenly Tiger Star pops up, gets stuck. Or even if he runs around, it's going to take him a while here. So the idea is good. The question is, do we get to see that execution? And last game as well, both junglers, Tiger Star and Olsen, did a great job tracking each other. This time, Tiger Star does not want to meet Olsen. He wants to play around the Trundle. And I don't know if Tiger Star can actually outplay Olsen and avoid matching up. A lot of it, I think, comes down to actually not pre-game, but pre-minion spawn here. Getting those wards down to track where these junglers start.
Here we go. It's time. It's game number 3 between Drury Panthers and Purdue Northwest. One team will be able to claim victory inside of here. Purdue Northwest, they claimed this victory. They confirmed their seeding. If Drury Panthers win this game, Drury Panthers has one more shot to take to possibly be able to secure themselves a higher seed. And ourselves posted. This is Phase Rush Kog'Maw.
Yeah, that's kind of what you want to run when you're going to be that Kog'Maw in that mid lane, which is vulnerable to getting punished. Running the Ghost as well. So I'm glad Immune to Flame has recognized the same issues we have, that you're vulnerable to ganks here. And thankfully, it is a Trundle, so you'll usually kind of see him running at you if you didn't overextend and kind of go up with no wards in your lane.
Yeah. I'm excited for a Kog'Maw. I know it's not the best draft for it, but Kog'Maw is like it's the only champion in the game that I actually can do like an impression of. So I always love seeing Kog'Maw pop up inside of League of Legends.
You tell me you can't do a Rammus impression.
I mean, there's a lot of nuance that comes into a Rammus impersonation. So many voice lines to memorize as well.
Okay.
So, how did you do that? Teach me your ways. You teach me how to do a Rammus impression, I'll teach you how to do Kog'Maw.
We'll have to start this off stream, but for now, we'll just go with an okay on that deal, Travel. Junglers starting opposite sides of the map so far. And remember how I was saying about tracking those junglers early? Neither side actually opted to do that, and TigerStar is desynced, so that is good for TigerStar. The question, of course, is whether or not he can pull off the gank. We are seeing Poner and Udon be the ones to push out in this bot lane right now.
Kog'Maw is pretty Pogmaw, if you ask me.
Whoa, Hyper, come on, man. You tell me you don't like dogs?
Yeah.
What kind of monster are you?
That's what I'm saying. The kind of monster that likes to see Immune to Flame getting jumped upon, and First Blood comes through. And this is where our worries were. That was both summoners blown.
Yeah, and despite all that mobility, Immune to Flame wasn't even pushed up. He was only roughly at the halfway mark there, and Olsen just kind of walks in, has to burn his own flash. But that's now at the same timing as Immune to Flame, and Olsen can always look for that repeat gank. Level 6 only gets easier. Hook land spots it.
Glacial Augment coming in good value, getting that slow spread out amongst everyone inside of that. So Solendric is not enjoying the tango with Mastermind. It is a dance in which Mastermind is purposely stepping on the toes of Solendric.
Yeah, Solendric, I'm actually kind of
I actually get dove here. Mastermind wants it. He's like, hey you, how about this Counter-Strike? Get smacked up, imagine!
Oh no!
If I had a real weapon. Trades 1 for 1, but the message has been sent.
I thought that had to be a misclick from Mastermind there, because I thought the idea was you wait for the wave to come in, you pick the timing so you can leap strike and flash, so you only take the one turret shot. But it looked like Mastermind did a mini hop, stuck under turret. Oh, Immune to Flame.
Well,
Not
yeah,
again.
Immune to Flame is stuck between a pillar and a hard place. Does find a way out of it. Nice use of the Bard Q. Gets a nice tether onto Azula's Revenge. But that's what I was talking about. The delivery service for TigerStar. Needs to be careful there. You're backing in unfriendly waters there.
He's fine. The dad bot's got all it needs to protect him. And you know what? He can just up out of bushes. Jury Panther don't want none of that. But yeah, we talked about desyncing Olsen from TigerStar. And if TigerStar doesn't meet Olsen, then yeah, the ganks get a lot easier there. Especially with that magical journey. TigerStar actually just right back around.
Coming right back around. I bet I won't do it again. Azula's not good. Oh, Fat Cat! Secures the kill with the Ignite. Azula's Revenge in a dangerous way, but to get the root, TigerStar can't get in range. Fat Cat flashes in to make sure that opponent can't solidify a kill. Drury Panthers. This team is playing so well.
Where was this Jury Panthers throughout the entire season? And Fat Cat, you know what? Azula's Revenge owes Fat Cat a drink after this game, man. That flash to make sure that no Mystic Shot could come out and pick him up as well. Massive. That is ideal support play. Take notes if you're a support player.
I mean, there's two types of support players out there. I don't think I have to take notes about that one. RMC, I like to take the kills for myself, but you know what? I do agree with the sentiment that a drink is owed inside of the game. Mastermind twirling that weapon around like it's nobody's business. Killer guy. Look at poor Immune the Flame. Look how far back they're pushed in this matchup.
I feel like Killer Guy is going to put that name to the test. So far, it hasn't been true. Immune to Flame has been melting, and now Killer Guy, level 6, Equalizer available.
Oh, flash for flash topside. Read it like a book. So Solendric, not level 6, doesn't have the World Ender. They can't turn that around for a possible killing situation. The red carpet laid out. Immune to Flame, where are you going to go? You got no place to go. The pillar's there. Cuts off the escape. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but it's a kill on the Immune to Flame.
Yeah, Olsen going full send there in the mid lane. Kind of knew he was busted when TigerStar and Udon Bidon showed up. Like, that was 100% a one-way trip. No flash up and available just yet. But for Purdue, that's a win there, considering how vulnerable Immune to Flame is. And I like the ability for Purdue to kind of just say, okay, we're going to use Immune to Flame as bait here. We know he's going to get ganked, so put him in vulnerable spot and then send people to back him up, and we can find kills, feed kills. The problem is who they get these kills on.
That cat getting a little aggressive on the Tapona. Tapona returning the damage in kind. Bards here in the wings. Keep an eye on Tiger Star, who is finishing up some clears in the area. So Udon Budon. The thing is, this Bard can always threaten a magical journey at any point in time when the wave's pushed up like this, because they just disappear into the fog of war for a second. Udyr all of a sudden shows up.
Well, for Purdue, though, they have to take advantage of that as much as they can pre-6. Once Azula's Revenge hits 6, that sort of gank under a turret becomes a lot less effective. And same with Fat Cat. Once you get the depth charge available as well, it gets kind of dicey to go diving under a turret. Ezreal, the Arcane Shift has got to be one of the most busted escape abilities. I hate the fact that it always seems to buffer the move after the snap animation from any hook.
It's also got like a crazy build at the moment. So Hendrick's in danger, by the way, and they don't know it. like they don't even have the benefit of doing the I'm in danger. Like they don't have that. They don't know.
They need to push this wave first.
Here we go. Equalizer comes in, so Hendrick caught out of position. The counter strike is there. Mastermind gets the kill.
Okay, I take that back. They do not need to push the wave. They were not going for a dive. That was actually really clean. The moment they realized Hendrick was out, and the positioning from Killer Guy's Equalizer was really, really nice as well. Purdue, I think actually suspected something was up a little bit too late. Yeah. Everybody was running up there, and then Jury Panthers pulled the trigger. So I don't know if they had vision when they made the call, or whether it was just coincidence. But this works out massive for them in that Purdue now miss CS and don't protect Soul Hendrick from the dive.
Feels like one of those slow motion moments that you see in the movies where everybody's running towards the explosion that's about to go off, trying to save somebody. But then the explosion happens, and there is no happy ending. Purdue is still in search of that happy ending, and my question is, where do you find it on the map, right? So Hendrick is down in the lane, Kog'Maw is down in the lane. I feel like you're looking at Taponer, the senior from this squad, to be a big carry for this team with this Ezreal pick.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't died a single time yet, and considering the chaos that's been happening, the amount of roaming Udon Bidon has been doing, Owner's been doing great in this 1v2 situation, farming, staying ahead of Azula's Revenge, but I feel like the Ezreal is going to take a lot of time to come online. So in the short term, in the immediate future here, Travi, I'm looking at Tiger Star on this Udyr. Yeah, I know he's the one who had the role swap, but he's the one who's been doing great on this champion, and he is still up CS, still has a lot of potential to make things happen. Taking a dragon, that's one way to do it as well. Securing objectives is always a solid way to play.
It's good too because Purdue needs this dragon. They need to buy themselves time for someone like this Ezreal, who, as you talked about, needs that time to be able to get that itemization rolling in. It does look like they're going the Essence Reaver build, something that we've seen become very popular as of late. So Purdue, they're going to be able to lay out a good amount of damage. That's a very strong 2-item power spike, but it takes time to get the money for those resources.
We haven't hit even 1 item yet. 2 item is a ways away here, Travi. And then you look over at Jury Panthers, and their comp seems like they're hitting harder already. Granted, Azula's Revenge needs time as well to scale up. You know, I'd argue like at least 2 items, preferably 2.5, when you can get Zeal as well as that plus whatever item. But topside, Mastermind is doing a lot of work, and mid lane, Killer Guy continues to be an utter menace here. The cooldown on Equalizer is pretty short, so you can almost use it as wave clear and poke.
Hudon getting out of harm's way. How funny would it be if the dredge line, because it pulls you in, if there was a Bard portal there, it just automatically pulled you through it?
Is that how the interaction works? I thought it just snaps you out of the...
It doesn't, but I'm saying, how funny would that be? I would love that interaction.
I actually would too. Like I said, I don't like the fact that a lot of escapes like have weird advantages over hooks. And yeah, I just miss the old days when mobility wasn't such a thing, and you had Blitzcrank and Nautilus just like hooking people.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like, how funny would it be to like set somebody up for like the tower like that, right? Like you could put somebody under the tower, not by their own choice, like that, right? I'm just saying that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, especially for a champion like Bard, who's already pretty troll as far as champions go.
I love it.
I'd be down for that.
The whole reason I main barred when he came out, by the way, was because his whole entire kit was just like, oh man, I can troll with this.
How do you not play Trundle, Travi?
I do.
Okay, there we go. Yes!
Oh, that was such a good use with the Temper Fate. Making sure that tower does not get hit with the Herald. Budon. Very proficient at this champion and making sure to let us all know, even doing the minute things.
Yeah, and that's massive as well because Drury Panthers did trade Herald for Dragon. They took the Herald a bit earlier than Dragon, but they were not in position to contest that. And now that that Herald was utterly nullified, so Purdue effectively got a free Dragon Poner back in the mid lane after TPing to the mid lane to protect the Wound of Flame.
Very low. Poner laying in a good amount of hurt. He's going to get caught out. There's Trundle. There's Fat Cat. Instantly. They set their sights. They pull the trigger. Tiger Star goes down. The True Shot Barrage trades. A root collapses. And Trundle's going to take a chomp at that Ezreal.
Outside the dive.
Okay. Solendric stays alive.
Flash burn from Mastermind there. Solendric still has his. So finally, a bit of an advantage for Solendric, but the question is, what can you find with it? Tiger Star has not been able to get a gank off yet. This game has just been power farming away, and now with that death to All-Send as well, I think that's a sign to Purdue. I think that's a sign to Tiger Star. You know, I called for it last game. Make something happen, mate. This time, it's coming from Jury. The signal is, make something happen, Tiger Star, please.
By the way, Immune to Flame has gone for a very supportive option on the Kog'Maw. Rally's first item. It's not something you see every day.
No, but I actually like this build, and I've said this before. A lot of champions who want to build Rylai's, I do think you should actually rush that Rylai's early on because it makes it real easy to land all your follow-up skills. So for Kog'Maw specifically, you land one of your artillery shots, and then it just becomes so much easier to follow up with all the other ones after that. And sometimes, especially on immobile champions, you force a flash in order for them to survive.
I mean, I'm with it. I get the ideology. I like what Immune to Flame is putting down. The question is, right? Because you do have a lot of scaling that comes in, especially when you add a Kog'Maw in, even if it is AP. That Arcane Barrage actually hurts pretty hard, and just the Kog'Maw W is a menace as well. I am curious on what the build choice of Immune to Flame will be, if they will continue going to like that burn damage route or anything like that. The Pillars dropped. They want to dive this.
Yep.
Here comes round 2, Electric Boogaloo to Poner. Need to get out of harm's way. Nice Q from Budon. The depth charge goes in, hits onto Toponer. Good use of the Temper Fate. It's a 1-for-1 trade while Jat solos out the Kog'Maw in the mid lane. Toponer just can't get away in time, though. The flashes will be burnt. Jury Panthers are running wild.
And what do Purdue get in response here? Plates have gone down. We're past 14 mid-mark, so Solendric not going to find that. Tiger Star taking the Herald here, and I think for Purdue to get anything, you take that Herald, you drop it top, you get the turret immediately. Is it worth the trade? No, it's not. Do you have a better option? Not really. Tiger Star holding on to it for now, and Bad Cat, as well as Mastermind, are up here.
Yeah, they came to the defense immediately, so it was one of those things where it's like you would have had to have done that instantaneously, but I like it in the same way as well. You do find a good team fight, it can work out, but this is the biggest gold lead we've actually seen Drury Panthers be able to secure for themselves inside of the series. They've been ahead all 3 games.
I'm trying to remember what the gold lead was like in Game 1 and Game 2.
2K.
Was it 2K? Okay.
Yeah, I think it got to, at most, Drury Panthers, I think, had like a 3 or 4K at most at one point in time. But at this stage of the game, it's only ever been 2K at most.
Oh, wow. So they are triple right now. And they are willing to dive. We saw that in Game 2 as well. When Drury Panthers are ahead and they know it, they certainly do punish under turrets. And I'm expecting them to do that to the mid lane specifically here. Immune to Flame, very vulnerable. And if you can crack that mid lane and outer turret, it really does open up the map to allow for even more dives to come through from Drury Panthers.
Budon coming on down here. Killer Guy caught out of position. Inside the river is your tomb. Killer guy trying to shoot out a couple harpoons.
Oh.
To go down here. That's a shutdown to immune to flame.
And Travi, that's one of our first proactive plays we see coming through from Purdue here, unanswered by Jury. Never mind, it is being
they
answered by
forced
Jury
out
Panthers.
Solendric. I was about to say, they forced Solendric out. Don't say unanswered. It's been answered, trust.
Indeed it has. But still, it's a proactive move from Purdue, and I do like to see that coming through. Solendric playing with fire here.
Yeah, that's a little risky. They did not collapse upon it. They didn't know where the Bard was. Just being a little bit cautious. I do appreciate the respect being shown.
I think they just weren't expecting Solendric to pop out of the bush like
I don't
that.
think so either, yeah.
They're just like, wait, what? What is this Aatrox? Okay. It's fine. Solendric able to get out, didn't have to burn flash, and it's not like Jury Panthers lose anything either. Herald dropped into the bot lane by Purdue there. They get actually 2 charges off. One to get the turret, second on to the inner. What else can they
Oh,
buy?
it's a boner! It's dropped down
Burn.
so low! The killer guy is Night Harvester. It's a great burst of damage. It's not Rocket Belt, and your flash is on cooldown. Sad day for the Rumble mid. By the way, how crazy is it that we got a Rumble mid in a game that Killian isn't in? The person who was a Rumble one trick coming into the MEC.
If we get Killian Rumble, though, it's going to be top lane.
I know, but still, it's just like this. Remember, Killian was a mid lane Rumble one trick.
Yeah, but they literally have 2 mid laners on that team. We've seen both Blonde and Riverside.
I'm just saying, you do the lane swap. We saw a lane swap in this game, okay, RMC?
True. That is fair. Hey, do you think Ottawa Braves would let Killian play his Rumble mid? Like, roll swap up against GVU?
I don't know. They flamed him the last time he played Rumble top. I don't know if you
To be
remember
fair,
that.
it wasn't his best showing. To be fair to Killian, it wasn't his best showing.
Also, Killian says Rumble top is bad, so.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so if anything, they've got to let Killian play mid, right? That's it. That's not the craziest thing. I feel like in a game where Rumble mid is already kind of weird, we've got a Kog'Maw mid, and so far, Immune to Flame's been able to pick up 2 kills. It's not been that bad actually for this Kog.
Mastermind in a 1v2 scenario. Tiger Star is here. The lane and a good amount of damage onto him. So Solendric gets hit with the counter strike. Mastermind is trying to whittle down the numbers, even the odds a bit. A 1-for-1 trade, but Mastermind takes that every day of the week. Azula's Revenge getting tagged by that artillery. They'll escape with their life. This is Dragon spawning in about 30 seconds here. Getting close to that 20-minute mark as well.
I mean, that's the Rylai strength for you here, Killer Guy. He can turn this easy, but it has no walls.
But the rest of the team is coming about. Yet again, this Trundle, I want to emphasize, substitute player. But he's coming in and popping off. Game 2 and Game 3 now has been the major player on the board.
Yeah, Holstein went played for this team in the beginning as well, kind of similarly to Azula's Revenge there. So, you know, huge props to him as well. But Purdue, Chavi, Tiger Star is no slouch either, right? That topside kill, Tiger Star managed to find Mastermind. And it's worth pointing out as well, he got the bounty off of Mastermind. So, if we could toggle the gold, I suspect Tiger Star is probably up there in terms of gold with the rest of his team. Thank you. Yeah, so Tiger Star, richest person on Purdue Northwest right now, kind of needs to start translating that a little bit into a little bit more action, I think.
I do love that we have this storyline. We got the players that have flipped around from Purdue Northwest. We've got the players from Drury Panthers that we keep calling them substitutes, but it feels weird to call them that because they were the ones that originally started as the main roster, it felt like. But, oh, nice catch out on the Tiger Star. Tiger Star, you've been running wild for a little bit too long. It's time for you to go on down. No, it does not get away. It does not get away.
It was close. I mean, Olsen had to burn a flash to finish that one,
but dying in front of Baron.
Yep. I was gonna say, as a jungler, this is not the hill you wanted to die in. This is certainly not the pit you wanted to die in here. Can they find anything here? Immune to Flame with the poke is annoying.
Yeah, it's very annoying. Lane and damage equalizer laid into the back line. Did a good amount of hurt. That's Baron secured by Drury Panthers.
Yeah, and they just accelerate the pace of the game. Okay, we've been told off by the actual sub of Drury Panthers, Othquake. Apparently, Olsen was not the sub. He was actually meant to be the starter. It's just that Othquake has been playing.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I have to correct myself, right? Like, it's one of those situations where we keep calling them subs, but it's realistically, like, it's players that have been coming in that were there originally, but then substitutions had to happen, or other things happened that they had to swap in and out of. Rosters can be weird sometimes. What defines a sub, RMC?
That they are substituting for the starter, Travi. And Olsen showed why he's the starter.
But what
here.
makes a starter?
The coach, Travi. That's what makes a starter.
And now we've learned. Thank you, RMC.
Well, that and performance, because I think Olsen's definitely deserving the spot, as you said, you know, the critical player in the last 2 games. And he just keeps on pushing right now. With Gargoyle's Stoneplate picked up as well,
Opponent is in danger. Nice use of the Temper Fake. Gets a nice bit of stun, but does not tag the Trundle. Killer Guy lays out the carpet, and Topono will burn to her crisp on said carpet.
The minions are so far away, though, Travis. So despite finding the pick onto the opponent bot side, they can't really push in mid lane. Immuniflame doing a good job clearing out this mid wave, but look at how much mana it's costing, even with that tier. Immuniflame clears 2 waves, has to go right back to base.
Yeah, it's the problem about AP Kog'Maw is every single time you ult, it gains in cost. So if you use it repetitively, which you do have to use a lot of the times, eventually it will get up to being like 240 per cast. It becomes absolutely absurd.
And with the Baron buff too, you can't not use it, right? You
Yeah.
actually have to clear that.
Trundle, Subjugate comes in. They're going to try
He's got
into
Gargoyle's
Operation
Soulblade.
Save the Trundle. Guess what? It's easy as can be. Just have to go ahead and peel on back. Nice use of the tether. We're going in for another fight. Laying in
Equalizer's
some
up.
good damage. The Equalizer comes in. Toponer's dropped down low. Immune to Flame is low. The Harpoons are digging into the flesh of Purdue Northwest. But it's
Minions
still
have
the
finally
siege.
arrived.
Tower falls. No further life has to be shed. Only blood shed in the defense of the tower.
That was the last burned up wave as well here, Travi. Only 10 seconds on the clock for Jury. I love that they're playing around that. They all get back to base with empowered recalls. They'll be back out onto the Rift and Dragon, Travi, up in a minute here for Jury Panthers. They had an amazing burn power push. They've cut off the bot side access a lot, and Purdue, that's a lot of dark terrain for them to traverse to get to a Dragon Pit.
Yes, indeed it is, and it's scary. It's a very dangerous time to be inside of this game. Anytime you go to a neutral objective, that is a fight the Drury Panthers want to take with this Rumble in the mid lane and a Trundle to back it up.
Okay, Jury Panthers just taking away the blue buff. I was wondering if I was going to try and steal that one there. Playing with fire a little bit, and because it's only 3rd Drake, I wonder if Purdue even want to fight this. They've sent Soendrick and Tiger Star top, so I guess not. Tiger Star has no quick way to get in there. And I don't know if you can push into Killer Guy. Equalizer can instantly clear waves at this point.
Oh man, it is. Drury Panthers have almost a 10k lead. It's sitting at that 9k benchmark at the moment, but this is absolutely just an insane game from Drury Panthers. And I mean, with playoffs around the corner, bro, like this is actually a scary team. I feel like to actually have to go against if they're gonna pull out stuff like this.
Yeah, they're peaking at the right moment here. The regular season standings don't always reflect how teams perform in the playoffs. Playoffs are a whole different beast here. And for that matter, apparently, the second last day is a whole different beast as well here, Travi. Because keep in mind, this wasn't even supposed to be the match of the day. And it's already shaped up to be such a close
We still have the matchup for first place. We have the matchup for first place that goes on right after this. I'll be honest, I forgot. Like, they had completely distracted me from that. I've been in awe of what this team has been pulling out here. This series has been such a good one to watch. And Purdue, they're trying, yet again, holding on as much as they possibly can. It's Drury Panthers. It's up to them, it feels like, to be able to close this game out concisely. It seems like they're just going to wait for this Baron buff to respawn before they make another push.
It is a bit difficult for them to try and push into the inhibitor turrets right now. There's really good wave clear on the side of Purdue from Immune to Flame and the Poner. So, yeah, I think Jury, it's the right call to wait for this Baron. What they do have to be careful of, though, is they're about half an item up from their counterparts on Purdue for the most part here. And Purdue, by the time Baron comes up, might actually be able to complete their third items. And if they can, that's probably the closest Purdue are going to get to Jury this series.
And Purdue, one last fight. They got some nice core items built on up. Udyr's got some tank itemization. The Leandrius has been completed by the Kog'Maw. We see it on Navori Quick Blades has been completed as well for this Ezreal. But the item difference is staggering across the board.
Specifically for Immune to Flame.
Look at that Scuttle with 56 HP.
They just left it, yeah. I mean, Baron spawn, that's the more important thing to take right now. And Tiger Star getting hooked up here.
Yeah, hooked up, but Borstance is able to keep him fine. The poke from Immune to Flame. You have to be cautious about that. Leandri's will shred your HP pretty quickly if you're not careful. They're going to finish off the Scuttle Crab. No, he was going to live a long life.
Nah, they needed the mana, the health part of me, and that's all Scuttle was good for here. Ward in the back of the pit getting cleared out. Fat Cat.
Cat in the dangerous spot here. Tiger Star, though, the equalizer comes in. Tiger Star is burning alive. Udon, Budon, seeing what they can do. The True Shot Barrage was off the mark as well. Rondo secures the Baron. It is Rumble securing kill after kill. Fat Cat gets Tiger Star. Immune to Flame tries to cut the wave. But unfortunately for you, you're just going to be finding a way to use your passive. As it's Jet again. Purdue getting punished. They tried to contest. Drury Panthers, they're going to be able to push this in. Possibly for a dub. You got 30 seconds until Kog'Maw, 20 until Udyr.
With Baron buff as well, it's going to be such a effective shove. So Wendrake can't leave the mid lane. Might have to leave the mid lane now that Jury is just brute forcing their way in. 5 seconds on Tiger Star. 13 on Immune to Flame here. They will be up in time to stop Jury from ending. But Jury have finally cracked the base, and where one inhib drops, the others get so much easier to take.
Oh man, here we go. Dragon spawns in a minute and a half. I'm actually almost curious if Drury Panthers want the soul point just to solidify that the game's over. They don't need it, but it's nice to have. You know?
I think they just use the Baron buff right now, push out, and then fall back on that dragon.
Yeah, but is that what they're going to do?
I don't see why not, to be honest. Like, it's too early to be set up and just sat waiting at dragon. You're wasting your buff at that point. Udon Bidon interrupted by Fat Cat here. I hope they don't overchase into Fat Cat, because he's kind of bait for Killer God.
Yeah, bait is right.
Yep, okay.
Tiger Star is like, please, the portal is right in front of me. But can't find the portal, can't find the escape. I'm going to be real with you. I think Drury Panthers, they're set up around here. They're pushing in the bot side. They got this
It's
push.
a 1-4 split push.
Yeah. But he can answer to it. Fat Cat leading the way for Drury Panthers. The player who is left to stand their ground going into the net split of CeeLo with the rest of the team graduating. Leading the way for the team, being the leader that they need in these pivotal moments. But this game versus Purdue Northwest. Now, RMC, what if I told you that they are going back for that dragon right now?
I think that it's only Olsend handling that dragon here. They don't need everybody. Everybody else can keep on pushing. They want this last inhib. Then you get double supers pushing in here. And Purdue, you were struggling before this. What are you going to do with double supers pushing down every lane?
Now, Budon trying to run a little bit of interference. 3 inhibitors down, as you just said. Dragon secured. This is Soul. Drury Panthers, it's just up to them to close. Azula's Revenge getting a little bit too overzealous. Gets slapped up. Gets tethered up against the wall. Featherstorm comes through. The Magical Journey as well. Gets a nice root, but it will burn. The Demonic Embrace will embrace them.
That's actually pretty big for Purdue to find Azula's Revenge there. almost 50-second death timers right now at this point in the game. I was looking at the inhibs, wondering if it would be enough. No, it's 2.5 minutes on that mid inhib still before it comes up. Yeah, Jury Panthers will still be able to get that shove. That's it. Jury Panthers do have to be careful here. You don't want to fight this 4v5. That is one of the very few remaining scenarios where Purdue can try and get back into the game is a numbers advantage over here.
I don't know, man. This Trundle and Rumble are basically worth 2 units right here, man. Like, these guys are pretty strong right now. Same can be said for this Jat. So maybe it's a window of opportunity. Maybe it's a window that gets slammed on the fingers of Purdue Northwest when they reach out to it. You know, I think it's closer to that. They're going to try and take their shot, though. This is the right moment to go for it. Killer guy off on the side, but they do not catch him out. Now it's Udon Budon gets chopped, the equalizer in the choke. Udon Budon has been incinerated. Fat Cat on a killing spree. Drury Panthers, they have now taken their team fight. Mastermind goes in. The counter strike is not hitting anyone. Tiger Star slays Mastermind, but the minions are crashing in. A teleport from Killer Guy all the way back in from the base. That flamethrower is spitting out hot fire. The equalizer's not up, but it's a-okay. Killer Guy is staying true to the name. They make their dynamic entry. And next up is just kill after kill. Drury Panthers. They secure the series after a hard-fought 3 games.
Well, Travi, you said earlier you wanted Drury Panthers to win the game, so you could ask Fat Cat about next year and what's going to happen. And Travi, we're halfway there. Drury Panthers did indeed win the game. Now we just have to get Fat Cat on for an interview.
I have to see. Man, what a series. You had brought it up. We still had like the series that all the casters were like, yeah, this is the match of the week. Travis, you're so lucky you get to cast the match of the week twice in a row. And I'm like, yeah, sure, I do. Bro, look at this game, right? This series itself was so good. And really and truly, this was a matchup between 2 teams. You brought it up. There's still that possibility. Hope is still there for Drury Panthers. I am amazed here from what they were able to do. And this is a good example of how you don't let the meta make you. You make the meta. And I think Drury Panthers are world class in that degree.
Yeah, they really got better throughout this series as well, Travis. You think back to game 1 where the composition had some flaws that were exploited there. They couldn't quite handle the scaling on the other side. They couldn't quite close out fast enough. Game 2, it looked a lot tighter. Olsen looked warmed up with that Lilia. Here in game 3, Olsen continues to be a monster, but Fat Cat as well with the Nautilus in both game 2 and game 3. Here in game 3, I felt it more with him. Not just with the hooks either. Like with the Nautilus, it's easy to go, oh, look at the depth charge. Oh, look at that dredge light. No, there were times where Fat Cat just walked up to people and threatened them with bodily harm. And unfortunately for Purdue Northwest, there was just nothing they could do about it. And Fat Cat didn't even have to throw hooks sometimes to find engages to bait out Purdue into overextending.
Such a good game. Such a great series. We're not even done for the night. We do have ourselves an interview as well. So we're going to take ourselves a short little break while we get prepped and ready for that. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure you do not touch that browser. We will be right back. ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on back to the Midwest Esports Conference. My name's Travis D. I'm joined here with our MC, and together, cuddling on video here, we got Fat Cat and the Killer Guy. How are y'all feeling?
Good. We're feeling good. We're ready to keep winning.
Ready to keep
Fair enough.
winning.
I mean,
We're gonna beat Illini tomorrow in the freest match of the season, in my opinion.
oh wow.
So that's, I don't know if you agree, but
Yeah, 100%. I like this. I like this confidence coming out here. Okay, did you guys share that same confidence going into today's game here? You're going against Purdue Northwest.
Yeah,
Kill
yes.
Guy is shaking his head.
yes. It was a little too free because we knew we had our roster coming back, and so
Okay.
it was just like we got our starting jungler back, we got our starting ADC back, we just got the boys back.
Fair enough. I mean, it's been a long season where you guys have been playing with the substitutes, and hey, shout out to Othkrick and Baymax as well. I think they're great guys, but yeah, having your starters back in now. Killer Guy, congrats to you as well. I think you've got the most unique champions played so far. After today, I believe you've got 22 unique champions in the mid lane. But we get some weird ones. Kennen mid, Rumble mid, after Irelia mid, or Irelia top, pardon me. You want to talk me through like your mindset when it comes to picking champions and the evolution specifically within the series?
Yeah, so... Oh man, this is hard because I can hear myself.
It looks like you guys are like whispering sweet nothings, by the way, when you guys share a headset.
There's nothing new there. Nothing new. Here, take that one so you can hear them. So my champ pool, yeah, so I've just been like a diamond fill player for like my whole life before I started playing competitive, so, and I also just like watching one tricks and stuff, so, and I just like have a really good memory, so I just like to, you know, play every champ to its like kind of full potential if I can. And Rumble and Kennen are just super broken on this patch, so I've been spamming them and finding, so I just wanted to bring them out, and I still think they're broken.
Fair enough. For somebody who likes to watch one tricks, 22 different tricks. That's impressive. Is there, without making too much, is there a particular champion right now that you're fixated on? I know you mentioned Ken and Rumble helping you climb. Anything else you think kind of hidden OP?
I mean, Aurelia's my girl. Akali. I love those champs. I just love dashing around. Other than that, like, I don't know. I used to last season I was a bit of a Nico one trick. I was best
Hey.
Nico on the I was like best Nico world for a little bit. But she's so
Wow.
useless right now, so I don't play her.
You can't break any Nico kneecaps right now.
No.
Not with
yet.
that. No. Yeah, she's in a weird place, man.
The durability patch killed her.
Yeah. That I will agree with
That's
that.
fair.
I will agree with that. My question actually, so this is going to be weird because you guys are probably going to have to do the mic shuffle thing again here. Fat Cat, I have a question actually for you because you have been. I remember seeing you put out a tweet that everybody's graduating. How has been the process for you specifically, being the member of the team who's staying around? Everybody else is graduating, going on. How has been the process for you preparing and getting everything ready for this last season with the boys?
You do not need to mic swap. You do.
So, on that note, so
They're doing so fast now.
hey, we've been practicing. It's it used to be my ADC, so we used to just sit beside each other and trade headsets in games. It was great, I promise. Yeah. So, actually, we found out a little earlier that Azula's Revenge, Ice Grande, Kane, he'll be coming back next year. And then also Hen might be coming back next year. So they're not all leaving anymore, but I mean my top mastermind's leaving, bless his soul. Mikey going on to bigger and greater things, unfortunately. But it'll still be fun. Hopefully we'll be able to stay competing, but we'll see. Yeah, other than that, I've been trying to do some recruiting, which has been fun. It's my first season doing that. And it's been hard, honestly. I went into it thinking I'll just go talk to some guys and they'll be my friends next year, and it's not that way. So
No, it's not.
no.
Do not envy a League of Legends scout at all, because there's so many different variables you don't know about that pop in when you start talking to people. Like, are they gonna gel with me or the team, or are they scrim gods, or are they actually like really good on stage, right? Because you guys do play on LAN events too, right? So, has the recruiting kind of been going out into LANs? Have you had a flyer ready in your pocket to be able to hand out to the next aspiring person, or?
No, I'm gonna write that down though. We're gonna post flyers all over the unified event lands. Jury recruiting. We'll post them at the semifinals, quarterfinals, grand finals, whichever one's the land.
Yeah. Okay.
And we'll make sure to put travesty on it, his face, and it'll just say jury's recruiting, and that's it. Like top text and bottom text.
Well, we'll do a photo shoot. I'll do the whole Uncle Sam pointing.
Yeah.
Jury wants you.
We want you.
I was thinking the same thing. I was saying we should send you a jury jersey so we.
I'm down for it. I'm down for it. I'm down for it. I'm down. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. Yo, if you guys need it, hey, I'm down to do it. Okay. Okay. Well, we got our new recruitment. I got my modeling gig set up for me. I gotta ask. Now, you guys have your matchup for tomorrow. Thoughts heading into it? I know you said easy, Fat Cat, but how are you guys feeling going into tomorrow's matchup? You got any words for your opponents tomorrow?
You want that set?
Sure. I don't have any trash talk really. I think LNI is really good, so but you know, I think they would be well advised to ban Rumble and Kennen tomorrow. You might want to drop the Darius ban.
Oh,
Please.
okay.
He's a one trick, please.
No, ban Darius. We don't care.
Fair enough. I mean, that Yone looked terrifying today. So
okay. So my last question is, y'all have anybody you want to shout out? You guys, of course, have had a crazy season for yourselves. It looks like you guys have turned things around here at the very end. RMC made the point of, like, at the right moment, you guys are showing up some really cool stuff here inside the later half of the MEC. You got any words for the people who have stuck by Drury, who have been cheering y'all on since the beginning?
Go first.
Yeah, I want to shout out the you guys can hear me, right?
I hear you, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Shout out Coach Jones and Coach Tyler. They've always been super helpful. And Othkrick, he was here today with us, and you know, Baymax for sticking around. Appreciate them. And shout out to the Ottawa guys. They've always been super dope, and we love hanging out with them. So, and then shout out the Wofford family as well. They've always been our biggest supporters.
And Longshi.
And Longshi too, yeah. And Amber, shout out Amber. She's my day one. I love you, Amber. All right, go ahead.
You know, we appreciate that. You know, I'm guessing Amber is like a significant person in Killer Guy's life, so we really do appreciate the support coming out.
Yeah, we appreciate my mom. We appreciate my whole family, actually. Appreciate my girlfriend, Emily, all my friends at Cheddar's, my boss, Jacob. Tell your kids about me. Yeah, just, and Jury, and shout out Pretty Northwest, Udon Badon gang, Toponer, Tiger Star, they're all my guys, so shout out them.
Oh yeah, that's what we like to hear. Thank you so much to you guys. Well, we're going to be looking forward to seeing you tomorrow to see what exactly you got in store for us on the day.
Thanks, you guys, and shout out you guys too. We love you.
For real, shout out casters. Oh, nuts.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. I love it. I love it here. MEC is such a wholesome place. It's so wholesome.
It is.
I love it. I love it. Shout outs to everybody.
Shout outs to each other too. Yeah, like to Purdue. Like, man, that's really sweet.
The shout out to Amber and Emily. It's great. It's great that we get to see shout outs. But hey, look, we got ourselves another series, RMC. I don't think we're going to want to talk too much. We got to save ourselves. We got to get ourselves hydrated. We got to get ourselves ready because the first place matchup is coming up next. You do not want to miss it, so do not touch that browser. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I told you it would not be long. Welcome back to the Midwest Esports Conference. My name is Travis C. I'm joined here with RMC, my dear friend. Hey, guess what? It's time. It is time for the rematch that a lot of people have been keeping their eyes on. The moment that people have been waiting for inside of the MEC, inside the final week, before playoffs. We got our matchup to see who will be the first seed. Look at it!
I mean, it's been
That's the standings!
a long time building here between both these teams, GVU and Ottawa Braves. They've been smashing their way, one loss apiece. Now, the fun part, GVU's loss was to Illini Esports. Ottawa Braves' only blemish on their record was up against GVU, and it wasn't a 3-game series. It was 2-0. So Braves, they're on the warpath for revenge.
Yeah, and it was a 2-0 that was 2 40-minute games. In multiple interviews that we've had with the members of Braves, right? Like, they have turned around and been like, if we play that game 9 times out of 10, right, they win. But that was the 1 out of 10 for them. And that's what they keep claiming, right? Like, and you know what? They do have some evidence. They did have early leads. They did shut down Mark Gonzalez, but they are coming in here, like you said, vengeance is on the mind.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, 1 out of 10, it happened. And who's to say we don't get another 1 out of 10? So if there was ever a time for the Braves to prove that it was a freak game, a freak series there, and that they should win it, it's now, and it's the important time here. It's going to be actually not Blonde in the mid lane for Ottawa Braves here. It's still River-sided, so that is a change up from the last time these two teams met.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting. I didn't realize that the substitution was in there with Riverside coming in. That changes a lot of things that I prepped, actually, because Riverside, when Riverside was a part of the roster, one of the most notable things that we saw was we got to see the Yasuo in the mid lane. We got to see a lot of proactivity around Yasuo plus Trickster just moving around. We got to see it was Trickster playing Gragas, I believe, with Riverside playing the Yasuo, and they were dominant when they were pairing together like that. That's changes everything.
Yeah, it changes everything, Chavi, and at the same time, doesn't really change that much here, because on one hand, Blonde was also a huge carry mid laner, so I feel like Riverside fills the same overall role for the team. And I was unfortunately not casting that much, but I did manage to watch, some of the games. I spoke to a lot of you guys. You and Rebel, I believe, are the ones casting that one there.
Yes.
And a lot of it didn't come down to individual players popping off. It felt like, yes, for Ottawa Braves, they smashed the early game across the entire board there. But GVU, this is not a team that necessarily functions off win lane, win game. It's all about the organized front to back. It's all about the team fighting. And Mark Gonzalez coming back massive for Grandview Vikings here. They don't care if they go down early. They know they can hold on. If you give them a team fight, if you give them time to scale, they will bite back.
Now, are you ready, RMC? Because this is where I come in with my difference of opinion, right? This is where it comes in. It's all castle, baby. It's all castle, baby. I think you look back at that series and you go back and watch it. Castle was a definitive member of the team when Mark Gonzalez was not down to 0-6 on Sivir. Did Castle stop moving on the map? No, they can't prank up in the top lane. Old man prank on the Jats, making sure they got ahead, being the glue that needed to come about to keep their efforts intact. I think you keep an eye on it. We have we did a mid-season poll where it was like everybody was putting in like their top 3 candidates for MVP. And the thing that I found the most interesting, I was the only person who put Castle up there, right? Because I value Castle. That's my MVP. But everybody else also put Trickster up, and I also had Trickster in my top. These are 2 junglers, though they have differing styles in comparison to how they meld into their teams. They are both ever so dominant inside the MEC. We're getting into draft. Braves decided they wanted blue side to start things off.
Okay, now, into junglers, Travi. Interesting thing here. Castle, we've seen his Lee Sin, we've seen his Gragas. This is a jungle who can carry. And I think it says a lot to the fact that in the matchup against Ottawa Braves, GVU put Castle on more supportive utility picks like Sejuani, like Poppy. And it's a testament to Castle's flexibility that he can do all of that and still work really well for GVU. But it does show, that GVU, they've already said, in this particular matchup here, we're not going to put pressure on Castle to be the carry. Whereas Ottawa Braves, they have carries in every lane, Travi. This is a team that doesn't really know what a supportive pick is. Even their support, Coda, picking things like Ashe support, kind of supportive, but he tries to carry on it. He picks Silas support because he definitely wants to smash. He picks Blitz, to make those plays happen. Ottawa Braves, their carries all the way through.
I will say, we had a tweet yesterday in which Unified was saying tag who you think the hottest members of the MEC are, and Levi slighted Coda, didn't even name Coda, so might cost him a couple more cannon minions than what it did in previous weeks. This is an interesting draft, by the way. Annie Gragas is actually taken away from GVU.
Yep, and I think that's fair. We already said that GVU's strength is their team fighting, is in that mid-game power spike here. And Annie has shown that she's one of the most linear champions, but she does her job incredibly effectively. Tibbers absolutely messes up your day. And Gragas, in a similar vein as well, can be really strong for trying to create favorable conditions for picks in the mid-late game. Not to mention Castle has been an absolute beast on this Gragas. You mentioned as well, Travi, both the junglers play Gragas, both the mid laners play Yasuo here. And I guess Ottawa Braves just say we don't want to introduce that variability. There's that Jax or Old Man prank there. They recognize that was a big part of that comeback from GVU in their last series.
It's crazy that Prank has gone from the previous season of MEC to always having Gwen banned against him. They move into this one, now it's Jats. Like, Prank always guarantees at least one champion will be banned against them almost permanently. Every now and then you get a moment of it, but we go. OU first pick. When Ash is banned, Varus tends to be the answer. Let's see if that's still the same formula.
I wouldn't be surprised if Braves actually blind pick Silas here, because for this team, it is a flex into almost every single role. Levi probably the only player who doesn't play it, but Travi, you're right. There we go. There's the Varus hover here for this team. Levi's most played by a long shot, and as we've seen, it's a very flexible pick in that you can go for lane, you can go for late game, and heck, I wouldn't be even surprised if they just kind of throw it support if it gets into a very unfavorable matchup.
Answer the reply to come about will be a curious thing indeed. Oh, what is your big response to the Varus from GVU? And is there some power picks they want to lock in? There's quite a few champions still there, and this is a signature pick for Pluto in my eyes, the Nautilus. They love to be in there and start things off for the team.
Yeah, and we were saying as well the fact, or you guys were saying on the podcast, that, you know, Pluto, it's his meta. It is the engage support meta here, and he's really good at roaming, making these engages happen. So I like to pick up here. I wonder if we see a jungle here, if we do see Castle kind of put on back on Sejuani duty. It worked the first time, but it's not the most fun. Or whether we just see AD carry. Ooh. Yeah, so AD carry is the one. Oh, and I was actually thinking Jin to try and punish the Varus in lane, but GVU, no. They recognized that last time we won because we outscaled. Put Mark back on the skiller here. Pick that Zeri, pick that Silver, something that, you know, gives us that late game intro.
This is a champion that Mark Gonzalez is really good on, too. They've been really good at any champion they can reposition inside of a team fight and choose where they want to take the fight from. I like the answer and reply to come about. Take the Braum to disengage, to make sure to punish. Zeri's range is actually fairly short, and you're in range of Braum to be able to tag you, and they start to get those concussive blows stacking.
Yeah, another thing, of course, Zeri, you know, the ability to kind of shock, use that laser as well, so Q to hit multiple targets. With Braum, that isn't the case. Blinding for...
Oh!
I was going to say, that's kind of risky into Frankuru of all people. And Travi, you said Gwen was a must-ban last year. They banned the Jax this time. And why not? Gwen's still really strong in the current meta. Insta-pick.
Insta-pick, no hesitation. By Frank. And this is a champion that we were just talking about. Was Parma banned in the 2022 CLOL season. Frank was a threat, a menace, and something that could not be contained, and was a problem for OU inside the last time that they went against GVU. Was Frank in the side lane. Different champion, but same game plan. The snip and tear apart the team.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind though, this Gwen will struggle into the unbreakable of that Braum as well. Right now, the way Gwen functions isn't necessarily the 1v1 monster that she used to be on release. It's more about the team fight, getting that needlework across the entire enemy team, and Unbreakable will do a lot to stop that. So we'll have to see how Prank is able to pilot this pick around. Meanwhile, both teams still looking for jungle as well as mid lane here. And we're seeing the LeBlanc banned against Riverside, Udyr against Trickster, which surprises me a little bit. I still feel like there's so many other things Trickster can go for. You know, we're talking carries. I'm thinking more like Graves or the Cane that he whipped out before.
This will be curious. They're definitely putting a lot in Castle's court here. They are leaving jungle for the counter pick. A lot of faith being put into my personal MVP that I had in the midseason. You know, just saying. GVU definitely putting some value there as well. Aurelian Soul being hovered? No, it's the Orianna for Riverside.
Yep, that's one of his bread and butter champions. So, yeah, and you already got great setup for it. You've got the team fighting from the Varus, from the Braum, and now you've got the Nara as well with a little bit more protection if he has to go in mini to kick things off. There's Barkari for Trickster here, and for GVU, they've got a lot of skill on their side here, Travi, but if they don't want to go deep into a hole to climb their way back up, they need a bridge, and they've given Castle counter pick into this. I would cry, Travi. Like,
would you cry?
If you're gonna do this,
go ahead and start crying. RMC, I want to see your tears. Let me see your tears. You said you were gonna cry. Cry, RMC, cry.
I'm crying inside, Travi. It's a rainy day in my heart right now. Why would you save Sejuani for R5? Like, if you were gonna pick this earlier, and then you give Jinko potential counter pick. I was thinking, okay, they're holding off. They're waiting to see if they can pick a Lee Sin here to try and bridge things into the mid to late game. No, instead, you take one of the best mechanical junglers, you know, arguably second to Trickster here, and you put him back on Sejuani duty. I'm not saying it's not effective. It is effective. It's how they won before. It just hurts my heart to see it, Travi, as R5.
RMC is looking for Trahir in the parking lot now after seeing that. But hey, look, it is something that's strong. Oh, yep, there's the gift already. It's a terrible day for rain. For RMC at the very least. But,
I need a cap.
just put it over the face. I like this, though. The talk going greener pastures, right? The castle on the Sejuani was very good inside the last time they went against OU.
Yeah.
Was, like I said, my reason on why I thought GVU actually came out ahead as much as they did inside of that game number 1 against OU. But Trickster's Viego, we actually haven't been able to see Trickster pilot Viego too terribly often. It ends up banned against them a lot of times in the second ban phase, or gets taken away from them, because a lot of junglers, you know, on champion, did just recently get buffs, right? So we could be seeing Trickster. This is the champion that they tend to go back to when Kindred was banned back in the amateur scene. They would go to this Viego and slam it hard.
Definitely one of his more played champions here. And Travi, because of what we're seeing here, this really does feel very similar to what we saw in their matchups back, or the first time these two teams faced off. And as much as I'm not super happy about the Sejuani last pick, what does excite me here is that if Ottawa Braves want to say that that series was a mistake and they misplayed, and 9 out of 10 times they should have won that, well, now is a perfect time to show that. We've got the Gnar, we've got the Orianna, the Varus that we saw last time here. Instead of the Nautilus, it is a Braum, but it's kind of similar. And GVU, instead of the Jax, it's a Gwen. Everything else, pretty much something that they played in that last matchup as well. So super excited to see this one come in. And if this is the way it's going to go, Travis, I do feel like game 1 might set the tone for the rest of this match. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another 2-0 despite 2 very, very close games.
Yeah, it's a possibility, right? Both these teams, I do think that one of the big things, we talked about this in depth on the podcast actually, was how different these two teams are. OU tends to be this wild beast that just goes nuts. The problem with a wild beast is it's easy to lead around. You can kind of leash it. You can move it around. Grandview, they're well controlled. They don't do too much early on, but they're well trained. So these team fights, they come out and they pop off. About that 15 to 20 minute mark is when you see that fight happen around neutral objectives. But we'll have to see. Does this style still prevail? Do they still have that style to bring into this game number 1, the matchup for first place in the MEC going into playoffs? OU, Grandview, who you got, Twitch chat?
We should actually be a Twitch poll, because I'm really curious to see who chat is supporting right here between these two teams. And Travi, I know that you were calling for a Grandview 2-1 victory here, so you know, has anything changed between the recording of the podcast and now?
To explain my reasoning for those who didn't see the podcast, my reasoning is the Braves haven't shown me that they have learned how to control some of the madness that they bring to the Rift. And sometimes they get overzealous, and that's what happened against Grandview. I do think that they've grown to the point that they would get one game, but I did say that in my prediction, I was just like, I think OU will throw one game. I will be happy if they prove me wrong, because I also covered my bases by saying I think OU has some of the best individual players inside the MEC, and I think if you look across the table, they tend to be better in terms of the way they play, but they throw very often.
That's kind of fair. And what I think is interesting as well is the fact that we've seen Grandview actually shift a little bit towards the early game in some of their more recent matches here. Oh, Trickster, he's getting sandwiched.
Got sandwiched. Took away blue buff in a quick fashion. This does mean that Castle is getting 3 buffed here.
Yeah, which is an interesting choice. Instead of trying to answer and split the map for vertical jungling here, Castle opted to chase out Trickster. And I'm curious to see if Castle ends up actually invading that top side, asking Jinko and Prank to try and get that pressure, to try and force them out and answer in terms of that. If you can successfully do that, then Castle can not quite 3-buff, but at least deny majority of a quadrant away from Trickster. But if you don't, then Castle's set behind, which is not what you want to see when we were just talking about the fact that Grandview has been practicing their early game in the last couple of weeks here in the MEC.
You've been seeing them piloting a couple champions like the Talia is the main one that I always think about. They've been trying to work on doing something, being a little bit extra in the early game. This composition here, though, it does tell me that they're looking for that mid game still. This is still very mid game-ish for me, right? The Victor gets a couple items, Zeri gets a couple items, Gwen is able to get an item. You're waiting until your itemization starts getting completed, and then you want to fight, you want to tussle. You can already see Trickster says, you know what, the strategy from last time is kind of cool. I'm going to do it again. I'm back to bot lane.
And this is just a mental game coming up between these two junglers right now. The fact that Trickster doesn't go up and cover his top side, instead he comes down for a bot gank, he's kind of betting that Grandview wouldn't think he'd do that and Castle wouldn't invade. It does not pan out, and Trickster is now kind of looking to go back to base. Mark and Pluto, he cancels the back. He has to get a kill now.
Yeah, they know Trickster is around here somewhere because they put a ward down. They see it flashing in. Stun goes forward. Concussive blows. They can't finish it off. Pluto got the anchor toss in time.
The call is beautiful coming through from Pluto and Mark Gonzalez there. They waste so much time, and they confirm that Trickster is down here. They see he's level 3. Castle is going to be able to fully clear that topside quadrant. And for GVU, yes, the composition wants to scale up to the mid-game Travi, but to get there, you got to fight through the early game, and they are finding these small incremental advantages.
A nice recall off in that situation. Not the one you would have wanted, right? You usually want to, complete your noon quiver, but they'll take what they can get inside of whatever advantage they may find. We do see Killian not enjoying their time over here in the top side. We talked a lot about how Gwen is a comfort champion for Prank, but this has been a champion that Killian has blinded time and time again. This Gnar has been a very big pick for them. Mark Gonzalez comes over the wall and gives a quick zap to Levi.
Just saying hi here, and saying hi in style will be perfectly fine taking that little bit of chip damage. But Killian, Gnar. So yes, it is sort of a comfort pick for Killian here, but let's not forget that Killian often gets put in a bit of a rough situation by his team and having to blind here, and Gnar is eminently punishable no matter how comfortable you are on it, especially into the Gwen. The other thing you have to watch for is that level 6. When Gwen hits 6, she can all in with that needlework immediately. If Killian is in mini Gnar form, and because he's actually a little bit behind in XP, he won't be level 6 yet and can be punished, can actually be killed. Lands onto Coda here.
Coda puts the door up.
He's fine.
Tries to deny access. Thankfully, nobody's able to walk through that door.
I don't know if this will cause a desync between Levi and Coda here. Levi doesn't really want to be in bot lane alone without Coda, but Coda being this low on health isn't going to do him any favors. If he gets hit by another hook, that will be a kill.
See Prank is over here in the area as well. Snip, snip, Killian. Snip, snip. Not enjoying any of that. Cooldown boots was the first item, so Tier 2 boots means that Prank is going to be in the face of Killian for quite a bit.
Yeah, he's perfectly fine. Base damages on Gwen are pretty high here. Mark Gonzalez actually going to base here based on how low they got Coda. That's a very interesting decision, rushing that noon quiver here instead to get down there. And that's going to give Ottawa Braves the space they need to actually go for Dragon. That surprises me a lot from Grandview. And because it's 6.5 minutes in, Travi, there is no answer from Grandview towards that Herald here. They're just trying to power farm instead. Hey, that works. Castle is a level and a half up, is level 6 now. And if Castle can find First Blood, that's worth giving up the Dragon.
Yeah, Killian throws the Gwen up against the wall. Your ultimate has been used. Your mini Gnar, you're a little tired, you're a little tuckered out. Castle's waiting, has the Glacial Prison. They should know that Sejuani is here. Killian needs to be careful, needs to be ready to dodge out on it. The ultimate comes through, hits, tags. Killian is getting cut down to size. First blood for Prank.
Okay, and that's hashtag worth for Grandview there. Really well played from them. I love the fact, too, that because, well, I don't love it for Killian, but because Killian hopped out of turret, they don't even take that many turret shots. It's so nice, clean, easy for Grandview. Pranked, that's all the pressure you need to give Pranked. He can just take it and run from here on out. And now I want to see Castle leverage that early gank towards an early Herald because you've got control top.
Yes, I'm right there with you. Flash is still available for Killian, so they do have to be cautious of that. Mark Gonzalez will be fine, safe. They get the slide through. It is one of those abilities where it's just like, man, that dastardly Zeri just sliding through the terrain all the time. Tisk.
I mean, surprisingly, I feel like Mark Gonzalez and Pluto are having the base a lot more frequently right now than Levi and Coda. I mean, Mark's doing a great job with in the CS department for the most part, not falling too far behind. But that is not ideal. And I'm a little bit worried here about how long it's going to take Mark to catch up in terms of CS and actually be able to contest. Trickster, now level 6 as well, has Heartbreaker available. And Glacial Prison from Castle, still down from that gank. So they're brute forcing this Herald a little bit here. I think a lot of it depends on whether Prank can actually get down here and help out or not.
Prank can get over here. It's fine and dandy. Pluto's here as well. 4 members of GVU. They're going to go ahead and pull Coda in. Glacial Fissure comes on through. And here is Mark Gonzalez looking for the team fight. Nice shockwave. But no itemization to back it up, so it's not going to do that much damage. Big thing is that, got refresh. Teleport coming in from the Gwen to match the Varus bot side. This Herald is...
Oh my goodness.
What is going on with this Herald? It keeps regenning. Somebody cut its war mods. Get heal cut. Something. This took way too long. Killian actually got Mega Gnar throughout all that time. It got flipped because of the regen.
Yeah, Grandview didn't leash properly. So they didn't actually let it fully reset, and because of that, they couldn't damage it. The healing just kept going. And remember, we said the Herald for Grandview depends on Pranked. Prank TP bot side, they have no control over this, and this is coming back to bite them horrifically for Grandview right now. Ottawa Braves going to thank them for that. At least Trickster able to pick that one up.
I've never seen Herald be lost like that. That is a first for me in my years of casting.
Yeah, then they changed some of the leashing mechanics for some of the jungle camps. Yeah, that kind of happens. You need to fully let it reset there because it doesn't automatically do a hard reset if you catch it in an awkward position. Now, Pranked is rotating back to this top lane here into Levi and Coda. This is interesting because I actually don't know if this benefits Grandview in this particular matchup. I feel like you want Pranked into Killian. That's your free lane. And Ottawa, are they actually going to try and swap this out here?
They just might. They are recalling. Yeah, they're want to reset it.
Okay,
they want
I guess
Killian to answer.
I guess they're doing this for Dragon purposes because Dragon is coming up in a minute, and if you have Killian down here, no shot Braves have any control over this Dragon. So they're still looking at potential Dragon stacking. It's just that this does kind of bite them a little bit if Pluto had helped shoved. Each rotation, basically, whoever rotates later tends to lose out a little bit more in terms of that minion wave here. So Levi, is he... okay, he missed the minion.
Yeah. This is it. Dragon is spawning in under a minute, as you were just talking about. You can see the pressure is definitely on. 4v4 could possibly happen if Braves are able to get that. That buys them a lot of room. We talked about Grandview as a team that they pop off in that 15 to 20 minute mark, and right now Grandview do have a gold lead established for themselves, so they're sitting pretty and they're sitting in a situation that they're perfectly comfortable with as Rod of Ages just got completed on the Victor.
Okay, scaling already starting for GVU here. Now, let's not forget, Herald is still in the pocket of Trickster here, so that gold lead is somewhat deceiving, and Ottawa Braves will have an extra tool for this sort of Dragon face-off, and we're already starting to see it. Pluto hit in a bush, I believe, with Castle right now, and Mark is on his own in the bot side. Azeri will be able to skate to the rest of the team very, very quickly.
Now watch out though, one arrow that tags you by Levi will spell trouble. Gwen is walking all the way from top side.
Oh wow.
They really want this Dragon. Grandview is going to be able to secure it. Killian's just going to have to stay top at this moment.
Yeah, and I actually really like this call from Grandview here. You can afford to sack that plate, but you really, really want to stop Dragon stacking. That elongates the game, and Grandview's the one who dropped it themselves. An incredibly strong late game composition that just needs to get there. Pranked actually didn't stick around either. Once they were sure they secured it, is racing top. Trickster was going up there looking for the Herald drop as well, and Killian?
Killian finds Prank, ambush successful. Trickster coming around the bend, wants to get the stun, is going to find it, and now it's Prank who's getting toyed around with, gets out somehow, some way. They escape with their life, but their tower is going to have some major damage done.
It might even go down. Herald is in Trickster's pocket, and Prank does not have teleport available here. Castle can't really hold this one. I appreciate that Trickster, they're taking their time to get the damage down before Herald, because each plate that drops makes that turret that much tankier. Castle.
Oh.
Okay.
Thrown down. Trickster
Okay.
gets popped. That's Castle coming in. Wants the 1v2 smoke. They said your HP bars are just low enough, and Bristle wants a snack.
Not gonna lie, Castle had flash. I was wondering if he was gonna flash after Killian there, but recognizes, hey, Riverside it here. I don't need to burn this. My job is done. I got a kill, and more importantly, I saved the turret. Pranked comes home. The house is still standing.
Alive and well, and I do want to point out too, right? Trickster, that hurts Trickster. Trickster, they got that tower. I think Trickster had just enough money to be able to finish off their, I'm guessing, their Kraken Slayer that they're looking to build.
Yep. Well, I don't know if he had enough gold, but it would definitely be really close if he wasn't quite there. And as it stands too, it kind of sets him behind in terms of tempo, right? Like Castle was still farming away at first and has been able to accrue a significant lead. Like you said, Grandview, they're sat happy right now, slowing down the pace of the game. That's good for them. Farming, that's good for them. And if you think back to the series, the last time these two teams match up, Ottawa Braves were blowing Grandview out the water in the early game. That has not happened. Trickster has been utterly contained this time.
Trickster's trying to get stuff going. Said, revenge is mine! Give me this tower. They will get first brick.
Yeah, able to take that one. Castle actually now up here with Prank. No Glacial Prison available just yet. And yeah, okay, they're not going to come anything. Yeah. They're just going to reset for now. Look at the gold though, Travi. Despite first brick going down in favor of Ottawa Braves, they're dead even. And we already said, Grandview, they're about to hit the point where they're looking to start turning things on. First Mythics should be completed. Whoa. What do you have against Zeri, man? Like,
I'm gonna be real. I've told this story a couple times on broadcast. When Zeri first came out, I disliked how. I hate the fact that she just gets really fast and she's just constantly zapping your HP, and she's so strong, right? Especially on release. I was playing Malzahar bot lane because I was that down bad to make it to where Zeri was miserable.
Yeah, she's more balanced now. She's not as bad as she used to be.
Oh, the damage still remains in my heart.
Emotional damage.
Look, I like playing support quite a bit. Every single game, it was like, who got Zeri, and you win. Zeri Yumi was the most unfun thing to play against.
I mean, there was so Jinx as an answer. Ottawa Braves, though, they're grouped up, just going for Herald here. They've been able to kind of take control of the game a little bit away from Grandview, especially now that Pranked, that turret has been down for Pranked as well. So Grandview kind of lose control on that top half of the map. If Prank can get the bot lane turret, Grandview can kind of go for that vertical split. If not, then Grandview, yep, there we go, would be a little bit on the back foot for the next while.
Power secured. Herald is there in the pocket of Trickster. Keep your eyes on them. They're staying up there towards top side. They are farming up those Krugs. Everybody except for Killian's top side.
Prank has TP, so for that matter, so does Killian. Both of them can hop in at a moment's notice here. So Trickster not going to drop this Herald prematurely. Dragon up in a minute as well. So expect to see a reset start to come through. And I'd expect Killian actually to start rotating to that top side to match Pranked so that both TPs are available to join in at the fight while maintaining that side lane pressure.
Keep our eyes on this possible team fight. This could be what sparks things off. We were talking about it statistically. Grandview, they find a fight around a neutral objective at this amount, at this time, and they pop off, and the game never stops being in their control. Here comes the laser. Glacier Person goes a little bit wide. Castle doesn't find the mark. Herald has been summoned into the mid lane.
Shockwave.
Nice shockwave comes in. Levi is able to find the kill onto the Nautilus, but look at Mark Gonzalez zapping away the HP bars. The Chaos Storm to be weathered as well. Gwen is just split pushing all the while. This goes on. Castle is still healthy. In this instance, Ottawa Braves, they can't say the same. The laser will disintegrate their hopes. TP coming in to the mid lane. That is the Oriana Gwen coming forward as well on the flank. Coda is so low. Killian trying to go mega as soon as possible. Get angry. Get mad. Levi getting forced out of the fight and is going to get snipped apart. The needlework is there. Trickster falls. Mark Gonzalez finds the double kill. Throwing him up against the wall. Killian is here, but Riverside is trying to command attack with this ball. But Grandview pick up vital members in the aftermath.
Like we said, Grandview, this is a team that knows how to team fight. And the initial fight in the mid lane didn't look good for Grandview. They were the ones to lose a member, but they burnt through all the health bars. Shockwave just to peel Jinko off of Riverside right now. Jinko still has flash, so you know what? If he's feeling frisky, if that Chaos Storm comes off cooldown, you know what he's going to be doing. Castle, actually quite a long ways away from the Dragon right now.
Got a dredge line on the Killian. Killian is making him regret it. Has that Triforce going. Laying in a good amount of hurt. Trickle is low in the HP department. Dragon is looking to be contested. Killian throws up against the wall yet again, but Mark Gonzalez slides over. Is completely fine. The Glacial Fizzer into the back line. Look on the backside. Pluto comes in from the engagement, tries to flash on in. Castle has been dropped, but Mark Gonzalez break the decimated hope of Ottawa Brave.
Back-to-back team fights, Travi. The fighting just don't stop. And that was how long the initial fight took. That everybody respawned, came right back to it. But Travi, Grandview won the first time. They showed they're better at team fighting. I'm surprised Ottawa Braves opted to go right back into it. And the second loss was just as bad as the first one.
5-0-3 is this Gwen now, dude. Like, this Gwen is a monster. What do you do to defend yourselves against this? You can see on the player gold, look at how far ahead Frank is over the opposition. Both AD carries are sitting at an even standpoint, but Frank is huge.
That's actually funny that Levi and Riverside are actually up on their counterparts, despite having lost that particular fight there. They're pretty even in terms of CS. I would have thought Mark and Jinko were up ahead, but I guess that just speaks to how incredibly strong Pranked is. Now, the answer to Pranked, it's still that Unbreakable from Coda. He needs to hold it for that needle work there. And they kind of need to focus down on Pranked, especially within that Hallowed Mist. Riverside and Levi, if you're willing to step in there, get inside that mist, and if all of you focus on Pranked together, you can still kill this one.
I mean, Prank right now is sitting at 2 items too, right? But another big thing to take note of is Rod of Ages has done. It's aged like a fine wine. And now this monster team fighter in the mid lane, Jinquil, is online, getting more itemization. They're going to have a Seraphs completed as their next item. What do you do against this team? Their itemization is so terrifying if you're OU.
You hope and you pray, and Travi, it's doubly worse because Trickster wants his resets, and the sheer amount of tankiness starting to come in means that Trickster's got to work twice as hard to get that Heartbreaker, to get those resets rolling here. I don't know if he's going to get them. A lot of it's going to rely on Riverside and Levi to try and set him up, and Levi, this is not that lethality build. This is not that quick burst of damage. This is not AP. This is on hit. It does take a while to really shred through all this tankiness that we're seeing from Grandview.
But I like it, though, for the fact of, like you said, it is the tankiness, right? That lethality doesn't really hit the same when it comes down to a Sejuani who's sitting up 3 or 4k HP, right? The Nautilus who's getting all that HP. The Victor who built a Rod of Ages, so they're going to be considerably tanky as well. So, you know, hey, look, if you're going to carry this game, I like the mindset from Levi, but the problem is, they got to figure out a position to be able to apply that Tritzer, going in onto Castle, laying in a good amount of damage, gets that press the attack prog, has to use the ultimate to get away. Look at it, Frank. It's the raid boss coming in, and it's nipping apart It's tearing apart everything Braves are looking to go for. Riverside and Nets throwing up Killian late to the fight.
stun.
Trickster tries to throw out the mitts and tries to make something happen, but the HP bars are too low and grand views are too large and in charge. A double kill. They're gonna turn their attention to the Baron.
Again, only losing one member. The support here, Pluto going down. Everybody else is up, alive, and healthy. And Travi, if you're Ottawa Braves, I'm sorry to say, but I think it's at this point in the game, you need to start thinking, what went wrong here? Is it dropped? And what can we do? Because within this game right now, I don't see a way for Ottawa Braves to manufacture a way back to this game. They kind of have to wait for Grandview to make mistakes. And Grandview just aren't making mistakes.
I mean, it started off with a team fight, and this is how it ended up like this. It started with this team, with 2 team fights.
Yeah.
It ended like this, right? Like it was the dragon fight. And then all right, bet. They're not going to expect us to say, let's fight again. And Grandview read them like a book. They had the script in front of them, and they were like, oh, this is where OU decides that they try to catch us off guard. Most teams wouldn't see that coming. But Grandview is not other teams. They're built different.
I mean, Grandview was still doing Dragon Trappy. Where else were they gonna go?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like everybody was ready for the fight, though. They completely came around for a pincer maneuver in that side of that fight, too, right? Like, you say that, but they had members that limped away from the fight, and they were in position for it yet again.
Well, Ottawa Braves, that's the 3rd straight team fight they've lost. And this one, they give up Baron. And it's interesting to see the outer turret in the mid lane still standing, because it shows you how stiff the offense that Ottawa Braves had up to this point now. But now we are firmly in Grandview's court. Trickster, Killian, they're looking for a flank. But look at Killian's rage bar. He's so far away, and that's one of the problems with the Gnar. You do not have on-demand team fighting. You need to kind of build up that rage bar, and Grandview, they can see it too. They've done a great job playing around it. Mega Gnar has not been an issue thus far.
Oh, it's had some good ults, it's a shame, too. There's actually been some pretty great ults to come about from it. Grandview's going to be able to secure Dragon. This is going to put them at soul point as well. Oriana is split pushing over in the side lane, forcing Gwen away. Is Pluto caught out of position here? They're going to make sure it's so. Depth charge was used. Pluto escapes with their life yet again.
Yeah, Ottawa Braves able to take that mid lane turret, but it was already so low. And the fact that they had to struggle to do it is a bit of an issue. Pranked in that top lane. If you 4-man pranked, I think you can kill him, but Travi, you can hear the hesitation in my voice, because I think that Prank might still be able to turn around and find at least 1 kill to go with him.
I think you're right, because there's a stopwatch there too, right? Like, even if you catch him out of position, there is that possibility for that outplay. How many resources do you have to commit to take down one Frank? Trister coming out from the mist, seeing if they could possibly spook Frank up a little bit. Frank is kiting this one on out, laying in some good damage. Shockwave comes in, and there you go. The amount of resources that has been answered.
Jinko going to be able to push bot side here, so they can get the inner turret. It's kind of worth here. TP coming out from Riverside and into the mid lane as well to stop the push for now. And yeah, Killian, I don't think you can actually stop the Victor. No, really? Jinko ran? No, he's still around. Okay. He's still
there. He thought there was other people. I get the mindset.
Okay.
The one thing about Victor is you are pretty immobile, and you see a Gnar run up on you, and everybody just disappeared on the map. I would move too.
Okay. That's right. I was shocked for saying I thought Jinko leaving that turret would have been, well, to use your name in vain, a travesty, frankly. But well played from Grandview to be able to answer. And we do see sort of the blueprint for how you deal with Prank right there. Coda, great Unbreakable. And you saw that the moment Unbreakable goes up, Prank's efficiency or his value within a team fight drops to next to nothing. So Ottawa Braves, they know what they can do. The lanes have gotten longer. They can continue to look for those picks. But that sort of situation where there's very little to lose is going to be harder and harder to come by. In 2 minutes when that Baron comes up, you can't be looking for that sort of play. Because if you send 4-man after a Prank, Grandview just take Baron for free.
I do like the fact of Braves have realized how much magic damage is on this team. There's a plethora of it. Even Zeri does a lot of magic damage. they said, okay, cool. We're going to build a mall. We're going to build a force of nature. They are showing respect in this regard. And I do appreciate the fact that they are paying a lot of respect into the opposition here. It is their hope that they're playing with. 4K is the lead for Grandview. We're getting into that 28-minute mark. Baron spawns in a minute and a half. Dragon quite a bit further. Grandview looks like they're positioning to just fight around the Baron once it spawns.
Yeah, and look at that vision coming out from the side of both of these teams, but really on the side of Grandview as well. The map is mostly red, and they are now starting to clear away the Ottawa Braves vision. Sure, they're setting up for Baron, but they're really set up for absolutely everything right now. And Ottawa Braves, this is an ocean map. There are so many bushes for them to traverse here. They've got to be terrified. It's already hard enough to get vision when you're not being contested on an ocean map. When you are, good luck.
Prank is laying in the herd on the Killian. Killian wants it though. Chasing down Prank, trying to see where they're disappearing off to, right? Baron spawns in about 30 seconds. We're seeing the recalls come in from Grandview. They're preparing. This could be the last fight in this game.
Potentially, especially if Grandview can pull out another, 5-for-1 or even a clean ace where they don't drop anybody, they can definitely end. Ottawa Braves, though, they don't want that to be the case. Look at the shots from GVU there. 1, 2, 3, 4 stopwatches coming in for this team here. Grandview, they are definitely highly prioritizing their next fight. Pranked, the one person who actually didn't base at the end of the day, kind of just walked into the jungle, farmed that up instead here. And if you can find Killian, that's massive.
Killian walks into the open arms of Prank. Ghost has been used. Killian has to run away. TP coming in. This is the reinforcements, but there's another person on the way. It's Jinko coming in to be the reinforcements. Flash, anchor, toss. Killian throws Prank against the wall. Get over there. While Riverside has to weather the storm. Levi comes in, lays in the damage. The glacial prison. Levi falls. And Trickster jumps on the chick roll onto the side
Mark?
of the shield. Mark breaks into the opposition. Trickster coming in. Mark Gonzalez zapping away. Killian is gone. Trickster tries to jump in, but Mark Gonzalez is kiting this fight beautifully. A double kill. Grandview, get the ace.
Sweating right now, Travi. This is not the clean kills that Grandview wanted, and they did have to burn some of those stopwatch. Actually, only Jinko's stopwatch here. Now, they're not going to be able to get Baron, but look at that timing as well from Grandview. This was why they were willing to full commit to the bot side. It's not a free Baron, it's a free soul instead, and Ocean Soul gonna be massive on this team that's already so hard for Ottawa Braves to cut through.
This is how Grandview is so there was like everything just kept going one by one, right? It felt like Braves sent in a new challenger, then Grandview sent in a new challenger, and ultimately the lead, Mark Gonzalez on the Zeri. It's too disgusting. Grandview is in a prime position to win game number 1 here. A 5-0-6 Zeri. Baron is on the mine. You can see Braves know that. They immediately rush to the Baron.
Yeah, and this is a desperation from the Braves. Desperation Baron from the Braves here. It's the right call. Look how quickly they're burning it down. Grandview disrespecting them a little bit here, not recognizing how much damage Rageblade, Blade of the Rune King, Kraken Slayer will do. They're trying to find some kills on the back end to salvage matters here, but will not be able to do it. Ottawa Braves, they've managed to find an extension to the timer here. They've got themselves gold, they've got themselves pushing, but what they don't have, Travi, is still an answer to Mark Gonzalez. 5-0-6 has not died a single time this game, and I'm not sure he will at the rate we're going.
RMC, I hope you're here for a long night, man. We have had an insane amount of games. We have had some almost 50-minute slugfest on the day. It looks like we're in for the long haul in the bout for first place. Both the games, when they went against each other last time, they took about 40 minutes each. Like we're in for a little bit more of the same as Braves will not say die.
Well, they might not say it, but Grandview is certainly looking for it here. No, despite the fact that Baron is on Ottawa Braves, it's Grandview who's playing aggressively, who's stepping up, who's looking for kills. And again, I want to highlight the stopwatches because there are still 3. on the side of Grandview. Prank didn't get a chance to use his here. Grandview are more than happy to push in and find kills. And for Grandview, even if they don't find kills, they're good. They're actually waiting for 4 minutes for Elder. That's when we're really going to see the hard commit from these teams.
Man, oh man. Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to the conversation that we have. Grandview, they don't perform anywhere. They're not street performers. They have a stage. They let the stage set up and they will perform across the stage. Braves don't care where they are, they throw down. It could be a tavern, it could be a pub, it could be on the street, it could be on the stage. They don't care, they're going to throw down while Grandview likes to set up things nice and pretty. Braves, they can't. Grandview doesn't let Braves play to their pace, it feels like, right now.
Not gonna lie, I was getting worried with where you're going with that, Travi, when you said that Grandview don't perform. Because right now, they're definitely showing up. They're definitely performing really well here.
Oh, yeah.
Right? The Braves are getting slammed with violations right now for not having the right permits to perform where they need to. And yeah.
The bills are stacking up.
Yeah, and they're staving it off. They got a loan. They got an extension with that Baron here. But Grandview, they're still threatening. Killian on that bot side pushing in onto Pranked here. And despite the fact they can't win the fights here, that is a really good use of Baron. Double siege minion stack will ensure they get at least one turret. Objective bounty on a burned up team. I don't remember the last time I saw that.
Oh man, the gold is almost equalized off of that objective bounty as well.
Okay.
Here we go. Glacial Prison onto Coda, but Coda's so incredibly tanky. They take up all of it. The Glacial Fissure, they throw him up against the wall. Isn't enough. Can Braves fight back on it? The HP bars say no. Mark Gonzalez is unstoppable inside of the fight. Coda jumping to get the help, and Braves, somehow, they limp out of the fight. Coda, the lone member on the team, getting zapped out. They have to run away from the ever so oppressive Mark Gonzalez.
A win for Ottawa Braves? Question mark, Travi? Really well played from the Braves to not lose anybody more than just Coda, and that's a 2-for-1. So if you're Braves, you're happy with that win. But once again, my question is still who's dealing with Mark Gonzalez? And Mark is still winning that fight in a way, right? Like Grandview, if you can't punish this AD carry, he will carry these fights. And more importantly, if there was an objective on the map, Travi, Ottawa Braves don't count that as a win because they were too low to contest it. Grandview are still healthy, willing, able to push in. And the gold, frankly, at this point, matters a lot less than what your champions are able to find.
Just tell me how the hell Mark Gonzalez was full HP in that fight. In the cluster that was that fight.
You know what Jerry's passive is, yeah?
I know, but still, it's just like, holy crap, this champion. I have a reason to hate it, man.
Yep. And with Ocean, it's even worse, too, because all that shielding that Mark has been stealing away from Riverside, from Trickster, from Killian, from Coda here, throughout that entire shielding process, Mark is also healing up. So any poke you put down initially gets negated.
William does not have Mega Gnar. They need to build it up. They need to get angry. They need to get mad. They're in that exhausted mini Gnar state, and that could be bad. They're trying to see if they can kite back the fight. Nice tag on the Mark Gonzalez. Slow him up a little bit. Jinko shooting that laser from the wall, but the mist comes and Trickster with it. Oh, man. One more moment. One more fight. Both these teams are rearing to go. Killian's about to go Mega. They're just trying to brute force down mid.
Well, they're threatening it here. They don't want to let Grandview just turn and take that Elder for free here. So both teams...
Rotzi in their way.
Yep, they're just cutting each other's ways right now, and they're waiting things out. They're waiting out Killian's Rage Bar, and for Grandview, they're waiting for Castle's Ultimate to be back up. Chains of Corruption's down for Levi, so there is an edge for Grandview
Killian's
here.
caught out. Possibly, they go Mega. They're going to look to try and jump over the wall. They're going to wait out the timer. GVU is not going to let Braves pick the fight they want. Castle is getting tagged. They're getting tagged. Shutdown goes over.
Oh, Killian.
They find all
look at Mark.
Throw in the shockwave. Mark Gonzalez is the only member.
Oh,
but they get dropped. Ottawa Braves. They find the fight that they've been dreaming of.
Levi still alive right now. Trickster in Zeri form. They are going to try and push to end this. 40-second death timers for Grandview right now. And these turrets against double marksman are going to drop Trickster back in Viego form. But with Krakens there, he still takes this quick. Can they do it, Travi?
Braves, they're finding a way. They're barreling down the middle lane. The death timers are so long. All Grandview can do is watch from the realm of the
20
gray
seconds.
screen. Nobody's going to be up. Ottawa Braves, 37 minutes in. They turn things around. Give Grandview a taste of their own medicine. It's revenge for Braves, and they start off hot in game 1.
Travi, Drury Panthers versus Purdue Northwest. That was an insane series. But this is why this match, Ottawa Braves versus Grandview University, is considered the highlight match here of the entire regular season. Ottawa Braves, they were down. Things were looking dire for them. But they answered the big question, how do we kill Mark? We get the resets, Trickster able to pop off. And the moment Mark was down, they ended immediately. Ottawa Braves, incredible mental from the scene.
The immediate burst of the Sejuani into Killian, taking advantage of GVU's surprise to Nara ult them in. The shockwave. It was picture perfect. That is a highlight reel moment that just happened inside of that game. Braves, they never said die. They never let the lead get to them. They continuously fought back, and I am just amazed. Like, even at the end of that fight, right? Mark Gonzalez was at full HP, but everybody was dead. So, what is that? At what cost?
Yeah, and the burst damage that this composition can put out from Ottawa Braves, right? I love the fact they did not hesitate to blow everything on Castle immediately. Once you get the resets going for Trickster, it gets so much easier for him to be able to rip through these fights. And Travi, the best part for Ottawa Braves right now is this is not something you get countered with a ban. Sure, you can ban the Viego, but it wasn't really about the Viego. It's about Ottawa Braves recognizing their win conditions and the patience and knowing that, hey, we can lose as many fights as it takes. If Grandview wants to play late, we'll play late with them. We just got to win that one critical team fight late to end the game. And for Grandview, I don't know if this shakes their confidence at all, Travi, because this is their playground. They're supposed to be the late game team. Everything looked good for them, and they were winning right up to the moment they weren't.
It felt like shades of the last time these two teams clashed. Game number 1, it decisively in the favor of OU, and then one team fight later, and the game's over about the 40-minute mark. Sounds very familiar to me. So I feel like OU got the revenge they wanted, but the series isn't over yet. We still have more games to play in this. We'll see if the dream is alive for the 3-game series between these two behemoths. We're going to go ahead and take ourselves a short break. I'm going to go hydrate, get myself ready. RMC, I'm sure you're probably about to do the same because we still got more in this series, so make sure you do not touch that browser. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on back to the MEC. My name is Travesty. I had to take a spoon of honey. I'm also joined here with RMC. How's it going, RMC?
I'm floored by last game. I remember Travi at one point in the game, I was like, yeah, I think Ottawa Braves need to start thinking about the Knicks game, you know, and like what they need to fix. And they was like, no, we are not giving up anything from this game. And I love this refuse to die attitude. It really shows too that you can come back from pretty much any sort of situation in League of Legends. And yeah, just incredible showing from Ottawa Braves here to really show that they are the best in the conference. They want to lay claim to that title through the hardest trials they possibly can.
Yet again though, these two teams, they go against each other and it doesn't disappoint, right? The last series that we had with them, even though it was a 2-0, it didn't disappoint. This time around, Braves are the one leading up inside of the series, and I'm gonna be real, that was just so nicely done here. And all my prep focused around like maybe they've practiced team fighting, maybe they've gotten themselves into a situation where they look to like scale up and maybe meet GVU in the team fight or something like that. I didn't expect the game to go the way that it did. It was a back and forth affair in the fact of like, it felt GVU was in the driver's seat the entire time in those last two team fights. Hope never let go of by the Braves. They continuously held on to it.
I feel like by now, Travi, we should know that these series are never going to go the way we expected, right?
We should know.
Yeah, last time it was Ottawa Braves who were crushing it, you know, in full control of the game, and then GVU just turned it on a dime. This time, Ottawa Braves kind of giving Grandview sort of the taste of their own medicine. And we had said Grandview, we've seen them kind of improve on their early game throughout the end of this season here. Ottawa Braves feel like they've doubled down on what made them such monsters, which was just individual skills and mechanics, each of them trying to carry the game 1v5 here. And I feel like that's what resulted in this game, was the fact that everybody's like, I can carry this. And all of them did indeed pop off in that last fight and did indeed carry it as well. So going into game 2, Travi, yeah, it's never over till it's over. I've learned that much from game 1. But draft wise, well, I do feel like draft is a lot less relevant this series with how these teams like to play.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I wonder actually if there is anything that either side wants to take off from one another. I wonder if side selection is going to change. Actually, I don't believe we had word in regards to if the side selection did swap. But even so, like, I'm curious if that is the case, right? Does GVU want to just keep red side? I feel like they do.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder if they will go back and revisit some of the points. I know the one big point that the only complaint we ever really had inside the draft was the blind Nara getting abused on one hand and then the Sejuani last pick on the other.
Yeah, and I think, you know what, the Sedge can probably come in a little bit earlier. I would have liked to see a counter pick, but at the same time, I do feel like Grandview got everything they wanted with the composition, right? You had the Victor, you had the Zeri, you had Prank's counter pick, and that's really all you're looking for counter pick wise. So that's why I'm kind of saying I don't think the draft is going to be quite as relevant, because I think Grandview got everything they wanted. If there is a bit of a change up, maybe Grandview looked to try and ban something, open up that Rumble. I really don't think that Rumble was necessarily an issue. But even then, the question is, what do you ban? Do you ban away the Verse if that's the case? Or, you know, do you ban away Viego? Because on one hand,
it was 0-4
possible to start, but he was that big burst of damage which ultimately executed Mark here. But at the same time, like, it doesn't feel impactful enough that I think it needs that ban, you know?
Yeah, I don't know what the answer would be. I'm not smart enough for that one. I leave that to the others. I'm gonna be real, so I'll let the answers come out. Mine are a little bit too creative. They end up putting me in the cuckoo house for those picks. But we go. Going into the pick ban. Already see Gragas taken off the table. We see side selection is the same as well. Rumble staying banned. I'm actually pretty surprised about that.
Yeah, and I think if Rumble remains bad, I don't see the need to change up any of the other bans here. I do think Kindred is a massive carry for Trickster and something that GVU really don't want to give over, because that one can really mess up a lot of your team fights. And Ashe in lane for Coda is absolutely massive as well. Coda probably also happy that one's on the ban list. We know that he doesn't like to play that Ashe. He just does it out of necessity. But if you think back to the way a lot of those fights ran, I do think that the Ashe is probably better to leave on the ban list.
What if you leave Ashe open and you tilt Coda by the bat?
He's not going to get that tilted, Travi. Unfortunately, Travi looks like he's disconnected. Coda, oh, there we go. He's back. I thought Coda kind of sniped you for even trying to suggest that.
Yeah, he actually came over and snatched me. He grabbed me by the throat and just threw me across the room real quick. So I will not say things like leave Ashe open ever again. I taught learn my lesson, Mr. Coda.
Maybe it'll happen. Who knows? The same bans coming through from Ottawa Braves, and like we expected. I mean, generally speaking, if you win the game, you don't have to change things up. And yeah, again, those bans are pretty strong. What would you take away from GVU becomes the same question. Ashe taken off, and
Poor Levi.
Are we gonna get the full run back, Travi?
I mean, this is the thing. If Ashe is banned, this is kind of solved at this moment in time. GVU can just lock in the same thing again because Mark Gonzalez was insane on the Zeri. I think the Braum is still the right answer. Yep, you go ahead and grab yourself the Braum. The Gnar again?
Wow.
Okay. GVU, are you going to take that?
Okay, that was the one pick that I wasn't sure if we were going to see the repeat of.
What?
Because, like I told you, GVU is just going to run back the exact same thing. It came down to one botched fight, but they were dominating in every other aspect. And let's not forget, Travi, GVU found the early lead last game. They were the ones in control. It wasn't like Braves popped off and then GVU had to claw their way back in. I'm more surprised at the Gnar pickup here for Killian. He did find the critical ultimate at the critical time, but it was so conditional that I don't know if you can rely on that happening every single game.
Yeah, that's a hard sell. That's a hard sell. The things that I'm expecting to see changes on, possibly, could be Castle. We could see Castle on something a little bit different. And we could see Ottawa Braves actually choose to get something that can stop Zeri inside of these fights a little bit more inside the mid game. Already seen one adaptation, Victor, on the ban table.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive considering how strong the scaling for Jinko was here. And GVU does get first pick on the second pick rotation. So if you want another team fighter who scales well, you could try and deny the Orianna from Riverside, pardon me. Pick it up yourselves if you want for Jinko. I just don't know if Jinko has practiced the Orianna enough. He's played it in solo queue for sure.
Was the Udyr banned last time?
Yes, it was. So GVU has made no changes to the bans.
Okay. I was like, that's not a normal ban against Trister, but I get it. Okay. Vi. They're getting rid of Vi from Castle?
Yep. So the last bans were Wukong and Vi from Ottawa Braves last game here. So they're opening up the Wukong. And frankly, yeah, I think Wukong Sedge, they kind of fulfill the similar roles. I actually prefer the Sedge a little bit, considering how GVU played out last game. They did need the tanky front line. We saw what happened the moment they didn't. The rolling resets from Ottawa Braves just came right through.
What do you want to put your priority on here? Wukong that was left open will be picked up by Castle, so slight change starting to happen here.
Okay, and this does mean that GVU has to be a lot more careful about being engaged on. They have to be the ones pulling the trigger. They do not have a true tank to soak, and I doubt they'll get one from the mid lane. Like, the tank is probably what, Swain, Galio? Neither of them would be able to survive the burst that Sedge did have to in game 1.
I actually think, I wonder if this is going to be a Talia game for Jinko. It is a champion they tend to go back to. Trickster changing things up is going to the Graves as well. So we're seeing a couple adaptations being made so far. See what the mid lane for Riverside it is.
Do we just see the Orianna run back? This time you don't know what you're picking into, so it's not that free Victor or Orianna into Victor sort of matchup. I mean, Orianna is fairly safe, so it's not a bad thing by any means. And it did have huge impact. They called it the Talia coming through, but the Talia, not for Jinko here. It's actually denied away.
Yes. And Riverside on Talia is actually very proactive. I really liked the time where I've seen Riverside play Talia. This is actually a very scary situation for Grandview because Riverside was very proactive in the games that I saw with them playing Talia. Roaming down to the bot lane, doing the laning phase with that Weaver's Wall was a dangerous thing. Of course, Zeri can slide over, but Syndra is the answer from Jinquil. I like that as a selection. Gives you quite a bit of team fighting presence as well.
Jinko's both played champion in solo queue as well, so definitely one that he's very, very comfortable on. Now, Travi, for both these teams, things have changed a little bit in how they want to approach this. GVU still really strong team fighting, but like we said, a lot squishier on their part, so a lot less margin for error, a lot more burden on Castle now to find these engages and not get poked out. And for Ottawa Braves, last game with that Orianna, they too were looking for team fights, as we saw towards the end there. This time, they're not looking for that. Braves really want to get rolling here with that Graves early, a lot more proactive than Viego, can do a lot more on his own agency there. And Talia in that mid lane for Riverside, they're not looking to skill up with this pick. They want to take full control, gank the lanes, and I think Killian's going to be the big beneficiary of these changes, because it's still a rough lane for the Gnar, but this time, Killian is bait, and Killian can expect to have much more reinforcement from jungle ganks from mid lane roads.
Yeah, and also makes it easier for you to set up for the Gnar ultimate, right? The Reaver's Wall is there.
True.
If you don't have a wall to throw them into, Riverside will make one for you.
We will build a wall, Travi.
No, no. I know you said the point about Castle has to be careful. I actually like this though because remember that last team fight that won the game for Braves was off of Castle getting caught out, and even though they were at Sejuani, they shredded through the HP.
Yep.
So with Wukong, you have your clone. So as long as Castle is quick on the adaptation, right? An ultimate could be blown on a clone instead of Castle. So a little bit more of a skill ceiling, right? In terms of trying to escape and play through these situations. But I like this. I really, really like this coming out from them. There's so many pieces that are the same. I am surprised how quickly we went through the first phase there. Like, they were dead set, like, bet. All right, we agreed on this. First phase stays the same. Let's go.
Yeah, literally the first two picks were identical, so they just raced right through it, because why not here? A lot of it, and frankly, if the bans didn't change coming up from Ottawa Braves, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually got a full draft run back of game one here, but thankfully they did. And Travis, I want to go back to your point about Castle on the Wukong. I agree with you. I like seeing Castle on a champion with higher skill expression because he's got the skills to do it. And usually, higher skill expression also means a higher skill ceiling. You can do more if you're good on that champion. Ottawa Braves, their tankiness, besides the Braum, I mean, not super there either. And Wukong, if you can pull the trigger on a mini Gnar, if you can punish Killian, there's a lot of potential for Grandview to take control of this game. So we'll have to see. It came down to skill expression last game. It came down to the mechanics in the hands. I am sure game 2 will do the same.
Well, I took a moment to look at Twitch chat during our break. I saw that you guys is almost down the middle. We got people cheering on Grandview and the players over there. We got people cheering on Ottawa Braves and the players over there as well. Let us know who you think got it in game number 2 here. Got the 5 stack. It's starting off spicy. Braves looking for the invade. They might catch out Gwen here. Frank was keeping an eye out. Okay.
It's kind of hard to actually catch out the Gwen because she can hop over a wall, and also Ottawa Braves don't have ranged hard CC to find that pick, right? You're relying on the slow, the frostbite from Coda to be able to find anything, and yeah, it's risky at best. And we see Ottawa Braves attempt this multiple times, but they just kind of group up and just invade a little bit, see what they can get. The price for that is almost always a ward on the other side, and we did get to see Pluto walking in, dropping a ward on the red buff for Ottawa Braves, so they will know where Trickster's starting. That's very valuable when you consider how much of a carry Trickster is, and the fact that he's on the Graves who can gank hard and early.
Seeing starts going across the board. Everybody kind of chilling, doing their things here. No leash for the Graves means that Killian gets to start off a nice and relaxing laning phase with no Gwen in lane for a little bit of time. Doesn't last too long because Gwen is here now.
Yeah, Prank ain't gonna give him that relaxed lane for very much time whatsoever. Both junglers starting on the top side of the map as well does mean Killian's gonna be left out to dry for a little bit. And we saw how that went last time here. Hopefully Killian has a better time of it this time.
It's a hard matchup, man. It really and truly is. Type advantage, though, real quick. Got Charmander versus Bulbasaur inside the jungle this time around.
I think that's actually kind of funny because to me it reflects how I think about these junglers as well.
Yeah.
That the fact that Trickster just wants more damage, right? He's the carry. He's gonna just want to pop people. And Castle, despite the fact that Wukong can go for that bursty style, he's going for that more reserved, slightly more team-oriented tankiness to be able to survive that initial engage so that his team follow up.
Castle is the one that sets the stage. Everybody else gets ready to perform upon it. Like I said in the last game, every single one of these players wants the spotlight from Ottawa Braves. There is no stage setter. They kind of work together at times to do it. Sometimes. But when they all work together, that's when this team looks their strongest. Gwen is immune. Love seeing that text pop up on my screen.
I'm sure Killian does not share that sentiment.
I'll be honest, Gwen is like one of the champions that if I play top lane with friends and whatnot, I actually just ban Gwen because I just don't like dealing with it. She's been out for a while. I still don't understand what I'm supposed to do in the matchup. So I'm just like, no, I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, it is kind of hard to play around her. Despite all the nerfs she's had, all the changes, trying to make her windows of opportunity smaller but more impactful. Yeah, I just think it's really hard to play around a Gwen. Gank into the mid lane from Castle here. Trickster following up.
Trickster will follow up yet again, though. Nice usage of the clone. The blind from Trickster as well. A little bit of trade back and forth between the junglers and the mid lane.
Yeah, Castle a little bit of hit. Actually secured the bot side Scuttle. And this mid lane gank might actually spill over into a Scuttle fight on that top side as well.
Fight, fight, fight. Prank is trying to put themselves in a decent position for it, but it's mega gnar for Killian, so I don't think you test those waters. Oh.
Okay, you're fine. I was wondering if that would actually...
Oh, wow, Riverside it is boom as can be.
Yeah, a lot from that sort of mid-skirmishing as well, trying to stop Jinko from rotating up to help Castle. Now, I do want to touch on top side a little bit because Prank is not having as strong an early game as he did last time. He's still winning, but last game, he was shoved almost right into turret the entire time, and that was what let Prank get so much priority, help out Castle on that top half of the map. This time, he couldn't. Trickster able to pick up Scuttle, and Prank has to be careful about Trickster ganks as well.
I wonder if it's a case of the fact that Prank leashed and Killian didn't have to, right? Got that early level and didn't fall behind. Prank it just popped Ghost. Is looking to get into the face of Killian. Smokescreen comes out. There is no escape for them. Trickster says, you want an alcove game? That's cool. We will just continue. Dash over the wall. Prank does the same. Has to flash out. It's a game of cat and mouse, but eventually the cat finds its prey. Trickster secures first blood.
And that was my concern for Prank here. You don't have flash. You don't have a good way out. I will give props to Prank. He played really cute in that top side, knowing that Graves' terrain actually messes with him a lot and that his shots can't get over the wall. So he tried to outplay. The idea was there. But yes, as Hyper so succinctly put it, gun beats scissors. And unfortunately for Prank, yeah, that did not work out the way he hoped.
What a great lesson in rock, paper, scissors.
Then what is Gnar? What does Boomerang beat?
Everything. Boomerang is OP.
Boomerang's getting wrecked by scissors.
No, Boomerang is the most broken weapon you can have in any video game or RPG.
Okay, but we'll see how Killian feels after the.
I'm just saying, dude. I'm just saying. Like, play D&D, use a Boomerang as a weapon, you'll never be let down. It'll always come back to you.
That will come back to bite you. Trickster, speaking of coming back into this lane again here. I don't think Prank did any wards. Doesn't know. Gonna walk face first into this.
Oh, what's the right way, though, so they don't have to worry about the Gnar ultimate. Trickster still in range. Shotgun to the scissors. They're trying, but look at this. Riverside, it's there to cut off the escape. Pranked gets dropped. Trickster 2-0.
elder abuse. Somebody called the cops here. This Prank is just being bullied out here, and really well played from Trickster, just looping right back up to punish that. He is falling a bit behind in terms of jungle clear, but he's perfectly fine with that. These kills are making up for it. He's 2-0, and keep in mind, for Ottawa Braves, Trickster has always been a massive carry for the team.
I mean, yeah, you can't say enough about how great Trickster has been for Braves ever since they've joined into the roster. Their style kind of changed around for a bit. They went through a little bit of soul searching, and then they were like, "Hey, what if we just continue to play the way we always have?" Wow, Prank, how does it feel to get camped? Because Trickster's been doing this to Mark Gonzalez for the past 3 games they played against him.
Yeah. Trickster might as well just set up an entire... he can build an apartment up there right now. He's just always in this top side of the jungle. Hasn't been down in goodness knows how long. And props to Levi and Coda as well, because they're holding this 2v2 perfectly well. In fact, when we look down there, Mark's the one kind of at half health right now. And that's not something maybe we expected to see considering how the last game went.
Oh, after the last game, we would definitely not consider that. But remember, it was like his... That's pretty funny, actually. That was pretty funny. I like that. I think the crazy thing, too, to think about was Mark Gonzalez got really ahead inside of the laning phase, right? We saw, well, not in the laning phase, but after the laning phase, inside those dragon fights that were constantly occurring down there. Hasn't been able to find that same breath, and now Trickster, who started off the last game 0-3 on the Viego, 2-0 on the Graves.
Yep, able to secure these objectives as well. Actually, top side was Castle picking up the Herald, so it is that sort of objective trade for now here. And it's kind of interesting because last game, I think Grandview, they were very focused on dragon stacking for the most part, recognizing that, hey, we want to scale up, we want to get this permanent advantage. But this game, you know, it's Ottawa Braves kind of going that saying that we're okay with giving over that early Herald. We're okay with you guys getting that early gold there if we can deny you the dragons, if we can stack it ourselves.
I mean, yeah, a whole lot of good it did for them to stack dragons last game, right?
it did a lot for them. They were winning fights off of that dragon until
they had Ocean Soul. I'm just saying.
They did. That's true.
Dragon Soul too weak?
They're probably wishing for a mountain, honestly, after how that game went.
You're probably right on that one. Ludo out here in lane by themselves. Look at this, actually. Castle's coming to breathe a little bit of life into the team.
No.
Mark Gonzalez is not there. Is so far behind, though.
Yeah, Castle just wants his growth. He's just like, yeah, any movement towards this bot lane till Mark gets here is just bait on Castle for his own team.
I was looking at it with excited eyes, and I was like, "Where's the Zarya?" And I was like, "Oh, she's on the fountain."
Yeah, now Castle might look for this.
The ward just expired. Oh,
wait, Castle saw that. What?
Yeah,
and he's going for a blue buff instead. Okay, so this is interesting. As long as you can track Coda and Levi, this gank should work for Castle. But look who's coming down first.
Yeah, surfs up, my dude. Riverside is looking to cut off their escape. Weaver's Wall comes in to seal the fate of Pluto.
That's so clean coming through from Ottawa Braves. It's exactly what we're worried about when we saw Riverside pick up the Talia. Like we said, this is not late game Talia. This is for the mid game Jinko. Not going to be able to match at all in terms of movement. And even more depressingly, Jinko not going to be able to get shoved mid. So doesn't get an advantage for that failed match.
Killian up here holding it down against Prank, making sure things don't go too terribly south after the things that have been gifted over to the lane. An 0-2 Prank is still dangerous though on this Gwen. Gets stunned up, locked up, stunned, and has a rock thrown in their face. But Pluto is over here to try and reassure Prank.
What? The support roaming all the way from bot lane up here.
Prank needs help, bro. He's had the shotgun in his lane all game, okay?
Prank's like, I've had enough of these camps. Like, somebody come up and gank me. If Castle's not going to do it, I'll call somebody else up. Pluto taking his time here. Killian.
Oh, they know. They know.
No, they don't.
No! Killian.
Wait, there's a sound. No, when the boomerang hits. Like,
well, yeah, and it also stops going. and it stopped going. When it hits the champion, it stops.
You know what? Killian's fine. Killian needed a base anyways, right? So
I don't know who he thought was in that bush, and he was just like, it's cool if I woke up.
I guess he thought it was Castle, but even then, he walked way too
I
close to Castle.
would be more scared of Castle being in there than the Nautilus.
That's true, actually, yeah.
My man got Cyclone ready and hasn't been able to let it rip just yet. Gold lead is in favor of Braves. Killian is mega. Frank paying lots of respect to this Trickster waiting over in the side. Will show themselves now to go ahead and get this plate.
What was Trickster waiting for?
The plate.
That's fair. Castle dropping Herald into the mid lane, was running out of time on that particular charge there, so it's just going to be gold in Jiggle's pocket. Oh, Castle, he's being stalked. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know, but he will quickly find out. Trickster shows themselves alongside with Killian. Shotgun plus Boomerang, an OP duo.
Oh.
Castle secures it. Cyclone has to be used. Going to use the Glacial Fissure. Castle doesn't want to get it proc. The Concussive Blizzard there. Jinquil, massive damage put into play, but Jinquil can't finish off anyone. Castle falls victim to the hunters inside the jungle.
Buff transfer complete. And this was my concern, you know, with Castle going on this Wukong here, Travi, that Castle needs to be proactive to have the effect you want to have. If you're being defensive, you will get punished. Mark?
Yeah, Mark is caught out of position, gets brought back in. The seismic shove is there. Unfortunately, Mark Gonzalez falls victim to the Weaver's Wall, and this is what I love about Riverside. Look at how proactive this player is. They've been playing with this team for 2 weeks, RMC.
Yeah, at least competitively. I don't know what the practice are like. Riverside are flashing over!
Oh, this is such a clean play. Jinquil has no place to go. One more shotgun gets brought in a little bit closer, just in range of the shotgun.
Pluto?
Reload and fire again. It forces the flash from Pluto.
I love
Dragon.
Yeah, zero hesitation from Ottawa Braves, from Riverside specifically, to just flash over the wall to make that happen. Really, really well played. And Jinquil, in that mid lane this time, sat in there, pushed in, got another turret plate, but a lot of that is being reversed by just how proactive Riverside is. And the scary part is, Riverside is getting ahead in terms of gold from these kills, but he's also helping his side lanes get ahead. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, that wasn't just me, right?
It was a glitch in the Matrix. It's all good.
I saw another dimension. Was that the MMO?
Too soon, man. Too soon. No, that was the realm where Baron spawns, man.
Oh, wait. Coda caught out of position. They get onto Coda, but Coda eats up damage for breakfast here. Castle has to respond in kind. Castle HP bar looking a lot like Coda's in that exchange. Killian does not get the scatter. They are not weak. They are strong, Nar.
Mega Nar there, and that's not equal
Mark Gonzalez! He jumps over the wall, thrown up against
Not like
it.
this,
Collateral damage is what Castle ends up being. Trickster is unstoppable.
8-0. Grandview have yet to get on the board right now. Besides the one Herald they've taken, Travi, Grandview have not been able to make plays anywhere. And honestly, that trade between Coda and Castle was already bad enough for Grandview. Your jungler's down, can't do anything when an objective is up. But the subsequent death as well from Castle and Mark, that was just a nightmare. Jingle.
Oh, the Meganar comes in clutch. Riverside in here, throwing a rock, throw a couple stones. The wind gets scattered. But the Hourglass plus Killian throwing a rock of their own.
Jingle got baited by the wrong rocks, man.
Dude, rock is OP in rock, paper, scissors.
Hasn't beat Gun.
Well, right
Gun?
now it's beating scissors at the moment, technically.
It's true, but so did Gun, and Gun currently is 5-0-1. So with the Umbral Glaive as well, Trickster choking out the vision on Grandview. And if you're Grandview, you're getting worried now. They've not been able to make proactive plays. And keep in mind, this is not the same sort of skill and composition they've run before. And we've seen that comp backfire. Yeah, sure, Mark will become a monster, but Mark right now is...
Ooh, the catch out on the Mark! They catch him out with the Chains of Corruption. They can't finish him off.
So
He's so low. It's okay, though. Herald will get a charge off. into the mid lane. That is first brick down. Scattered a weak hit on the 2. A nice anchor toss. They throw in the dredge line. The glacial fissure is there, but Trickster cannot survive. It's a shutdown going to break. Vengeance never tasted so sweet.
Not gonna lie, I thought Trickster was actually gonna survive for a second there with the Gore Drinker. And despite the fact that Trickster does go down, that is still 1 kill for a outer turret in the mid lane, soon to be 2, as Killian is just down bot side, headbutting away at that bot side turret here. Actually had to cancel his back because the minions I don't think would have been able to take it.
Lane gets another tower. 2 towers now for Ottawa Braves. It's 9-1. The crazy thing about games, right, is we get a clear view of the map, the gold, everything, right? Grandview do not get that. A 9-1 game has to feel like you're massively behind. But Ottawa Braves, honestly, it is only just a 4K, and we have seen games turn around with leads such as that.
Here's the problem, Travi. To a certain extent, I think this game, the goal lies. Because I actually do believe Grandview is behind 1-9 right now. And the problem is, how do they mount a comeback? Who do they look at? Mark Gonzalez is not online yet. Castle is being bullied out by Koda in his own jungle. Jinko is not online either. So if we look at how that mid-series kind of played out there, that was partially because there was a turret backing Grandview. Without that turret, they can't fight that. They would lose that particular fight. And so for Grandview, I think it is better to play with the mindset right now that we are 1-9. Let's not throw anymore. Take our time and be careful about finding the picks we need to get back into this game.
But Roman down. You can see Jinquil says, oh no, nah, I ain't dealing with that. I see what you guys do to the other lanes when you guys go to the roam and gank them. But Mark Gonzalez, the seismic shove yet again, just on the edge of it. Mark Gonzalez, the shield bow has been brought. They stay alive for just enough time. Capsule comes in with the Cyclone and lets it rip. Riverside pays for their transgressions. The teleport's coming through, but Jinquil is in the middle of a bad place at the wrong time. A double kill goes over to Trickster.
Remember what I said about being respectful, Travi? That right there is why the gold lead is in favor of the Braves. Pranked able to answer that top side, but that's an outer for potentially an inner turret being traded here. And for Grandview, Travi, it's like night and day from what happened last game. Grandview looks so commanding, so in control, so coordinated. And this game, we're seeing people get picked off time and time and time again. These are not team fights that Ottawa Braves are winning. It's just isolated picks they've managed to repeat more than 10 times now.
It's almost like a different beast. This is what we kind of were expecting in game 1, for me at least, was like early my opinion's been changed around about is Grandview can't fight right now. Like this feels like a stranglehold has been put on Grandview.
Agreed. It is stifling just watching this, Travi. It feels like, where is Grandview? We just what? This is supposed to be what our first place team here. And in game 1, they showed up. In game 2, they have yet to do so. Now, I do believe there are still avenues for them to make plays here, but it's starting to feel really, really sus. And to be honest, if not for the fact that Braves managed to come back from a harder game 1 here, yeah, I probably wouldn't feel as comfortable with Grandview being in the situation they're currently in.
Right now, Baron being up, you gotta think that's a precarious situation to be if you're Grandview. The goal lead is at a almost 5K differential. Like we said, not the most impossible wall to climb. Objective bounty being claimed yet again by this Gwen. Prank putting in work on the side lanes. Theme that we did see from the last game is coming true on this champion yet again.
True.
The catch out. Seismic wall has been thrown out. There's no escape for this Syndra. Neither is there for Pluto. A double kill comes about. Prank TP'd in, but they're surrounded by carnage. There's bodies that have hit the floor. The needlework is there. But Killian has joined the fray as well. This could be Baron, and it looks to be so. Ottawa Braves trying to find a nail to slam into the coffin. Castle still looking.
Do they have vision?
Trying to secure it. There's the vision that they could have wanted. Has to use the clone. Castle doesn't have a way in now.
Oh,
The flash failed. Castle is going to drop. Trickster finds the kills. A dominant display. Ottawa Braves find 3 kills at the Baron Pit. Ottawa Braves are putting in a one-sided beatdown.
And I think Grandview have been broken here, Javi. I don't think we're seeing the sort of resilience that Ottawa Braves had. Castle going down, that's just what happens when you go for that Baron steal. It's the duty of junglers there, an honorable sacrifice. Mark didn't need to go in. And neither did Frank. So, like, you know, those guys, like, I don't know what you bros are doing at this point here.
Where everybody is out here saluting their jungler for giving up their sacrifice, and it's like, what are you guys doing here? Oh, you ruined their sacrifice. Don't do that.
I mean, to be honest, it doesn't mess up anything for Grandview here because Ottawa Braves, yes, they push in, yes, they get an inhibitor turret. I don't think having Mark and Prank around would have changed too much in terms of that. It's just free gold, though, going over the way of Ottawa Braves. And in a minute, 30 seconds, you know, Ottawa Braves will be at Dragon looking for that one. It's not that big a deal, the Dragon itself, but it will force Grandview to team fight. And if you get an ace, that's game over at that point.
Nice hook. That's yet again. They keep finding Coda, but Coda survives for entirely too long. Wukong gone. Jinko gone. Weaver's wall comes in. Reaver sided throwing a rock, but missing the target. Has to run away to the rest of the team. Normally rock beats scissors, but today Prank turns it all around. But still, it just delays the inevitable. The ace to come out. Ottawa Braves. Going to end the game with this one right here, it feels like, as they get rid of the inhibitor. They are poised to end the game in the Nets team fight.
It's too early, Travi. They don't have the minions either. They had the Baron buff. If they walked the wave in, they would have been able to take more here. And fun little fact, Baron buff actually speeds up minions. So if ever you have Baron buff and your minions aren't coming fast enough, go back and take a walk with them. We walk faster under positive reinforcement of that Baron buff here. But yeah, for
is it positive?
Baron buff, yeah, that's positive. If you threaten us, we just don't move. Yep.
I was,
it's a buff.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it is a buff, yeah.
Yeah, but why do you think we go wandering to jungle? We're looking for Baron. Baron's our friend.
Oh no. This is why I'm finding out the lore.
This is not canon, by the way.
Oh, it is now.
If Riot asks, we never said anything. Minions are just AI. Yeah, the secret life of minions. Grandview, they're going back to this again. I just don't think this is going to work. Prank wasn't around for the last fight, though, to be fair. So it looked really, really bad, but that was a 5v4.
Killian's about to go Mega, though. This is your last fight. This is Soul Point. Prank is all alone on the side. They get decimated. Killian with a massive Gnar ultimate into the backside as well. You can see it. The arrows, they're piercing through. But Mark Gonzalez, you don't have the itemization you hit the last game. The Weaver's wall, the teleport, the ace. It is game over. Ottawa Braves are finding themselves in sole possession of first place.
Super Minions marching in as well here. This is not necessarily the series we expected, Travi, but certainly the series.
Game 2 I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 was everything we could hope for. But game 2, yeah, it's not the game we expected, but it's the game that Braves deserved. 26-4, they played this immaculately.
26-4, the Braves with 11-1-10. 21 of the 26 kills Trickster was in. Jeez. What a performance from Trickster going from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah, and if there's any doubt about Ottawa Braves' abilities, they've washed it right away here. You know, all those claims they've been making, those aren't claims anymore. They facts after this series. And for Grandview, this is not the Grandview we were expecting. I refuse to believe this is what Grandview is capable of. And let's not forget, this is just regular season. Grandview don't lose out too much other than seeding for this. They still have time to polish up and fix whatever the hell this was.
And They have put in their case. I saw them inside of chat earlier on. Like, we had a couple people that were like, "Oh man, time to revise the C-Little tier list," because people have been putting out like the top 16 amongst all conferences, and constantly Ottawa Brave, they feel like they've been snuffed, right? A lot of people that watch MEC, they're like, Grandview's up there in like top 12 all the time, but you don't put Ottawa Braves anywhere on that tier list. Well, here you go. And what a performance. Game 2, a slaughterhouse. Game 1, a showcase of what resilience inside of a game, what it means to never give up, and how every game is winnable as long as you continue to look for those opportunities to squeak in, to find those moments, to find those opportunities, those little mistakes. In terms of the big ones, there you go. There's a picture, I think, Ottawa Braves. They might just go back, look at the stream, and save this image.
I think they'd rather save the match history here, Travi, of how that game 2 went, because that one much sexier. And hey, there's still a chance, Travi. As improbable as it is, there is still a chance Grandview can catch up. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, there is still games tomorrow, right? So we do have a situation in which Ottawa Braves could flop tomorrow, and then GVU win, and then we're forced into a tiebreaker scenario. That would be what that is. They're 1-1. I'm not sure exactly what the tiebreaker rules are, if it's like fastest game. If that's the case, I think Ottawa wins out on that. I would have to look at what the tiebreaker rules are. I will not confirm nor deny tiebreaker rules. But tomorrow, in terms of matchups that both of them have to go into, Grandview take on Purdue Northwest that we just saw earlier on the stream. And then on the opposite side, we will see Ottawa taking on Illinois College. So it becomes it's a different beast. It's a different beast. The odds don't look great for Grandview if you just look at the numbers in terms of seeding, but who knows? There could be an upset that could happen, especially if you get cocky or whatnot. But I think the boys deserve to celebrate this weekend for sure.
Yeah, and even if they're cocky, you know what? The Braves have always been cocky, so that's
true. There's nothing new.
Yeah, and like you said, tonight they deserve it. Incredible play from them as well. We saw it from everybody as well. I especially love the fact that Killian had such better game too. You know, all Killian needed was a bit of love in that top lane. And he got it. He was able to pop up. I don't think he died a single time that game.
No. I'm gonna put it right here too. Like Killian, I know that this is probably gonna sound weird. Killian might be the MVP of this series. Because if you think about it, right? Even though game 1 Killian was down, Killian was the one that made the hero play, the Gnar ultimate at the very end that got 4 members, that led into a 4-person shockwave, that led into all the bursts coming out. If you don't have Killian that makes that flank happen despite them being down, that game is completely south. And then they still had some pretty good Gnar ultimates inside this game, though you could argue game 2 MVP would definitely be Trickster. I think game 1, that's a Killian diff, I feel like. I think Killian deserves a lot of credit for game 1, even though their role doesn't look flashy, right? Like you got dumpstered on inside of the lane by the Gwen. Cool. Hey, you made the team fight happen that won your team the game. That's pretty cool.
You know what? I'm glad, Charlie, that I don't have to put forth my opinion, because I think it's really hard to pick here. What I'm interested in would be to find out what the team thinks. And Chavi, I believe we have an interview lined up as well here, so we will be able to get to ask what they think.
I think we got Riverside for this one. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and take ourselves a short break. And when we come back, we're going to be going into an interview with Ottawa Braves. So make sure you do not touch that browser. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on back to the MEC. My name is Travis E. I'm joined with RMC, and I'm joined here yet again with Ottawa's stud in the mid lane, Riversided. How you doing, my guy?
I'm doing great, man. Just one.
All right. How I gotta ask, how was the team, man? I know that every interview I have with OU, with Ottawa Braves, they always turn around and be like, "We should have won that series against GBU." Were you guys popping off in the chat when you guys were picking up the dubs, especially in game 1?
I'm not really one to type in all chat like that, but I know other people are. I don't remember if they were, but I was staying in my own lane, you know, eyes on the money sort of thing. So.
I hear you. Respect.
Fair enough. And I mean, Riverside, you weren't there the last time they lost, right? So I guess
yeah, I was not playing.
You probably don't feel quite as much sting as the others did. Now, Trav and I were talking about MVPs, right? And Trav, you know, he was talking about Killian being a massive carry, you know, MVP candidate for sure. Now, Riverside, who do you think you should be MVP? And before you answer that, I do want to give some context. The big difference between last time and this time, you know, mid lane, different mid laner, so you know.
Yeah, it is a different mid laner now. If you want my MVP vote, it's going to Killian because in game 1, that last fight, that like fight, we won 100% because of him, because he hit the crazy flash ult and then I just ulted off of it. Like, I didn't have to do anything. He just did it for me. So if all the praise goes to one person, it's to him. So that's my vote.
I got you. And I do want to ask, should we be prepared to see more Riversided here? I don't know if that's something I can ask you or something that you can answer, but you coming in 2 weeks in a row, you've had some great performances here. Is this something that we should stay accustomed to?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think you'll see a lot of me, but we'll have to see. I think so. Yes.
Okay. Looking forward to it. Okay. Well, my big thing is, all right, we talked about the MVP. We talked about how it means getting first seed, right, for you guys inside of this. You guys still have a matchup tomorrow. I do know Coda's already told me you guys are doing something spicy. He told me it's not Pantheon. I've been asking, I've been begging down bad for Pantheon.
Pantheon support, come on, Coda.
I'm talking to Riversided right now. This is my plea to Riversided. Riversided, how do you feel about Pantheon mid? All right.
It's possible, but you have to do a lot of brave things in draft, and it has to be like the stars aligning. But it's possible. I'm not saying it's possible for me, but it is possible.
No, Riverside, please, you're my only hope.
I mean, the drafts we're doing, we're just trying to set up the perfect wombo combo, you know, like sort of like cream cheese sort of thing. But like Pantheon just does not really fit in there. So.
Chavi, I tell you, man, you're asking the wrong person. You gotta ask Coda or Trickster, because if Trickster
I've
was
already
gonna blind Kha'Zix, did you ask Trickster? Oh, because if Trickster's gonna blind Kha'Zix, he can blind Pantheon, right?
Not for me. Sorry.
Not after the Kha'Zix, no fade.
You have to ask Coda. He's probably the one you want to ask.
All right, I've already asked Coda, and Coda said, not that.
Then there's your answer.
Yeah, I know. All right, well, my big thing is, do you guys have like a team activity that you guys have been doing to like bond outside the game? I know you've been new into it. Has it been a new activity? I see a smirk on your face right now, so I think you've got something on your mind.
We did like cook some burgers together. We had like a cookout sort of thing and played some hacky sack sort of. But I think we're gonna hang out tonight. You know, just celebrate the victory and kick back, watch some movies. Cuddle up, get real close to each other, give each other some hugs with our shirts on, and
very important detail.
It'll be fun, yeah.
The shirts remain on in the Braves household.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's we just. I mean, besides like playing together, we do like to hang out. So we yeah, we love to hang out.
Who's the best cuddler?
It's probably me. Yeah, it's probably me.
Okay.
I'm rank 1 in that.
Riverside is humble when it comes down to lead, but when it comes down to cuddling, nah, you step off.
Yeah, ask anyone else; they'll tell you that though.
We'll definitely keep that in mind next time we get anybody from the Ottawa Braves here on interview. Now, Riverside playoffs coming up as well here, and now that you've beat GVU, what sort of attitude do you guys have towards the playoffs? You guys think like, you guys are just gonna run it?
I'm not really sure, to be honest, how we're gonna do, but we're gonna try our hardest. Now we have to start cooking up strategies, right? Solidifying what we've already done and trying new stuff. It's all possible. I'm just saying, it's all possible, man.
New stuff, Pantheon.
we could try new stuff.
Don't tease me. Yeah, don't tease me with that statement. That means Pantheon's there.
We don't have anything that's too set in stone yet, so our strategy is still pretty flexible. But yeah, looking to go far in this tournament, pretty sure. So yeah.
Yeah, looking to get into that top 32, I'm sure, is always the goal. For sure. I love to hear it. Before we send things off, Riverside, I want to let you go. That way you'll be able to hit your cuddle pile and all that good stuff, be able to throw on some movies. Do you have any shout-outs you would like to throw out to anybody that's watching, anybody who has been cheering you on? Because you guys have a lot of fans. I don't know if you noticed inside the Twitch chat. A lot of people have been popping off about you guys.
I don't read the Twitch chat, but shout out to my dad.
Wait, I've seen you in there.
I don't read it. I know
he types. He doesn't read it.
You ever notice? You ever notice that a lot of CeeLo players, they will just type in that Twitch chat while they're playing and just perma look at it. I don't do that sort of thing. I only look every once in a while. I will come back to it because it's distracting. But shout out to my dad. Shout out to my girlfriend. And shout out to my other friends that are watching. Jake, I know you're watching for the player shout out. So yeah, that's about it.
All right, well, we're going to let you get to your cuddle pile and everything. Thank you so much for coming in. Great game on the day. We'll be seeing you tomorrow, Riverside, so have yourself a great night, all right?
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. That being said, cuddle pile in the future for Riverside. Great to be able to see. We have our first seed, unless something goes south tomorrow. Or Braves, this is one of the teams that was a contender right off the get-go, and now they're showing up at the right time. They've revved up their engines at the right time.
Yeah, man, this is why this was such a big matchup. It's not like we knew that the Braves are going to win it, right off the bat when we came into tonight, right? And that's supposed to be the big, hot, contested match we got to see in Game 1, but my goodness, Travi, they do look incredibly strong after that Game 2 performance. Now, let's not forget, while GVU and Ottawa Braves have kind of locked in their positions pretty much here, we did get to watch Drury Panthers today as well, and they have not. They still have room for upward movement. So, Travi, tomorrow, some of these games still going to be real spicy here.
Yeah, it's interesting to think, right? Because I kind of walked into this with the first and second seed being like, yes, we'll have first and second decided. But then it's just wait a second. Tomorrow actually does have implications now because Drury picked up their dub. And now, it's a very realistic world to think about because who knows what may happen, right?
Wait, is second actually confirmed? Because Illini is only one game behind Grandview, right? And after tonight...
Yeah, wait. Actually, that is true. So if Grandview lose tomorrow and Illini win tomorrow, and then oh god, there's tiebreakers.
Let's go!
I'm gonna have to look up. I'm gonna have to look up what the tiebreakers are for tomorrow. That's for sure. We need to send it off. I need to go research. I need to go read. I'm gonna go take another teaspoon of honey because these games have been chaotic and my throat has been ravaged as a result. So, I want to say shout out to everybody for coming on out. Shout out to my co-caster, RMC, for being the eye candy on screen, even though they don't know what it means to pull, apparently. But anyways, thank you all to coming out. Shout outs to the people that watched inside the Twitch chat. Shout outs to our production crew. I'll give a shout out to Hypertension. The guy doesn't get shout outs. Recently hit Mastery 6 Scion. That's pretty impressive, dude. Cool stuff. Glad to see you got Mastery 6 on your main. So great stuff to see from Hypertension Scion. With that being said, we're going to end off today. Hope you all have yourselves a great night.